Hello to all of you people out there watching us on a Saturday and welcome to a new installment of the Hypes Watch. Today we will not be analyzing a chapter from A Song of Ice and Fire, but rather discussing our hopes and dreams for the upcoming season of Game of Thrones. Now let's hear from my wonderful co-host. Ladies first, T-Baby, please introduce yourself.
Hey everyone, it's T. First of all, thank you for having me on here. I know it's going to be fun. I'm excited, and the one thing I loved about Season 5 definitely was Hard Home and Arya's killing spree.
Thank you. Tinker?
Hello everyone. Thank you as well, Sweet, for having me here. I'm really looking forward to the discussion. I'm Tinker Jaso. My name is Yasone. As many of you have been watching know, I have a channel on YouTube, Tinker Jaso. And the thing that it's just, I don't want to say Heart Home again, because like everyone's going to say Heart Home. So I'm going to decide that I'm going to do my second favorite to Heart Home. And it's the pit scene when Drogon comes and burns all the harpies to hell, and she gets on top of the dragon and flies away. The special effects might have not been the absolute best, but I've been wanting to see that scene since the moment that I read it in the books, and I'm going to choose that one.
Yeah, thank you, Don the Kraken Witt.
All right, and thanks for having me over here, Don the Kraken Witt, everybody. Big hype on Season 6 right now. I'd have to say my favorite scene from Season 5 was that Jaime and Bronn fighting the sand snakes in the gardens. That was absolutely amazing, and I really hope that next season they can continue with that epic story arc from Dorne. I'm done.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to hearing you talk about a lot of Dorne next season.
Oh God, no.
James.
What's up, everyone? My name is James Buschell. Kraken straight up took my joke that I was going to do, but that's okay. My favorite moment from Season 5 is Hard Home. I'm just going to, say it like it is. It was the best moment for me.
Yep.
Thank you. JD?
What's up, everybody? I'm JD the Dragon. This is Sweet. Thanks for having me on here. Yeah, I'm going to have to go probably with the fire pit. Drogon coming in for all the Sons of the Harpy. That was pretty sweet.
Thank you. And last but not least, Jerry?
Hey, everyone. Jerry the Targaryen Steamboat here. You've probably seen me comment a lot on everyone here's channels. But yeah, so obviously my favorite was Hard Home as well, so I'll go with my second, which was the exchange between Dany and Tyrion when he made it to Marine. I thought those scenes were great. So.
Thank you, Jerry. Big thumbs up for all the props. My favorite scene from Season 5 was actually not Hard Home for me, but it was Tyrion and Jorah going on their little river boat trip down the ruins of Valyria, although I don't really like the fact that they changed that region and called it Valyria, but I really like the scene itself, the scenery, and the poem that Tyrion that Tyrion said was very, very beautiful and really great, so that was my favorite scene. Okay, so I want to start with a special shout out to Jim and Nina from Wars and Politics of Ice and Fire, who helped me come up with the title for this video, A Dream of Season 6. It's actually their latest podcast, What If Season 5 Was Good, like really good, that inspired me to do a little bit of the same thing for Season 6. If you haven't listened to it already, you really should check it out. So the idea behind this video is not to necessarily talk about all of the spoilers that we have seen about Season 6, and there were a lot. It's more to discuss what we would like to see in Season 6, as if we could write our ideal script for the next season. It's supposed to be a little tinfoily. disclaimer, we have all read the books. A lot of what we are going to say will be inspired on what happens in the not the Winds of Winter, sorry, in A Feast for Crows and A Dance with Dragons. And some of what we don't know what will happen in season 6, so most of what we're going to talk about will not happen. Some might, we don't know. So if you don't want any spoilers at all, you can, don't watch this video. So we're supposed to let our imaginations go wild. There are just a few rules for what we're going to discuss. The first one is there is no changing to what happened in the previous seasons. We accept season 1 through 5 as show canon, and we have to work from there. The second rule is we have to keep it realistic, timeline, and budget-wise. Like, we cannot have 10 hard home episodes because it will be too expensive, and also all of our storylines have to fit into what would be 10 one-hour-long episodes. We can add as many new characters and or location as we like, as long as it complies with the previous rule. But however, there's no recasting actors, even though the show has already done it in the past. And we also have to keep all of the new characters that have been officially cast and announced, and integrate them in our stories. And and last thing, I'm sure it goes without saying, but we have to try we will try to not deviate too much from the spirit of the book, unlike what D&D often do. We don't know what will happen in the Winds of Winter, but we will not have anything like an alien invasion happening next season, because that wouldn't happen in the book. So that's all. That is so cute. I love Pikachu. Thank you. Thank you. I did not bring any props. I'm sorry. And that's enough rambling for me. Also, maybe you can hear I'm feeling very sick today. So I've talked a lot now, and I'm pretty much done talking. We're going to try to go pretty much by location, although because some characters will be traveling, it will not be strictly by location, but we are going to start with Essos and with what happens in Meereen and the Dothraki Sea. Maybe, James, you would like to start.
Sure. I got some little prepared, so I'm going to read from what I got. I'm going to start with Dany. Will find herself being taken prisoner by the Dothraki. They tell her that they know that she is the Khaleesi of Khal Drogo, and that they're taking her back to Vaes Doth Rock with the Doth Khaleen. She fights with them. However, Drogon comes down, roasts a few of them, and they bow down to her and tell her that they will fight for her. And then they remain with Meereen. Tyrion is struggling to rule Meereen. Missandei introduces a noble who is willing to help. He introduces himself as Shakaz Mo Kandaz, also known as the Shay Pate from the books. And he says that he has a force of men called the Brazen Beasts that are willing to help the city and fend off the Harpy. Varys early on says that he must leave Meereen, wishes Tyrion good luck, and tells him he will see him soon enough. The Shay Pate urges Tyrion that the best course of action is to start listening to the Harpies and give in to their demands. Daario and Jorah run into the Khalasar led by Dany. Dany reluctantly allows Jorah to stay, and they head towards Meereen. At the same time, Tyrion receives word that Astapor is coming with a large host to take Meereen by force. Tyrion prepares for war with the Shay Pate. As war approaches, Tyrion puts the Shay Pate, he orders Grey Worm and the Unsullied to engage the Astapori outside of Meereen, while he has the Shay Pate and the Brazen Beasts stay in Meereen and defend the city. This proves costly as the Brazen Beasts and the Shay Pate are revealed to be the Harpy. Luckily for Tyrion and Meereen, while the treachery is happening, Dany, Drogon, and her Khalasar arrive, while Tyrion slips away. Dany, Drogon, and the Khalasar smash the Astapori. However, Daario is killed during the fight. Tyrion, who slipped away, is being followed by the Shay Pate. Tyrion heads down to the Dragon Room. The Shay Pate, not realizing this, follows Tyrion. Tyrion releases Viserion and Rhaegal, and they proceed to burn the Shay Pate, and tear his ass in half. Then they fly out of the dungeon and promptly wreak havoc all over the Harpies. At the conclusion of the battle, Dany states that it is time to go to Westeros, leaves a ruling council in Meereen, and boards her 93 ships, and along with Tyrion, Grey Worm, Missandei, and Jorah, they head to Westeros.
Whoa, that was great. So you have one new character, you introduce, one new very important character, the Shave Pate, like if you had to cast someone for the Shave Pate, because we haven't heard of any casting for that character, like which actor would you cast?
And I haven't thought about it, but
Sorry.
I think from how I viewed the Shave Pate in the book, I viewed him kind of like obviously they look like the rest of the Giscari, kind of like, I don't know, Middle Eastern, I don't know if that's what I'm going for, but like kind of Arabic, so, just a guy like that. I don't know exactly whom I would have in mind, but...
In my head, like, he looks like Yul Brynner. Did I pronounce that name correctly?
Who?
Yeah, I can see that.
Can you I'm sorry, no one understood the way I pronounced. Yeah, the guy from, I don't even know the title of the movies in English. The 12... something. How do you pronounce that guy's name in English? James, please help me.
Which one? The
Yul Brynner?
Yeah, I think it's how you pronounce it. Yul Brynner.
I have no idea who that is.
Okay, that was a complete fail. Move on, Jerry. Sorry.
I like your introduction to the Shave Pate, like, into the show, because I always felt like he was like the only other guy that was there to help Dany except for Sir Barristan. But I don't like your idea about them being the Harpy and behind all of it.
Well, I personally believe that the Shave Pate is the Littlefinger of Essos. I think he's pulling the strings. I think he's been goading Barristan into fighting and putting Meereen into chaos. I think he's secretly doing that from behind the scenes.
I hear you. Like, it makes a lot of sense, but like my gut feeling was he was on our side. You know what I'm saying? Like he was there to help Dany.
I agree with Don. He just doesn't feel like the Harpy. When I read him, it's just, no.
That could be an awesome twist, though, to just punch us in the face. Like later down the road, it's like, like me and you, it's like, oh, we like this guy. He's like doing good things, but then all of a sudden, like George is just like, ha, I gotcha, got him, like, and just switches it up. James, that's very possible.
Well, my main thing is maybe not necessarily that it happens in the books. It's just a new person to bring onto the TV show to help explain the Harpy.
I got you.
Yeah, because they've left the whole Harpy storyline like very. We really don't know. Have they even mentioned like a Harpy, like one person, or just rebellion? Or
I think that's the mystery. That's the mystery. Like they're trying to figure out who is the Harpy, if there even is one mastermind Harpy, or is it a collection of all the rich people uprising?
Yeah, but right now in the show, it doesn't even look like a mystery. It looks like, I don't know, a mess.
Yeah, that's why. Okay, now I think it's the perfect time for me to bring in my who's show in the show. Obviously, who's the RP in the show. Like, I did not come up with it, and right now I cannot remember. I read it on Twitter. I cannot remember like the name of the person who first said it, but I love the idea that Varys is the Harpy, because in the show there is no. It's not. The sons of the RP kill both the slaves and the great masters, unlike in the book. So it's really just something that creates a lot of chaos. And who just at the end of season 5 showed up, reappeared in Meereen, and who would benefit from chaos? Varys, because if there's chaos, maybe. Dany will not stay in Meereen and be like, yeah, forget about that mess. Like, I cannot roll that stupid city. Everybody's just ultra violent. I'll just go to Westeros. And that will, give something like Varys something to do, and it would be like a double agent next season, and pretty much Tyrion. It will be a lot of interaction between I don't think, like, the way I see it, like, I don't, for next season, I don't think there will be an outside threat to Marine. I think it will be all civil war, and with more and more continuing attacks from the RP, and there will be a lot of, it will be more like a detective show where Tyrion tries to figure out who the Harpy is and gets closer and closer to figuring out that it's Varys.
So no Yunkai?
Well, no. In my
No
season
Yunkai?
5,
Okay.
no Yunkai. I don't think it's been. I don't think that the situation in the other cities of Sliver Bay have been fleshed out enough, and no Yunkai, just internal threats, civil war with the RP.
By the way, I meant Yunkai, not Astapor, when I was talking about the fighting that was coming to Marine. I meant the Yunkish forces.
Right.
Yeah, maybe Jerry, you had a lot of things to say about Daenerys.
Oh, okay. For Marine and the Dothraki, basically I had Daenerys going, getting captured. For some reason, and like Drogon, I don't have him like saving her because he didn't look like he was doing too much at the end of season 5. So I think kind of will show that she doesn't quite have control over the dragon quite yet. And like as a captive, I think she'll like kind of start like a little bit of an insurgent amongst the Dothraki, and then eventually Jorah and Dario rescue her, and she kind of at that point she kind of takes over, like who she gets on her side, and then she gets some of the Dothraki on her side, and then she gets Drogon back, and then they kind of take over the Dothraki, and she now all of a sudden has mounted troops, and she starts heading back to Marine. And in Marine, I have basically Tyrion and Varys going searching for the Sons of the Harpy. In fact, it's a lot like Sweet. It's a lot like how you have it, like going like a detective looking for it. And then I also have Varys being the Harpy, but I also have a little bit of twist to that. Eventually, Varys will, reveal that he's the Harpy and kind of betray Tyrion and Grey Worm. And at this point, I wanted to introduce, like a book character. I wanted to have Aegon come in at this point and be like kind of part of the Harpy, and they use the Harpy to try and steal a dragon from Daenerys. In fact, I think I would have them actually steal one of the dragons from.
That's awesome,
Daenerys.
Jerry.
Oh yeah.
That's awesome.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Oh, I guess, yeah, that's so cool. Yeah, I had in my narrative, I've totally ruled out Fagin. So same question then with James. Like, if you had to cast Fagin, do you have any actor in mind for him?
I don't really think about an actor for him, but any like young guy would work. But anyone that looks like relatively well, like you'd probably just cast an unknown. I think Aegon kind of sells himself, so.
I'll have to agree with you because in the last season, I want to say it was either the last episode or episode 9 where Varys told Tyrion, you need to figure out who is your friend and who's your enemy. And the second he said that, I was like, oh, something just kind of rang like he probably could be part of the Son of the Harpies. Just because of how they switched the storylines around a little bit, because he's not really supposed to be there. And I think even throughout the books and throughout the show, Tyrion's been trying to figure out if Varys is actually his best friend or his worst enemy. And the fact that he just shows up at this particular moment, and when he said that, I was like, the second the Sons of the Harpy attacked and everyone was dying, that's when I knew it couldn't have been Bizarre. It couldn't have been. I don't think it could have been him, but I definitely agree that I think they are going to incorporate the fake Aegon story. But I I have no idea who the actor is going to be, but I think they're going to kind of slip it in. So I definitely agree with you on that.
Oh,
And I kind of like.
Steffi, sorry. We just said that Steffi was suggesting Sam Claflin for Aegon. No idea
Oh
who that is.
yes.
And I just looked him up, and yes, yes,
Who's
very
that?
good idea. I'm bad with actors. I had to Google him, but yeah,
Yeah,
yes.
me too.
Yeah, I really like him. He did great in the Hunger Games.
Huh.
Was he in the Hunger Games?
Yeah, he was in the second and the third, and he's gonna be in the last one.
Well, who's his character in the Hunger Games?
Oh, oh my God, the name just completely flew over. He's one of the champions of the fishing district.
The guy
The
who
one with the
throws
trident.
stuff? Yeah, okay, I know who you're talking about. Yeah,
The
he
one
would be
with the
good.
trident.
No doubt. Although he would be expensive, so if we're talking realistic budget, for the same reason we couldn't get Mads for Euron, I don't think you'd be able to get him for
That
Aegon. But
is
if you had
true.
unlimited budget, it'd be pretty cool.
Don't get me
And
started on Euron.
And
No, not
also,
yet.
also going back to what I was saying, I think like the Marine should be like heavy detective, heavy dialogue, just because Varys and Tyrion are so good at like dialogue. I think that would make like awesome TV. Like kind of switch it up from low, like keep it low action, heavy dialogue in there.
Yeah.
I like the whole marine detective stuff. That was also in my version, but I just cannot see Varys as the harpy and as betraying Tyrion, mainly because I've always seen Game of Thrones like a chess game between Peter Baelish and Varys, and Peter Baelish for me is very clearly the bad guy. So while Varys is obviously not a good guy, I like to put him like not the worst guy. And betraying Tyrion and Dany and all of that for me makes him the worst guy. So I kinda like to think that he has like his own little spies, and they're gonna like being like a bro team together and just unearthing everything and just messing with all of the highborns. And I just can imagine them screwing everyone over in Marine and just taking over. I think it would be a lot of fun to having just Varys and Tyrion just showing everyone who's the boss.
Well, and Tyrion, I think last season, didn't he say Varys was like the only man that he can trust? Didn't he say that?
Yeah. Even one more reason for
epic bro team.
I would think Varys would
bro it out in Marine.
It would be awesome.
I would think Varys would still try and keep him, but I think he's more not really betraying Tyrion, more using Tyrion to get like to kidnap.
Well, I mean, like, why wouldn't
Aegon's side than he is like he doesn't really want to screw Tyrion over. He just wants to help Aegon. If Tyrion wants to come along, I think he'll be like, oh, okay, come on.
I don't know, dude. He invested a lot of time, show-wise, in Tyrion. Like, think about it. Like, time, energy, money, pulling resources to get this man where Varys needed him.
And it would pay off if they get a dragon.
Yeah.
One thing I would say is Varys being the Harpy would make a hell of a lot more sense if Aegon is in the show.
Well,
Yeah,
I don't see that as... Oh, sorry. I don't see that as Varys betraying Dany, because I see that as Varys slightly pushing Dany to where he wants her to go. Like, he's not threatening her at all. He's just, like making her leave Meereen to go to Westeros, which is what he wants. Like, that's the way I see it. So, and the only one in her crew that he would really have killed would be Barristan, but maybe he was afraid he was afraid of Barristan's influence on Dany and being too strong, and so he couldn't really push her where he wants her to go. I don't think he wants anything bad to happen to Dany. I just think he wants Dany to do what he wants Dany to do.
Get to Westeros. And Barristan could have been an accident. There's sometimes collateral damage when things of this scale happen. Barristan might not have been in his plan. Just, oops.
Mm-hmm.
And it's true. And in the books, the whole idea was for Aegon to marry Dany. He wants the Targaryen dynasty, and the Targaryens have been marrying family members since ever. So the realistic thing is for Aegon to marry Dany. And for them to be really equals, Aegon would need a dragon.
Mm-mm.
He's not anti-Dany, he's just pro-Aegon.
Yeah.
Well, it could go either way. Specifically, when Tyrion said, like, good luck finding him, and Varys says, who said anything about him? So, like, what if he's on board with Dany, and there's a clear comparison between a man and a woman, and then later down the road, all of a sudden Aegon shows up, and it's like, holy shit, we actually have a him now.
Well, he was trying to get Tyrion into Marine so he can use Tyrion's feeling. So you would have to tell him that.
T-Baby, do you have anything more you want to say?
Yeah, I guess I think the biggest thing that's going to happen is Tyrion trying to figure out how to get Marine back on Dany's side, because she's like, it's going to be interesting to see how he's going to do that when he's basically a foreign. It's actually kind of role reversed a little bit, because we often try to figure out how Dany's like a foreigner trying to go back to Westeros to rule, and you have Tyrion, who's a foreigner trying to rule Marine in her name, of course. But I just find that interesting. I think that's going to be like his biggest issues, not just with the Son of the Harpy, but as a whole, because he's a foreigner. So I find that that's what his big part is going to be. But as far as Varys, like, because they changed it so much, the book Varys, I don't think would do half the stuff that the show one is doing. So based off of what season 5 is, I think that Varys is going to betray Tyrion, and that he got Tyrion over there for a reason, because Tyrion is a smart guy, and if Tyrion was still in King's Landing, I don't think half the stuff that would have happened to Lannisters would have happened if he was there. So I think Varys is playing the game just as much as Littlefinger, and Littlefinger in the show, it doesn't seem like he's as smart as we think he is. But that's my 2 cents.
It's good.
I want to talk about genre Mormington and the Grayscale and Pale Mare.
Yeah. But first, maybe JD has been incredibly quiet so far. So maybe it's time for him to say what he has to say about the whole Meereen, Dothraki situation.
Basically, how I see it is Tyrion is going to be, with the help of Varys and Grey Worm, looking to stop the killings by the Sons of the Harpy. Dany's going to come back with the Dothraki horde after Drogon comes in. And then the Yunkai are going to come up and be able to attack Marine, and Tyrion's going to get the Grey One to get the Unsullied prepared for war when he sees another army approaching, and he's going to realize that it's Dany, and he's going to sit and wait for Dany to make a move. She'll send the Dothraki to attack from one front, and then from another front, Tyrion's going to send them. And in the process, Tyrion's going to have the 2 dragons released. And then we'll see that whole war take place, and then Dany's going to order the Dothraki, after they destroy the Yunkai, to go through the city and try and find out the Sons of the Harpy and kill them.
Yeah, agreed. So, Kraken, if you want to talk about Dany and Jorah and the Grayscale, what do you think?
Genre Mormington, like I said earlier. I mean, like, I think the introduction to, Jorah coming back with Grayscale, I think maybe that could take the place of the Pale Mare.
Mm-hmm.
Like running around just basically sickness, but instead of people shitting all over themselves, they turn into these basically monsters. I mean, it could take some time for these people to turn into like the Stone Men or whatever, but I think it's going to take a toll on the people, of Marine. And then you had that scene where John's like, hey, Dany, I know you hate me, but like I just saved your life. Take my hand, even though I clearly have Grayscale. And she like touches his hand. It's like fucking A. Like now we got a stone dragon. You know, like, holy shit.
Yeah.
But she cannot be infected. They cannot.
We don't know what this
We don't
shit can
know.
do. Yeah, we don't
But
know.
she's
what
not
she-
infected in the book. She's clearly a POV big character. They're gonna give her grayscale?
Oh yeah, she's gonna die very slowly like that, like turning gray.
Well, she can always get it stopped the way
Don't
Shireen
even
would
joke,
stop.
sweet. Ugh.
Oh no,
Like it could stall like the way Serene's grayscale stall.
No, I got it. Season 6, Daenerys gets grayscale on her left hand, and then that red priest comes in, and they merge Victarion and Dany together, and Dany's got a flaming fist.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's.
And then she hops on her 93 ships and goes and rapes and pillages everybody.
Fire and
Great.
blood.
Yeah, fire and blood.
Do you guys
Kraken,
think
I'm
that?
not.
Do you guys think that? I forgot his name just now. Do you think? What's
Describe it.
Danny's Playboy?
Dario.
Dario.
Thank you. So do you think that he kind of got a feeling like something's up with Jorah just because it seemed like he wanted to separate Jorah because I just don't see Jorah's like the one thing that was always in his way when it came to Dany, and once he was out of the picture he got even more close where it was easier. So do you think that he separated Jorah and told him to come with them on intentions of killing him? Oh shit.
I think you're giving these showrunners a little too much credit, thinking that.
No, I mean, like, Dario in the books,
Yeah,
Dario was extremely jealous. You know, it's like when Daenerys said that he was going to marry his daughter, you know, in the books, like, he, like, got out of bed and, like, stomped over, and she's like, where are you going? And he was like, I'm gonna go get drunk and fight somebody. You know, like, I'm pissed off. You know, but I think in the show, I think things have taken such a turn, and, you know, he's not being held a prisoner right now. He's not, you know, being like a trade agreement, you know, which he is in the books. I think that with shit hitting the fan with, you know, the Harpy, and then Drogon coming in and flying off, I think things are kind of in chaos in their minds, and literally Dario is like, I think Jorah's intentions towards Dany is genuine and pure, and I think he really does love her, and I think he's willing to lay down his life to save her or get her back. And so Dario actually, I think he recognizes that. Oh, we lost T. But I think he recognizes that Jorah is willing to do the right thing for Dany, so he's just kind of using him and just using his resources. Like, Jorah is a great knight. Jorah will kill you. And 9 times out of 10, like, you're not going to beat him in a fight either.
How can you say he's doing the right thing when he's touching her with grayscale?
I mean, like, you know, if you just want to go back to that, that's fine, you know, but...
Yeah, but Dario doesn't know that. But I think he's going to find out. I'm convinced that Dario is the one who's going to find out about the grayscale, and something's going to happen there.
They both kill each other.
No, Dario might kill Jorah.
Well,
No.
it's a natural reaction. You wouldn't want to be infected or want him to infect everyone else. Like, come on, you get grayscale, you try to do something about it. You just don't go around touching everyone.
Much less the people you care about the most.
Yeah. But again, they don't. The people in I mean, very sick and twisted Jorah. The people with grayscale, they don't really like die like that. You know, it's not Pale Mirror where you die within 48 hours. They, you know, like think about like Jorah. Yeah, oh my lovely Dany, she doesn't want me, but if she has grayscale, we will both be exiled to now Valyria. Show Valyria.
Ooh, that's
And,
a evil way.
Well,
that's
why
creepy.
can he not be sick and twisted? A lot of desperate people in love become sick and twisted. You know.
I always thought that book Jorah was always a bit sick and twisted.
Yeah.
I know some people don't agree, but that's my thoughts.
Oh, we lost T baby.
Oh,
Oh,
she'll be back. She'll be back
okay.
in a few minutes.
Sorry. So yeah, my quick take on that. The I was gonna swear the freaking ring that Danny lost at the end of season 5. So we have that little buddy road movie with Jorah and Dario like looking for Danny. They obviously find the freaking ring. That makes me want to quit the show. But no, happy thoughts. So they find the ring. And they both like dive, jump for it. Like, I'm gonna have the ring. I'm the one who's gonna save Danny from the evil barbarian horse lords. And when they both jump to get the ring, like Dario can see that Jorah has a little bit of the grayscale. Pum pum pum. So they fight.
Oh, like they both like reach down at the same time, and Dario sees his arm.
Yeah.
Okay, dum
Yeah.
dum dum.
I like it.
And then he pulls his hands back very fast.
Yeah, well, okay, I see. The only thing is I think Grayscale has to go to Westeros. So I think in the fight, Jorah will come on top.
Really?
Yes.
I don't know, man.
Jorah gives
That's
Dario
kind of a
Grayscale.
toss
Yeah,
up.
yeah, or exactly. No, yeah, very possible. Or Dario catches Jorah's Grayscale and he's the one who's bringing it. But I think Grayscale has to make it, John Connington, I think he does have to make it to Westeros. So either Jorah wins or Dario catches it and will bring it to Westeros. But I think one of those guys survive and is going to Westeros with Danny. I prefer. Well, it's my dream of season 6. So yes, I don't like Dario. I like Jorah. I want Jorah to move to Westeros with Danny. Yes, exactly. Danny is gonna just go back to Vazothrak. They want to sell her as a slave, but then the Dutch Colleen, also the Undying Style, like see her, recognize her, have that big like flash that she's gonna be the dragon who mounts the world. Like right at that time, Drogon arrives and makes it obvious that she is the rider. No, the the stallion who mounts the world, and she just becomes the Khaleesi, the Khal of all the Khaleesi's, and all of the Khalasars merge together and follow Dany like back to Meereen. I don't think she'll get to Meereen. Like I don't see her going to Westeros by the end of this season. I don't, but if she does get to Meereen, like they won't stay there. Now she has her army, and I think she will go through a mental change, a little bit like what she does in the books, and she will not be interested, in Meereen anymore. Coming back, seeing the chaos, she will be like wanting to go to Westeros. So either really like last episode of this season or beginning of next season, they're going to Westeros.
I've heard a million people say it. I didn't come up with this on my own because I don't have any original thoughts anymore after being this in this fandom. But it's the whole fact of the Dothraki being riders, and like they take pride in mounting the world and shit like that. It's like the cow, if he can't ride, he can't be a leader. So all of a sudden this entire army is gonna witness this chick that they just found, riding a fucking dragon, and they're gonna be like, well, fucking, I mean, that's the coolest shit I've ever seen in my life. Let's follow her, kind of thing. So I don't think she's a threat, or the Dothraki is not a threat to Daenerys.
No.
I think that happens in the books. I'm not so sure about the show, though.
Yeah.
No, I think it's gonna happen the same way in the show. It's like, you saw the whole Khalasar, and just right up there on the hill was Drogon. All he had to do was lift up his head and like look over and be like, oh shit, there's a bunch of people over there. He's right there.
Yeah.
But he's a bit injured.
Yeah, because he's a sissy, but like, show Drogon is a pussy. I'm sorry. Like
he's been speared several times. I think that he's gonna lie down for a little time, get better, and then go there, scare the shit out of the Dothraki, and burn quite a few, and eat a few others, and then what you said's gonna happen.
Yeah, I mean, like, but in the books, he's like, flying around. She's like, looking at his ass, like way over there. Like he's just chilling.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden the Dothraki shows up, and he's like, oh hell no. Like, Show Drogon sucks.
I think the Dothraki could beat Show Drogon. They have enough arrows to accidentally
Show
hit him in the eye.
Drogon. How many people there actually was? Yeah, they would fucking murder his ass.
Well, they just have to hit him in the eye. That's it.
Yeah, they might not have that knowledge, but yeah, definitely.
Well, I would think they would still try just to blind him.
Nah, I think it goes back to the whole writing thing and how much value they have in writing,
Yeah, no, but where I agree with Jerry is that I don't think Drogon is swooping in right away, and I think before Dany arrives to face Dothraki and she's proclaimed, I think she'll only be proclaimed the stallion who mounts the world in face Dothraki. But before that, a couple bad things could happen to her. I think, maybe she could be raped. Yeah, more rape. We need to find some, rape plot for season 6. Yes,
No.
And
I'll be very angry if that happens.
yes.
This is Game of Thrones we're talking about here, Tinker.
And I don't want to make you angry, Tinker. I don't. But okay, no. So not that, but at least like push around a little bit. I think she has to go through a little bit of pain again to have her inner dragon like come back. Like, yeah, I'm gonna burn all of you who wronged me. So maybe that. Does anyone have anything to add to Dothraki and Meereen?
Yeah, I think that you guys are on point with that. I also think that Dany is going to go through some hard stuff, but remember, that's where Dany got her strength was when she was with the Dothraki. So I think that once she goes through her little drama between them two, at the end, they'll be on her side, and then she's going to be heading towards Westeros. But I do think that she has to go through those trials again that she did when she first with season 1, because season 1 she was scared as hell, but after as the season progressed, she started getting her strength. Like, that's how her dragons hatch, was through her strength, and she got her strength through the Dothraki because it was tough love. So I think it's going to happen again. They might not know necessarily who she is at the moment, but I think eventually they will, and I think they'll come behind her. But I don't think they're gonna rape her. I think if that happens, I get that in this world women get raped, but sometimes it's just not necessary for them to be raped. You feel me? To progress.
Yeah, I totally feel you, but I think the cow that's in charge now doesn't she know this guy? Like, wasn't he part of Khal Drogo's Khalasar? And so
that's what I was saying. Well, the one in the book was. We don't know if it's the same one here. But
well, I think it would be smart, in the show wise to have that guy, and he's gonna be like, oh, clearly I remember you. Well, it's like we all left.
Yeah, he's still going to have some hatred for it, so that's why I think Drogon's going to have to be the one to convince them to change their minds to follow.
Well, yeah, I think that this cow that's in charge, I forget his name,
Pono.
But, say what? Pono. Yeah, Cal Pono. So basically, I think that they're going to come face to face, and all of a sudden Drogon shows up, and she's like, basically, like, remember me, bitches? Like, y'all left me,
Yeah, but it's more in the book that would make sense, but we're talking about D&D writing these things, and
I agree 100%.
It's not really the book anymore, so.
I mean, but it's just, in book-wise, yeah, anything is possible, but show-wise, Dany is right there, and Drogon is literally right over the hill. Like, he is right there.
But as you said, he's pussy Drogon in the show.
Yeah.
Drogon.
Yeah.
But I did love what you said about the Dothraki taking a lot of pride in writing and all of that. And I think that she's going to learn how to really ride Drogon with the Dothraki. it would be like with the perfect people to really learn. For the Dothraki to make a saddle for her, because they obviously know how to do good saddles if they're riding, and get, really get to bond and learn how to ride with Drogon with the Dothraki.
Imagine that, her coming back to Marine, literally flying on Drogon, and the entire Khalasar is horseback behind her.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
exactly
Like,
what I would like to
holy
see.
shit. Holy
what I
shit.
meant by that. That's what I meant by the other army coming in. You'll see the Dothraki come up over, and Tyrion will see him, and then Dany come flying in on Drogon. That's when he'll realize that it's Dany and the Dothraki.
Oh, excuse me a second, guys. Hang on.
Yeah, no problem. And so last thing I want to add in my ideal season 6. While Tyrion and Varys are very, very busy chess playing, ruling Marine, obviously, like all hell breaks loose, and a lot of the Unsullied die, including poor old Grey Worm who survived last season.
No.
Tinker, that's what I want to see. Please, respond afterwards. I know you disagree. Obviously, you disagree. Most of you watching probably disagree also. So, but before that, a very, very sweet and tender love story built up between them. Like, we'll really see their first kiss next season. So, Grey Worm dies. The Unsullied are in shambles. Tyrion and Varys don't really pay that much attention to Missandei and recognize, her importance. And so she's desperate, and she will be the one to open the dragon pit and free Viserion and Rhaegal, hoping, because she's so, she knows Dany's connection to her dragon, and she will hope that they will work for good. She's a very hopeful person, and so she will. I don't think she won't get killed, Tinker. She's not gonna get burned down and Quentin by the dragons. She'll survive, but she'll open the pit, and when Dany comes back towards Marine, she can see her dragon circling around the city.
Did we just have our first Quentin reference?
Yes.
For the video?
Yes.
All right. Yeah, I thought maybe I missed one earlier, but I'm
no,
glad I
and,
made that one.
Jerry has been very still and silent through all that.
Yeah, man, season 6, dude, it's like episode 2. Dany just gets Quentin all over again, man. I mean, look at it.
Hype, let's drink.
Oh, man. Oh, and just for all the people watching, I think we might need to clarify what we mean about getting Quentined. It's a pointless story, and you just get burnt up for no damn reason whatsoever. But I don't know. If anybody else wants to elaborate on the epic story arc of Quentin and how all of our favorite characters might get Quentined somehow in the near future.
Kraken, Victorian is so Quentin next season.
Victorian is not getting Quentin.
So getting Quentin.
Yes, he is. Dorn
He's already been Quentin.
No!
Dorn already got
I'm out of here. I'm out of here. I can't even look at y'all right now.
We're gonna start calling getting Victorian.
Can we move on? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say my friends suck and just like to pick on my favorite character, but whatever. I'm just happy to be here.
We haven't. It's D&D who have. It's D&D.
Victorian totally got show Quentin. Yeah.
Well, maybe not. If maybe Kraken, you have a whole wonderful storyline for Victorian next season. So,
no, Victorian's going to show up in season 9. Season 9.
Season 9. Can we move on to Bravos and the other free cities?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Tinker, I know Arya is your favorite character, so you want to start and tell us what you want to see Arya do next season.
I want Arya's storyline to stay as faithful as they can. I want her to start as blind, blind Beth, and seeing her, begging through the streets of Bravos and doing, what she was supposed to do in the books, her having to learn 3 different things every day and all this kind of stuff, and then the waif and Jack and Hagar as the kindly man, hitting her and her learning and getting close to the little cat, and then I really want for her having to start having the wolf dreams, because Bran has been working, but we have not seen that in any other Stark, in none, which I'm not happy about at all, because they've left working as the special thing that Bran has as a greenseer, which is not true. All the Starks have it. Bran has extra. She can work into many other things. He's greenseer, but all of the Starks are capable of working into their direwolves, except Sansa, because she doesn't have a direwolf anymore. So I want her to start having the wolf dreams and getting in contact with Nymeria and getting that back, and then using the cat to work to be able to see the hit coming, and that's how she gets the vision back. And then her starting more. I also want her to start learning more about poisons, and just maybe like a quick little scene in which we see like Arya evolving, learning how to fight, learning poisons. I cannot obviously could go a lot longer with Arya, but as you say, it has to be show and contain to 10 episodes, not to 3 seasons like I would like to go with Arya. Then I have also been looking at the things that have been coming out, and it's obvious that they're gonna go into the Winds of Winter territory, with her joining the Isambaro, the Murmur Show, and I think maybe through them she might learn more things about Westeros that eventually might make her, really want to go back to Westeros. Because eventually Arya has to get back to Westeros. At least I want her to get back to Westeros to like reunite with her family. So I want her to go through the whole thing, being blind, working, learning more about poisons, about how to change faces, and then with Isambaro and the whole murder, learn how to lie better, because at the beginning she was like a terrible liar. She was like very Stark. She started learning through her trip. And then at the very end, her leaving Bravos, going back, starting in the Riverlands to get back to Nymeria and her little pack. And I wanted all the wolf pack. Like, they don't need to give me 200 wolves. I would be okay with 50. Or 20. I could do with 20. And I want her to go back to the Riverlands and if not start her murder spree, like at least see that is what she's going to do. I want her to eventually go to the Freys and just be unleashed and start killing Freys left and right. Oh, not left and right, like a sneaky kill one at night, no one knows, and then they start fighting each other, then she kills the next one's going to be Lord, and then just create a civil war in the Freys.
I agree with you. Like, I think that her straight out, flat out murdering people, like balls to the wall, the way that she did Mirren Trent style, I think that it leans more to the Ralph the Sweetling sample chapter that we've seen. So I think that's what that was, and I agree with you that her being blind now, she's going to go to the more academic side of being a faceless man, and like the poisons and the education and stuff like that. I don't think we're actually going to see Arya balls to the wall kill somebody again next season. Maybe, but I think she's more like she's going to fully embrace the being a faceless one. And then the one thing I am really looking forward to, show and book-wise, is her reuniting with Needle and coming to the conclusion that she is no longer no one, that she is Arya Stark, and she will go and avenge her family and finish her fucking list.
Nice.
Yeah. What I would like to see would be, I've seen enough of Arya Faceless Man training. If it was up to me, she would follow Tyrell. Oh my God, Mace. Mace is gonna see his bodyguard dead in a really horrible way and just get the, I was gonna swear again. Well, get out of Bravos as soon as possible.
Get the hell out of Dodge. That's what you mean, like.
Yes, that's what I mean. As soon as possible. And if it was up to me, I would like her to hop on board and arrive to Westeros very quickly. But
yeah, Mace being there, that's a clear way to get her back home. I agree.
But yeah, but since she's blind and he's gonna go back to Westeros, I mean, he's going back to Westeros very, very quickly. I think she's gonna have to stay on a little bit longer. But yeah, I don't know how good of a student she's ever going to become. But yes, I agree. I want her to grab. I want her to do a little, like, learn a little bit. I know we don't have to incorporate the spoilers we've seen, but yeah, I think that the Isambaro theater show that is pretty clearly going to happen this season. I mean that it does happen in the books and is pretty clearly going to be in next season. I think she's sent there by Jaken, and that not only does the vision of the play sort of triggers her to remember who she is because she sees all these people on stage, but also that would be, in my story, that would be her way back. Like the Murmur troop will have to go and go to Westeros to play, and that will be her way back to Westeros. And I really hope she gets back to Westeros like way before the end of next season, like around episode 6 or 7. That's what I hope. That's like T-Baby, what do you think? I see you disagreeing. That's
No, I get that's what we hope for, but I don't know, maybe I'm losing faith in some of the writers because
Oh, really?
in one
Oh, really?
they write a lot of stories. Y'all know. But in one part they rushed a lot of stories. So I don't know if they're going to rush it. So if they're rushing again like they did season 5, then I could see her going to back to Westeros this season. However, because she needs more training and it's so much that now they have to introduce the Greyjoys again with what's going on over there, and then they have to still do something with Dorne. I just don't see them pushing all of her training and then making her go right back to Westeros. But that could possibly happen. I think I really want to see, the Wolves in Riverrun, but because I want to see it, I don't think we're going to get it. Because I think because they just don't know how to budget well, and I think they're going to do another big battle scene. So if they do another big battle scene, then I think she might warg a cat. I think we'll get that training. I hope we'll get that. I hope we'll get her blind and trying to beg and all. I really hope we get that. I think we'll see her get more darker. Because it's like you can't go back to cute Arya after what she did in that last episode. It's not possible. It wouldn't make no types of sense. But I do think that she'll probably start to lose herself. And I agree that maybe when she goes with the play that it'll start to trigger some things. But I don't know. I really hope they don't fuck up with Arya.
Yeah, so imagine being like in the panel room for like HBO, right? And they're like, "Hey guys, all right, so what are we gonna do with Arya?" And then instead of taking like a camera and putting it kind of low to the ground, like pretending that Nymeria is like running with a bunch of wolves behind her and they attack somebody, they're like, "Fuck that! Let's just have her warg into a cat." And
That's what they would do. Because
it is totally something they would do.
It too.
It's like, hey, let's not talk about how Arya can literally warg overseas, You know, like let's not talk about how literally powerful of a warg she is. Let's just have her fucking warg into a cat and just fucking call it a day. How about
And
that?
how badass her wolf is that she's created a huge, massive
Like
pack
super
of
pack.
hundreds of wolves. Like, I can see her with her, like, that's gonna be her mini army, or that's what I'm hoping for the books. I can see her like, taking all the wolves and just massacring Freys and Lannisters and...
Like, it's in my head, I saw her when she got back to Westeros. She's like standing on top of a hill with Needle, and all of a sudden she just like wargs into Nymeria, and her whole super pack wolf army just like runs downhill and just starts annihilating all these fucking people.
Yes!
And she's just standing there.
Yeah.
You know, like
About budget, because in a budget you can't have that a huge battle scene and then dragons. They said that the wolves are the hardest ones to do, so that's why we don't see too many of the dire wolves anymore.
no, I mean like, but you could just have that one big wolf in the front, and then it wouldn't be that hard to have all of these normal-sized wolves around her. You
But
know, like
But
it's
that
like copy and
requires
paste,
a
like
lot
CGI
more
copy and paste.
budget.
I have an issue with that.
No, Jerry, let T-Baby finish, and then you can go.
Let me just real quick wrap it up. I don't want you to drink off of that, but I'm just saying, like, that makes sense. But because I don't think D&D makes sense, I second guess it. And the rules are we also have to consider budget. So if you think about last season, like the Danny jumping on a dragon, it was a little bit poorly done because they didn't have enough budget, because they put a lot of money into that episode 8 Hearthome. So if there's going to be another huge battle, I don't see them having a budget for dragons and then this massive, not even massive, but like a huge wolf army. Like, it would make sense. I would want it, but budget, I don't see that happening. But I see that they could still show you that she can warg, you know, with the cat. And because they did the scenes, and I think last season or the season before that, they did the little promos where you could see that they were warging into something and they were like their wolves. So if they do like a camera action like that, I could see that. But the whole image, I don't see with the budget. Now,
Yeah, I think we'll see the Battle of Fire before we see the warging of Nymeria.
Which is stupid, but whatever.
Yeah, possible. Like, in my story, there's no Battle of Fire, so we've saved some budget there. There's dragon scene, a little bit of dragons, and for the wolf pack, you know, you could. It's a CGI that's very costly, but if they're not supposed to interact too much, if you just have like maybe they could have like big real wolf and just one shot of a pack of wolf, like real animals exiting a forest or something, and one CGI wolf very briefly, like in front of them, one CGI dire wolf. No, I'm replying to your very very correct budget concern.
Mm-hmm.
And I have one really really big battle that I'm not gonna like talk about right now because we're not there yet. But that's my. It's more. I don't see that. I see that preparation for that battle happening in season 6, but the actual battle itself being for season 7. So teaser.
Which one?
No,
Which
I
battle?
mean. Well, I'll mention it when we get to the information. Yeah!
Teaser, man.
So, yes, I see...
Got me all involved. I'm like, yeah.
So, for
Like,
me, Arya, I'll move on when we get to Westeros. But, yeah, Arya leaves Bravos fairly quickly in this season. Not too much training. Just a little bit, like mid-season. So, sorry, Jerry, what did you want to say?
I can wait until I do my Arya. I'll talk about my budget, how I'd fix that.
Okay. Maybe you want to talk about your Arya now?
Oh, okay, sure. So with Arya, I would do a lot of the same what y'all are talking about. I would make it mostly training for this season, or at least what Tinker was talking about. Mostly training on, you know, maybe you have a few like one or two assassinations that she does. training on that, training on being blind, training on the acting, because it did cast the actor, the mummers, what is it, the troupe, to do all the plays and stuff. So mostly that, but I also wanted to have like her wargame dreams, and how I would do it is I would do it pretty. You can do it low budget. It's pretty simple. You don't even need to show the wolf. You can just have like a point of view, like you just do the point. Like, have you ever seen Evil Dead or American Werewolf in London? A lot of the times they'll just point of view something so they don't have to show it, and you can point of view Nymeria. Yeah, you have her going, and then you just have like wolf like sounds like growling all around her, and then you see like her, or you see some like the camera jump on something and rip, and it like starts shaking and just things kind of rip apart, and then you just make wolf sounds for that.
Yeah,
and then,
like that. That's what I said.
And then you cut to Arya waking up. I mean, that's how I would do it.
I was
that's cheap.
It wouldn't cost a dime. You know, like that's what I was saying. Like instead of her warging into a fucking cat, you know, like literally, all you got to do is just take a camera and put it kind of low to the ground, you know, and just like run it on a go-kart, you know, or whatever, and then just put a little fuzzy around the picture, and like you're good. You know,
like the whole movie Evil Dead cost a tenth of what one episode did, so it's not that hard to do.
Yeah, T-Baby, go ahead.
I mean, like, I want to see it. It's just that, like, I would be kind of disappointed if I didn't get to see that great wolf pack and all I saw was a camera going around. Like, I would be, it's like I get what you're trying to do, but it would take me out of it just because, like, you want to see that grand scale. They could possibly do it. Like, the storyline is there for them to do it. They did the promo showing that, you know, I think, yeah, they did where it was like a promo. It's like for 6 or 7 seconds, and then you see them kind of panning. It's like they're traveling, like they're the wolf, and then I think you see Arya kind of wake up. It was the promo for, I want to say, it might not be season 5, but it was for season 4. Like, I'll look it up and send you guys the link to it. But they can definitely do it. I just think that if they just do it that way, it kind of takes away. If you're a book reader, it would take away because you know you want to see this huge, massive, like, wolf pack. So it could possibly happen, but once again, based off of season 5, I don't know if they're going that direction. You know, they're focused more on King's Landing, Dany, and the Wall. Those are where most of the budget is going. Dorne suffered for it, and I think Arya might suffer a little bit too. But I don't see them doing it, is what I'm saying. It makes sense to me, but I don't see them do it.
I don't see them doing it either, just because they're not bright enough to do it. So, but yeah, they could do a low. I think they could do a low budget thing like that. And anyway, so that's like most of Arya's thing. But then I think I'm in the belief that Euron gave the Faceless Men a dragon's egg. So I think at one point Arya should come across that dragon egg that's in the House of Black and White. Oh. And that should like trigger like some of her childhood memories about reading about like all the like dragon women, like the Targaryen women warrior, like all the stories.
Yeah, the female dragon riders.
Yes, and then that kind of like makes her long for home, and I think maybe just have her do like one more assassination after that, and then from there she decides she wants to go back to Westeros, and so I'll have her steal the dragon egg, or somehow steal it, steal a face, and then use her play training to be able to like lie and trick people into taking her back to Westeros, and then that would end the season for me with her, with Arya with the dragon egg.
James, what are your thoughts on Braavos, Arya?
I actually don't have too much on Arya, but pretty much everything that's been said has been kind of similar to what I was thinking. Getting the the cat warg scene for her to get her sight back, so that pretty much tricks Jaqen to make her think that she's past her training or whatever. And then hooking up with Isambaro, and them doing sort of play, because they were doing a play in the books about stuff that was going on in King's Landing, and it makes her think about Westeros. She grabs up Needle. She realizes that she is not no one. She is Arya Stark. She bounces on the Westeros, and that's pretty much where her storyline ends for me.
Great. And JD, do you have anything to add?
No, I really don't. No, you guys pretty much touched bases on everything I had to say.
So yeah, like I said, I don't want to touch too much on what I see for Arya once she gets in Westeros in the Wolfpack, because that's like I envision that really cool battle, and so that will be in Westeros. Now where should we go to? Maybe Dorne. So I would want to block that out of my mind and my memory and never hear from Dorne ever again in the show. But the actor playing Ero Ota confirmed that he was going to shoot a couple scenes, or that he has shot a couple scenes, I cannot remember, for next season. So we need to talk about things going on in Dorne next season. And, well, because we know Jerry loves all the Dornish characters so much, yeah, I would like first to hear from him and know what he would like to see happen in Dorne next season.
Okay, well, Dorne.
Cheers.
To talk about Dorne.
Oh, cheers, mate.
It's like it's Jerry, but he looks so much like Martin. It looks like Martin's just pissed. He has to talk about Dorne.
Just call me Jorge or Martinez. All right.
Jorge Martinez. Oh man.
Okay, Dorne. I really didn't know where to go with Dorne, so I started with first having Doran getting really pissed at the Sand Snakes about what happened, having them arrested by Ariel Hotart, and then I came up kind of like with an idea to where you could kind of change things. Like I would introduce Arion, but in order to fix in order to do it to be able to be done with some of the, because the show has introduced Trystane as the heir, right? So
as the only son.
So I would just de-age Arion and make her like the younger sister of Trystane, just so I can get her in. And then I would have her be like kind of like a lot smarter and like be in on, and then you like kind of see the behind the scenes with her and Doran talking about a Dornish master plan, like on how to fix, like one, how to fix things, two, how to make their play at the throne. I couldn't really figure out exactly what I want to do as far as that goes, but I think having them doing something like that and planning and plotting and planning in Dorne, and maybe setting that, adding that character, and then having to do some plots, and then maybe even releasing the Sand Snakes and letting them in on their plan at the end. That would kind of be my idea, and then it would kind of go towards folks like how they send Ariane and all them off. I was kind of confused on what to do exactly with Dorne, but that's what I came up with. That would, I think, could maybe salvage some of it. I don't know.
Tinker?
I personally think that Dorne is unsalvageable. Dorne is one of my favorite areas. Some of my absolute favorite characters come from Dorne, and what they've done with them they've been Quentined. All of Dorne has been Quentined. All of Dorne, and my thoughts for Dorne was, when the ship has got into King's Landing and it's come out that they've murdered wow, her name just completely
Myrcella.
Myrcella. And Dorn is pissed. He already told Ellaria that he was not giving her a third chance. So my thoughts are he arrests Ellaria. He tells her that she's broken his trust, executes her, and we see no more of Dorn. I don't think that Dorn can be salvaged. I understand that you want to see Ariane. I love Ariane, but I think that at DH Ariane takes away part of what made Ariane so attractive, which is that the perspective of the woman who is the oldest of the three siblings, and the other two brothers being men, and being the heir, and her fears that he wants to get her brother to rule because he's a man, but being inborn and being different, and I just think that having a PH Ariane was just no, it would take away everything that is Ariane, and what Cornish plot can come out by now. The original plot was to marry Ariane with Viserys, then to Quentin to marry um, Daenerys. Then he wants to, maybe when he hears, maybe there's going to be an Ariane Aegon alliance, but Aegon is nowhere to be seen. I've been terribly disappointed with Dorne. They destroyed Ellaria as well. She's not my Ellaria anymore. She's not book Ellaria, so just execute her, throw the Sand Snake to jail where they don't hurt our sensibilities by being so horrible and stupid, and just get rid of Dorne.
It's like, how are you gonna literally knock it out of the fucking park with Oberyn? You know what I'm saying? Like, Oberyn fucking was amazing.
He was better than in the books.
Yeah, I mean, like it's just like his presence, like his power, who he was. It did not transition to where he came from. You know what I'm saying? Like, once we actually got to Dorne, it's just they just fucking murdered it. I could deal with them cutting Ariane, okay? Like, but it's just the way that they made Ellaria, they completely switched her role. You know, she was very passive in the books, and then they made her very aggressive. You know, and like Oberyn even said, like, oh, we don't hurt little girls down in Dorne. You know what I'm saying? Like, and then so now she's like hell bent. Like, she wanted to like cut off her fucking legs and fingers and shit. You know, like, how are you gonna get her to act that way? And then the Sand Snakes, which are supposed to be like some of the strongest female figures that we have ever seen in the books.
And smart and sneaky.
I disagree with
Yeah. Well, I don't know, Anne. I mean, I think it's just the Sand Snakes in the books, like, they are a fucking force to be reckoned with. You know, and they're even bucking up to Doran all the time.
And there's a reason they got arrested.
Yeah, because like they can do some shit. You know, but like in the show, they were a joke. They were a complete joke. I mean, like, one of my favorite characters is Nymeria. You know, Lady Nim. You know, like, I just really like her. You know, it's just the way that she was described. You know, like, she's got like 12 daggers on her at any given time. You know, and it's just like, I was not, like, you were awestruck in the books by these girls' beauty, except for Obara, but, you know, like, but they were smart, they were educated, they were calculating, you know, like, they were making plans, you know, but, and they didn't need Ellaria to tell them what to do. They were doing shit on their own, you know, so, I don't know, everybody's gone on a Dorne rant before, especially Miss Tinker over here. She feels very, very passionate about it, you know. But I'm on the same page. Like, that shit was garbage, you know. And like, I was telling people, you know, like, going into season 5, I was like, wait for the fucking Sand Snakes, you know, like, wait for the fucking Sand Snakes, like, for real, like they're gonna do some shit in this show, and you're gonna be like, oh my god, this is so cool. But then when it actually happened, like, I remember sitting there, like, in my living room, I was like, what the fuck is going on right now? You know, like, this is retarded, you know, like, oh my god. I don't know, I don't think you could save it. I think they need to scrap it.
Well, yeah. Okay, so like my idea to salvage Dorne, is very, very little Doran hears what just happens. He declares Ilaria and the three Sand Snake traitors. To appease King's Landing, he executes all of them. But before he executes them, he reveals that he has a Dornish master plan. Bam, bam, bam.
Dun,
And
dun, dun.
so it could be two scenes, like one scene where they're arrested, one scene where they're executed, and Dornish master plan, which would have to be to support Dany. Maybe they're, I don't know, and maybe they're in cohort with Varys.
What if part of this master plan, what if the introduction to Dorne next season, we literally have a private meeting of Arya Hota, Doran Martell, and Morrowind the Mage?
Oh yeah. Sorry.
What about that?
I get a little too
What
excited.
would they talk about?
This Dornish master plan. And what if it's not Sam that engages Morrowind to go and seek out Dany? What if it's Doran that could send? Because like we know that Oberyn, when he was younger, he spent X amount of time at the Citadel, things of that nature, and they could actually very quickly, through conversation, let the viewer know that they know all about each other and they've been in cahoots for a while now. So what if, like I said, just a private meeting, like there's just a couple candles around and Morrowind standing there, like with his staff and his Valyrian steel mask.
Oh my God.
Like that would just be super cool. And Doran dispatches Morrowind out to go and get Dany.
That would be awesome. I see it as being maybe a little too much, but that would be awesome. Like I see more like Varys having communicated with Doran because he knows that Dany will need some support, like keeping him updated on what's going on, because in the show the news travel really fast across the narrow sea. So but I agree, that would be amazing to have Morrowind introduced. And I forgot to mention, because he's more in my Jaime storyline, but that Tristan is still going to King's Landing.
Okay, so that's what I was going to ask is because in my opinion a big plot hole over here is the fact that Tristan was on the boat when what's her name died, Marcella died. So is he going to jump off? He's going to be like, oh man, she's dead, I better jump off this motherfucker, and dives into the sea, or is I don't know what's going to happen. I'd like to hear what you guys would think what the Tristan situation is going to be.
Well, I mean, the Hype's Watch saving one plot hole at a time. I think, like I said, that Doran makes it very official that the Doran Central Power had nothing to do with that, like bad betrayal, and executes the four women immediately, and that's how, like, he can still justify, like, I had nothing to do with it. We're still going with the plan, and I don't think Jaime hurts little boys, so Tristan is still going to King's Landing.
Tell it to Bran.
Yeah. Well, my story arc in Dorne is it's pretty much similar to that. Ilaria will be executed by Doran, and do you guys think we're gonna get like a fire and blood moment? Doran's getting up out of the chair and saying for fire and blood.
Yeah.
To who?
I don't know. That's the problem.
But fire and blood is not their. It's not the words.
No, he says fire and blood. We're after one thing, fire and blood. Well, I think it does. He says that, like, when he's executing Ilaria, like, you were not part of the plan. You almost ruined my plan. That's my plan. Bam, you're dead.
You think
as long as she does. Go ahead, Jerry.
Oh, do you think it's possible to just execute Ilaria and then get the Sand Snakes in line? By doing that? That's what I would do.
Yeah, I think so. I think that what's his name, Tristan. I think that he was never really in love with
Stella.
Marcella.
Thank you.
Yeah,
I
he's
don't
just trying to get it in. He's just
I
trying to
think
get it in.
because to me it seemed like he was trying to deflower her, and I hate to say this out loud, but kind of make her value, because you know, like, your flower in this series is like once someone's broken you in, like, your value goes all the way down. I don't know, it seems like he was basically just trying to get information probably out of her. I would not be surprised if he was also behind it and he was going behind his father's back, because the way that they make the show seems like he's not the same Doran. So it seems like he just wants peace. He wants this all over with. But at the same time, I feel like the son's probably more calculating than the father. And maybe
He
the
didn't
son...
look all that clever.
Say that
Yeah,
again?
I agree.
He didn't look all that clever.
Well, no one's really that clever in Dorne. Say that. But what I'm saying is, like, to make Dorne more interesting to me, if Tristan was kind of behind it and he knew that she was gonna die, that would make it more interesting. Because then it's like it's kind of like he's going behind his father's back to avenge his uncle. That could possibly happen. Like I said, because it's not the same as the books, I'm only going off of what I saw in the season 5. And in season 5, he just looked really sneaky. So it looks like his father. I think the father does have something in his mind, but I think that Tristan was also behind Marcella getting killed. I don't think he cared about her at all. I think that he's doing this for his house, and I would not be surprised if he knew that he was really going to marry Danny, or that was the whole idea, and that this was just like a ruse or something, or just to get information, because I just don't see them actually marrying into Lannisters. I think that it was all to make sure that they had someone as a hostage. I think to gather information, to talk to her sweetly and to gather information that way, than to kind of be, aggressive with her. But to me, that would make Dorne more watchable, if that makes any sense. Is if Tristan is somehow betraying his father as well. I do think that Illyria, I think she's going to die. I don't think the other Sand Snakes are. I think now he's going to, or he could possibly hold her prison and tell them they have to go and do this mission for him, and if they don't, then he'll kill them all. What?
Yeah, Jerry?
Oh, so he can't be that clever if he just gave himself up to be prisoner right now.
No one in Dorne is clever. Nothing is logical about Dorne. So I'm just going off of the show, and I don't think we're gonna get that many Dorne scenes again, just because we didn't get that many last season, but we had enough that it was like we didn't want any more. So I don't see them adding more scenes. I see that they'll have probably the same amount or maybe a little bit more. But because Dorne was so boring and dry, I feel like they have to do something like, for us to be like, yeah, this was really good.
I mean, I felt that way after the cell scene, with the with Tyene and Braun. I was like, oh, totally redeemed yourself. Totally.
I've got a question for you guys, because it's something that I don't think they left very clear. And it's not the same in the books. Is Ilaria considered the mother of the sand snakes? Because in the book, she's the mother of the 4 little sand snakes, nor the oldest 4. But there's no 4 little sand snakes in the show. And at the beginning, when they introduced, it looks like she's talking to, hello, my dear. It looks like she's at least Tyen's mother, but Is she their mother? Is she not? And if she is, if they kill Ilaria, the Sand Snake will never work for Dorne. If they're going homicidal because their father is dead, if they kill the mother...
I'm pretty sure on the show, Tyene is the only one that's her daughter.
Yeah, it's just Tyene. I was going to say that. If anybody in the comments or the chat room has any insight on that.
It's just one, with the chick with the short hair. But what I'm saying is that either she'll, like, the only way I don't see her living, because he can't just threaten her and say, look, if you betray me one more time, I'm going to kill you, but then I'm not going to kill you after you did this huge betrayal, like, behind my back. That doesn't make sense to me. But
No, I completely agree.
yeah, but I could see that he would imprison, like, split them and in prison say, you have to go on this mission, and I'm going to keep them hostage so that you can do my work. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, Dorne
Yeah,
doesn't
I get what you're saying.
Dorne doesn't make sense. I'm just trying to figure out something to make it more
Maybe if they do with that, like I did, and like add an Ariane, but they make her, instead of making her kind of like the Ariane in the books, because you can't do that anymore, and like Tinker was 100% right about what she said on Ariane. Maybe make her like a female Oberyn, then that commands respect. Then maybe she can like have the sense, like she can take Alaria's place, like in charge of them. I don't know. It's kind of hard.
I think they're kind of like how they did Stannis, where you could tell they didn't really like Stannis, so they didn't do him right. Sorry, I didn't mean to make you drink again. But I think that Dorne maybe wasn't their favorite story arc, and so they're like, I know I have to add it in, so they don't want to. I'm sorry, they need to do that. But
They just have to cut Dorne.
To make Dorne interesting is someone's got to die, some backstabbing has to happen. Like, I don't know.
Jorge Martinez, are you drinking vodka and taking crazy pills at the same time?
It's the only way to get through this. It's the only way.
You want to?
Let me see your crazy pills again, man, dude. I got a glimpse of them earlier. There we go. Damn crazy pills.
Look, if you want to fix Dorne, you have a massive earthquake. The tectonic plates shift, and Dorne falls into the sea. Over.
No, like all of the children of the forest just show up in Dorne and just sink that motherfucker. like just sink it right into the sea. Just be like, all right, we are done with that shit right there. All right, move on.
Agreed. That might be slightly over budget, but that's definitely the best way to spend.
If it wasn't for Anne's fourth rule about like doing anything crazy, I would have like some interdimensional travel to where they actually went to a different Dorne than what's in the show. It was like an alternate one. And so,
Dorne.
Or it's like Bran had a vision in the future of how bad Dorne was gonna be, and he like wakes up and he's like, we gotta go south and fix this shit right now.
I would do anything like.
Let's move on. I don't even want to talk about Dorne anymore. We gave it too much.
All right, hey, we already know that meteors apparently land in Dorne, so how about just a really big ass meteor just come and just fucking annihilate the whole thing?
It could be like a black screen for a minute, and I think I would be cool with that. They're watching another Dorne scene.
Or like it's like we have this epic battle in the Riverlands or some shit, and then all of a sudden it's like black screen and it goes, this is supposed to be Dorne, like on HBO, and then we sit there for like 8 minutes, just like black screen, like a fucking intermission, like everybody
you want to waste 8 more minutes on Dorne?
Yeah. No, it's just a black screen saying this is supposed to be Dorne.
That would be better than what we saw last.
Yeah, I know.
I'm an action type of chick, so I love actions. And the action, that fight scene was so bad. Like, they were counting. You could see they were counting in their head when the duck, when the bob, when the wheels. I don't even want to talk about Dorne. Like, it's so much cool stuff that actually happened in season 5. Like,
but it was the dialogue that killed me more. When Obara starts talking about the story with her father, which was actually great on the books, but the way that it's, and then her sitting down in the middle, all zen, while the other two sisters fight. I'm like, what? Do you even know the personalities of each of the Sand Snakes? Yeah, have you completely?
I was like, Obara, if you tell me you're Obara one more fucking time, I will be really upset.
All I gotta say is, Jerry, I hope that's Skittles or something, because I don't want to call 911.
I'm pretty sure that's probably what George looks like when he was watching it, just shaking his head.
Yeah, just like popping pills, just like, oh my god.
No, it's not Skittles. Skittles are little round pills.
That's my
All right,
Okay,
we done with
can we
Dorn?
please go to
Yeah,
another area?
we're done with Dorn. I think
Yay.
I'm just not quite sure how. I thought we're gonna finish by King's Landing. Where should we move to next? Iron Isles? Is everyone cool with the Iron Isles?
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
No, TBB, no.
Yeah.
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 Oh, okay.
Let's do it.
Okay, so we know Euron's cast, and I want to open with a quick shot of Asha that will let us know that the winner of the War of the Five Kings, Balon Greyjoy, finally died. So yeah, I mean they can keep. She can tell the story about like him falling up the bridge, and like she's telling that like she just learned it. She's telling it to all of the other Ironborn, like her big crew, and in the back. Oh, I'm totally out of focus. Sorry. And in the back we see a lone ship arriving, and Euron Greyjoy is just setting foot on Pike. And yeah, then he tries to self-proclaim himself king of the Iron Isles. Euron is my not Euron, Aaron, who's one of my favorite Greyjoys, is very, very much against it. He like cries around like that there needs to be a Kingsmoot, and we get an epic Kingsmoot scene. Euron wins this and decides that he's going to try to conquer Westeros. I don't see him going to Essos or Dany. He just wants to conquer and pillage as much as possible and take as many lands as he can. Aaron is like totally revolted by the result, and he tells Asha, "Go find Theon. Go find your brother. Let's reverse this Kingsmoot." I'll have more on Euron later, but again, like keeping it for like Riverland storyline. That's like to me, that's my Iron Isle. Kraken?
I love Asha Greyjoy or Yara in the show. I really do. I hope we get some kind of battle scene with her, you know, like with her guys and Christopher, you know, when they do like that epic scene where they're like killing Stannis's men and whatnot, you know, and it just reminded me of like the Legolas and Gimli scene from Lord of the Rings where they were like counting how many people that they were killing, you know, and like just trying to one up each other, you know. That was just such a cool scene for me. I would like because she didn't get any love last season. I would, and I agree with you. The introduction of Euron and everything that's going on in the Iron Islands, it needs to happen through Asha / Yara.
Yeah.
Like, because as a viewer and a, let's say, non-book reader, when we're watching this show, you know, like people at work, they're like, "There's too many fucking characters in this show," and I'm like, "Oh, well, don't ever read the books, you know, because that'll make you just mad." You know, so it would be extremely logical to introduce all this Greyjoy action through, you know, Asha or Yara. I mean, since we're talking about the show here, I don't like. I mean, he may prove me wrong. I don't remember his name. I don't even have it pulled up right now. But the guy that they have casting as Euron.
Ashbeak.
Yeah, like I looked at, I had never even heard of this guy, you know. Apparently he's like big overseas or, you know, something, you know, but he I looked at a couple like Google images and like I was like just looking, I was like, man, this guy kind of looks like Theon or, you know, like Alfie Allen, like they kind of look alike. So I could see them casting Euron as being a family member like that, but I'm sorry, Euron like had this epic pirate goatee. He had this long black hair, you know, like I just feel like they're gonna have to like doctor this guy up to even have him remotely resemble Euron. You know, like I feel like they could have possibly casted somebody differently that from the get-go resembled what Euron was supposed to look like, you know, but I think he's going to come in there, he's going to be blonde-haired and blue-eyed, and, you know, like, and that's not Euron, he's got curly hair, you know, like, Euron had, like, you know, like a long bowl cut, you know, like it was in black hair and whatnot, and I'm pretty upset that we haven't had a Victorian cast. You know, like in my mind, Victorian is a more important character than Euron. You know,
But you can decide to cast Victorian in your ideal season 6, like
right.
go
And
ahead.
in my ideal season 6, who's the big guy that when I first got into A Song of Ice and Fire, I was looking up Victorian, and he was like the really tall guy that was in King Arthur, the one that like adopted that kid that like had the big axe that was like hitting the ice. He was also one of the guys that in the show Dexter. Dexter was trying to kill this guy, and he was he always wore. I forget his name.
I mean, Dexter tried to kill a lot of guys, so that's.
Well,
Jimmy
no. It's like
Jimmy Smith?
no. I think so, James. Like Dexter accidentally killed his boyfriend lover, and so he was like a big mob boss kind of guy that was
Oh
like.
no, that's the guy that plays. He's also in the Thor movies. He plays the dude with the axe. But I know what you're talking about.
The what movies?
The Thor movies.
Yes. He,
Ray Stevenson.
Yeah, that's him, Ray Stevenson.
yeah, Ray Stevenson. Yeah, I thought because like he was just tall, he was big, you know, and like they, you know, just Victorian was like this giant of a man, you know, and this guy is, you know, like really tall. He's very fit, you know, and you're exactly right, Jerry. He's in the Thor movies. He's the red-haired one, the goofy one that drinks a lot. Like that guy could pull an awesome Victorian, you know, and I don't know. It's just like sending the whole, you know, Iron Fleet over to Marine to go and get Danny, and he's like, I think Euron was just put there to add context of why Victorian's so mad and why he's gonna rebel and why he's not gonna, you know, abide by, you know, the Iron Island rules because he's sick and tired of this shit and he wants to take it for himself, you know, and I don't know, he's just a badass, like to me, and I think Euron is, I mean, he's a lot darker, he's twisted, you know, and that's even how they cast this character. He's got a bit of madness to him, you know, and that's a direct quote from you know, Danfair. He was like, and Euron is maddest of them all, you know, so
It's not Mads here.
Yeah, like I mean, it's just you're gonna introduce Euron, you know, but the whole point of Euron was to like quote unquote go and get Dany, you know, and bring her back, and you know, and Euron has this dragon horn, you know, and or dragon binder, you know, but like I don't see them in the show going that way. So what the hell are you actually gonna have Euron doing?
Well, we've seen that D&D likes to show a lot of the cruelty of some of the characters, a lot of the gore for the whole shock value. Like we saw all of Theon's torture and how explicitly, and you know how they've added some things that were not in the books just for the whole shock value and the cruelty, and Euron can play very well into all of that. So if they're already changing the whole, how Danny gets and the whole Dragon, and if they're taking out all of that, why not? I can see them perfectly well keeping Euron and keeping all of his cruelty, and God knows what they're gonna do with him.
Well, the only cruelty that I've even seen Euron do in the books was drown Christopher's dad in a casket. For
but we know
standing
that
up
he's
to him.
capable of it. None of his crew members have tongues. We've heard of all the things that he's done in the East.
Yeah, they're all mutants and monsters. Yeah.
If he has the potential, they can just write all the stuff that is not in the books, but that we know he's capable of.
Oh yeah.
But Moat Caelan's already been taken. Okay, like what else are you gonna have him do?
Oh yeah,
like what would Euron's goal be? Because like I said, I would bet money on it right now that Euron is not going to engage a fleet to go and get Dany. That is not going to happen in the show.
Take the Seven Kingdoms. Take the Seven Kingdoms and kill, rape, do all sorts of horrible things. My theory was that he was going to go to Old Town. Because we already know that we're going to be there in Old Town with Sam, with this and that's a possibility. If the city's already going to be there, why not have the Greyjoys go there and start doing what they do?
Yeah.
So are we going to have a red wine casting to hopefully meet Euron in the sea and possibly have a naval battle?
Could they do that, money-wise?
Apparently not.
I think he's going for Harrenhal.
I mean, Harrenhal is like the most central thing in Westeros. Like, if you actually look at a map, dead in the middle of Westeros is Harrenhal.
I think that's where he's going.
Yeah, but I mean, you got to get past the neck. Nobody can do that.
The neck?
Or Harrenhal's above the neck, isn't it? No,
what?
It's
no, Harrenhal's below it.
Yeah,
It's in the
Harrenhal's below the neck.
It was. I think he wants to. Okay, I'm.
Go ahead.
Yeah. I want to talk about that when we talk about the Riverlands, but yes, I think his goal is to recreate. I mean, for this season, for now, it's to recreate Harren the Black, huge Ironborn Empire. So I think that's what he's aiming for. That's where he's heading this season, Harrenhal.
To take the power back because they built it to begin with.
Yeah, and maybe even try to make it the new central power of Westeros with King's Landing. That I've not mentioned King's Landing yet, so yeah, but being all in shambles.
I don't know. They need more people. Like I don't think there's enough Ironborn to just run up in Westeros and start kicking ass. I just don't think they have enough people.
Well,
their strength is at the sea, not on land.
Yeah.
Well, they've already taken. I mean, it's in the past. They were ruling the Riverlands. They were, Harren the Black was the king of the rivers and the isles. I don't remember exactly what his title was, but at some point he had a big chunk of the Riverlands. So he could, and Euron certainly thinks that he has the charisma, the magic, the power to rally a bunch of people behind him. Like maybe we're, going for.
What if we have Euron being cast? What if he is the introduction of somebody else that has somebody behind him that has magical traits? What about these warlocks? That Euron has. What if in the show you know how Stannis has, Melisandre, and whatnot, doing all this crazy shit. What if we actually have a, because they danced around it in the books, like with his, silence and all the mutants and mutes, on board, and he has these warlocks. What if actually we get to see some of these warlocks in action supporting Euron, and he just starts doing some crazy magical stupid shit,
Didn't
and
they
you're like,
kill all the
holy
warlocks?
crap. No, he's got him in, like, even
in the books he does, but in the show I'm talking about.
Well, he would have taken these warlocks before Dany even got the Karth in the first place. Think about it. He's been exiled for years.
No, I have a theory, but that's a book theory about Euron and Dany and Karth. But yeah, I agree with you that warlock or not in the show, Euron does have some magic that he can, use to back up his claim.
Right. And then even Victarion justified having Makuro on his side because Euron has his warlocks. That's how Victarion, came to cope with having Makuro on his side because Euron did it.
Yeah. Jerry, sorry, what did you want to say?
Oh, that I thought in the show the warlocks are dead. I mean, in the books he does capture the warlocks, but that's when they go chasing Dany. So, but if they're dead in the show, you can't really do that.
No, I mean, like
they were possibly stolen before Dany ever got the car.
Yeah.
I thought he had Pet, what's his name? Pet Free. Pet Free.
No, different warlocks. I think, if I'm not mistaken, somebody correct me, but I think it was just stated warlocks from Karth.
Yeah.
I think
I believe they were taken before Dany even knew what the hell Karth was.
I think it's been implied though that one of those warlocks was Pyre.
Yeah, I think it wasn't. Yeah, I think there was some near miss of Euron and Dany in Karth in the books. That's the way I read it. Again, like someone correct me if I'm wrong. Like where is Radio Westeros when we need them to correct our mistakes?
No, you just ask Ren Renwood. We got some homework for you.
Yes.
Yeah. Ren, we got some homework for you. Find out the warlocks that are with Euron. Is one of them Pyre? So give her some homework to do.
Yes.
In the show, though, they've been a bit reluctant with the whole magic thing. Like they've used what they had to. Like they had no choice. Like they couldn't avoid it. But generally, we're not seeing not nearly as much magic in the show as in the book. So even if it would be cool to see it, because it would actually add a bit of life to the whole Greyjoy storyline without Victarion. Because I'm not thrilled of having a Greyjoy storyline with Euron as the main guy, because I don't like Euron. But I just do not see them bringing warlocks and magic into it. Not the way, we've barely seen any warging at all. And the Starks are, very big characters, and we've seen very little of all. We haven't seen any of the prophecies with Dany. All that part has just... They've used very, very little.
And
so I cannot see them.
Yeah, that's what was so magical about this book series. My argument with Lord of the Rings is there's elves and dwarfs and magic and this and epic.
Lord of the Rings.
Yeah,
I know. So do I. But it was fantasy to the max. And this book series, it's a novel with specks of fantasy. You know what I'm saying? So when something magical happened, it was a really big deal. And
it was very necessary.
It meant everything. You're like, holy shit. And then they're just slowly stomping it out. It's the only magical things is the one shadow baby that we had, these White Walkers that we just they just refuse to show, you know, like all the time. Like you gotta wait, you know, like 12 months, you know, like literally, and you only get 5 minutes of them, you know, and the dragons, and that's it. I mean, like you saw, you know, Paya in Karth, you know, like doppelganger himself, you know, like but that's it, you know.
You forgot
and
one.
What happened?
I said you forgot in Bran when they're going up to the tree. You got the little children of the forest girl chucking the fireballs.
Yeah, the fireballs. Yeah, that's, you know. I mean, it's just like to me personally, every time that something happened in the book that was a magical or fantasy aspect, it was huge because you live in a world where this stuff doesn't happen. You know, like T-Baby, thank you. I was gonna say Cold Hands. You know what I'm saying? Like why take that out? Lady Stoneheart, why take that out? It's not gonna take that much money, you know, to resurrect someone. It's not a epic CGI thing. Like they could have used makeup and made her, you know, with the scratches on her face and like made, you know, the hair splotches everywhere.
I just think that they're afraid that they're going to lose viewers if they go too magical. They think that the normal people won't, you know, that their viewership, their audience won't like it.
No, I disagree. Yeah. See, I'm with Jerry. Pass me some of them fucking crazy pills, dude. Like because
no, I agree with you.
Yeah, it's just like when, you know, I watched like 4 seasons of Game of Thrones before I even read the books. You know, and me personally, every time something happened magical in the show, it blew my mind. You know, like you would get a glimpse of the White Walkers. I was like, what is that? You know, like the very opening scene to the whole show, you know, is the epic White Walker scene with Waymar Royce. And me and you, we could talk about that for days, you know, but it's like the opening scene, you see these White Walkers behead the guy and everything, and then they leave it alone forever.
And I totally agree with you. I'm just saying that's from D&D's perspective.
Who, Dumb and Dumber? Okay.
Yeah, dipshit and dickweed.
Yes. Dipshit and dickweed.
You know, to be very, very positive and talk about great things to come, the one we want to see, and not the errors of the past. So if we want a little magic, you know, I think season 6 is going to have a lot more magical elements than the one before. I mean, we know we have Bran and we have more visions, and they're going this way. So I agree, like budget-wise, maybe no warlocks, nothing big, but I agree with Don that at least there's the notion that Euron has some magic to back up his power claim. How much we see, you know, we don't have to see a lot. We just have to, like, that has to be made clear.
I think it's very effective how they've actually done the magical thing, like from a show-only standpoint, to give you a little bit of a taste, you know, like for the viewer to be like, oh my god, what was that? You know, but I think that they don't need to, like, stretch it out so much, you know. But James, you're probably right. You know, they don't want viewers to be like, oh, this is just completely and utterly far-fetched, you know, like. But there's enough in there to where they could give us a little bit more, you know, and just kind of find that happy median. You know, yeah. But I don't know. Rant over. I'm sorry.
Yeah, T-Baby, go ahead.
Well, I agree, but then last season, I think, not last season, in the 4th season, remember someone just commented about the Children in the Forest fireballs. I hated that. I didn't like that at all. It made it seem real cheap. So I think that they can only put with so much magic into it before it feels like you're watching something on the Sci-Fi Channel. You know what I'm saying? But as far as Euron, I see him with the horn or whatever, and I think he has it. I think he comes right after the Balon dies, and I think that he's gonna. I think the whole issue about who's gonna be the head of, you know, the Greyjoys, I think they're gonna have their issues, and I think if he is going to go somewhere else, to me it would make more sense for them, because they have history of always messing with the Lannister port, that I think they would probably go there, or they would go to the north because the north is weak. Because the Iron Islands, they don't have that much force. If they tried to go, I think, towards the Riverlands, because of so much that's going on, they would just be devoured. Like they have no chance if they went to that sector, just because you have it's the Riverlands is like an all-out war right now. So they're still going through things. I just don't. To me, that's not smart. But once again, you know, he could be dumb in this show, but
No, what would you want to see?
Yeah.
What would you like? What storyline do you want for
I
for
think
the Iron Isles?
more plausible, and I think to make it interesting but realistic is that they would either go towards the north because they're weak at the moment, or they're going to Lannisterport because at this moment the Lannisters are not as strong as they should be, and because Kevin, whatever you want to call his name, because he's now at King's Landing, I'm pretty sure he took a good force with him. So it makes more sense to me that they would go and try to rave through the whole Lannister port. But then again, when you think about it, Euron, I think, has bigger plans, and I don't think he just wants to just do the same old thing. Like, I think he wants Westeros. So I think that he might be more into Dany's storyline, and maybe they're going to try to go across to get her.
All right, real quick. Rin did her little homework, and she says, sorry to go back to it, but she said, from what she's found, Pyat Pree and 3 warlock companions have been captured before Euron's return to Pike. Before that, we only had claim that he captured some warlocks.
Right.
And then,
I just don't see that. If they don't have warlocks with him, it's not going to make me say, oh, they fucked up the Greyjoy storyline. You know, I think I want to see more of that interaction with them fighting with each other to figure out who's going to be the head and where this family's going to go.
or what if with Kevin, like you said, leaving?
Right.
What if Euron decides to fucking take Casterly Rock, and Kevin shows up at Casterly Rock and has to try and get it back?
I could see him trying to take over that. That makes more sense because they're so weak at the moment. But as far as the magic part, it's not going to hurt them if they don't have warlocks. But I guess the other part of it with Theon, I think I'll save it for when we go to the north, because I still think that he's mainly going to be in the north. But as far as I think we'll see his sister again, and she'll probably, well, she said he's dead, so to her, so I think she'll probably try to claim it for herself and not say, oh, I need Theon back.
I think the biggest issue is that back in season 4, they said that Dany already had the 93 ships. So I think that kind of...
That's Victarion's whole fleet.
Yeah, I mean, that just kind of put the Greyjoys on the back burner. And it's weird that we're getting them now. But in terms of what we're going to see this season, we're obviously going to get Balon's death. And we're going to get a Kingsmoot at some point. Aside from that, I really don't know what's going to happen with the Greyjoys. So it's all up in the air. I can't even like really fathom what I want to see because I'm not even sure where it's going. Yeah, I don't know.
I have a question for all of you. There's been rumors that Alfie Allen, the actor that plays Theon, was there on set or during that era while they were shooting with Euron and probably the Kingsmoot. Do you guys think that he's gonna be in the Iron Islands during most of the season, or that he's gonna arrive at some point, or just not at all? Because I don't know. I'm with James. I have no freaking idea where the Iron Islands could go, and I don't know why Theon would be in the Iron Islands.
Because Sansa sends him away. Let's say, like, okay, remember he went season 2. Was that season 2 or season 3? One of those where he went to basically try to get the Iron Islands to go with Stark.
Season 2.
Yeah, thanks. So I think like maybe I'm hoping. You know what? I think I can answer that when we get towards the north because I think Sansa is probably going to be the reason why he's probably back in the Iron Islands. So I'll hold off on that.
I have him arriving in the Iron Islands later, with Yara in mind. What I want to see.
Yeah.
I also just one quick thing, and I will shut my face. Victorian is well, okay. The dragons are fire made flesh. Victorian is flesh made fire, and he really is like with a smoking fist. You know, like it looks like roasted pig skin, and when he cracks his fist, like you can see the fire embers inside, and it smokes. And I don't understand how you could possibly cut this character out. Like we won't know until next season if he's actually going to be there or not. Maybe they're severely keeping it under wraps. Who knows? It's just me personally. He is such a major player, in the story, and with the whole introduction of the different Red Priest. Somebody who's kind of more powerful than Melisandre in a way, and his visions and his prophecies. Like, yes, it's all up to your interpretation, but his interpretations are 100% accurate.
Well, the biggest thing is he doesn't jump to conclusion like Melisandre does. He reads them a lot before he even makes a decision on what he's going to do. Melisandre will read her flames, and then she's like, oh, this is what I need to do.
And his whole face is covered in, like, red flamed and orange and yellow tattoos, and when they found him in the sea, Victorian was the only person that had clothes big enough to fit this man, and, like, it's like Victorian, like, ran up on Makoro, and they just stood there, like, eye to eye, and Victorian, in his mind was like, that's actually pretty cool that somebody can, like, look at me, like, well, without me, like, towering over them, and then he gave him some clothes, some gold and black robes that made Makoro look and seem extremely sinister, like to everybody, yeah, and everybody's, like, walking around the boat like, fuck that guy. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't want no part of that, And it's with the dragon horn, and possibly Daenerys's dragons, like being out of control, and things like that. He's gonna give her a way to tame these dragons. Yes, her blood only goes so far, like. What if that's how especially the Targaryens even bound the dragons in the first place? Was an instrument such as this. Maybe not that one in particular, but it's just like there's way too much going on with Victorian, and people sleep on him. People call him an idiot. People call him a buffoon, but I think he is there to kick ass and take names. Victorian's gonna be, in my personal opinion, Victorian's gonna be the one that actually kills Sir Barristan in the books. Like by his own hand. I think he's gonna take an axe and split his head open.
I fucking hope not.
I hope not either. I love Sir Barristan, but I think Victorian's gonna be the one that actually does it.
How are they gonna lead the conflict? It looks like Sir Barristan's already realized that the Greyjoys already are kind of on their side. I don't know why conflict's going to start with them all of a sudden.
What you think Sir Barristan's going to be like? Okay, I know the whole Greyjoy history, all the rebellions, and everything like that.
But he's going to talk before he starts fighting.
I don't know, man.
No, I think they're going to go straight to fight.
He's dead in the show. He's dead in the show, so stick to the show, guys.
Well, I'm ranting about.
Yes.
Victoria not being in the show. Shut up.
I'm done. And what you should be doing, Kraken, is telling us. I said you can cast anyone you want. Like maybe They have cast Victorian. Maybe is such a big actor that they wanna they're waiting for big
It's under wraps. Yeah.
run. So like
the one that we want, the name's not coming. Oh no, but that was for Euron, not for Victorian.
Still with
Kraken? You know what this means, right? That he's not in the show.
It means he ain't shit in the book.
He's gonna die in the book.
Yeah, it means he ain't shit in the book.
He's gonna get Quentin.
Yeah, he got Quentin. Damn it.
He's gonna get burned by those dragons. He's gonna go to Dany in his boat and he's gonna say, "You're gonna be my wife," this and that, all arrogant, and she's gonna burn it up.
Well, before we move on to, out of the Iron Isles, we haven't heard a lot of JD.
Don't have much on the Iron Isles, as far as
Jerry or James?
I got one. Or
yeah, go ahead.
James, if you want to go first, that's fine.
No, I pretty much already said everything I need to say on the Iron Islands. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, for the Iron Islands, how I had it scripted out was basically I would have. First, I start off with this like a night scene, and then you get a POV from the you just see through the eyes of the person who kills Balon, throwing him off the cliff, and then you cut to the next day with Euron coming into the harbor, and then it kind of goes from there. It kind of goes like I would have it kind of go similar to the book, where Dampier's like declares a King's Moot. The King's Moot happens the same way, and I'm even going to cast a Victorian in here, and have that, and then from there, again, Euron wins the King's Moot, and then a little bit different because I don't have him meeting with the Warlocks, so I don't have him knowing about Dany, so, or actually I think I do have him. I just have him as rumors of dragons, and he has the dragon horn, and so what his idea in this is going to be, he's got to take over as much of Westeros as possible. That way, when those dragons come out, because he's expecting and how I have it, he's expecting the dragons to come over. He wants to have as much Westeros conquered to where when they land, he can blow the horn and just take it right there, like when they come up. So I have him after he wins the King's Moot. I have Euron going to Old Town to try and attack there and take over Old Town, mainly because it's like the second biggest city, and also it's got all the information about magic and stuff, like all that. And then I have him sending Victorian away, and the same thing, similar, but Victorian also becomes fire made flesh, and I might even have a little clever thing where at night he lights up and someone's like, "Oh man, you look like a Human Torch."
Yeah.
And then so he sends him to Braavos, to the Iron Bank to try and get some mercenaries, but when he goes to the Iron Bank, he's denied a loan.
So hang on, let me pick your brain for a second. So you said when he blows the horn, when he lands or whatever, the dragons are just gonna go to Euron?
That's his plan.
So I think there's a plot hole in that. I think that
plot holes all over the show.
Yeah, I think that the book-wise, sorry, but the fact that Makuro is able to read the Valyrian on the runes of Dragonbinder. He says you got to bind it by blood, and I don't think that's information that Euron necessarily had.
Maybe that's why he's trying to get Old Town. Figure that out.
Yeah, well, Victorian done beat him to it because he has Makuro to tell him what needs to happen to make this horn yours.
Well, he might not be able to know. He might need to go to Old Town. That's why I have Euron going into Old Town to attack to get information. So, and it's the second biggest.
I also think Euron is very, very arrogant. At least Victorian is smart, and he has questions. Euron is just so freaking arrogant. I don't think he even thinks that he would. I think he just thought that it would just work that way. Nothing else needed.
I just have a question for Jerry.
What's up?
Well, you said Euron sends Victorian not Old Town, sorry, to Bravos to ask for a loan, right?
Mm-hmm.
So how would just crossing the narrow sea to Bravos, how would he meet Makoro?
I don't have him meeting Makoro.
Oh, sorry.
The only point of that is I just wanted to say the Human Torch denied a bank loan. And
All right.
And then for Victorian, I guess for casting, I would pick just for Kraken, I'd pick Chris Elliott to play Victorian.
Fucking Woogie. Like fucking.
All right. I do want to backtrack now. I do want to cast Victorian. I know it's probably out of the budget. Gerard Butler as Victorian. You guys be down with that?
And then
and he's just kicking everybody off of boats, like Spartan kicking everybody off of boats.
Well, that's what I was thinking. We're going to get the Reaver chapter. We're going to get him one-on-one with Talbot Seri, and Talbot Seri is going to be like, "This is madness," and then this is the Iron Islands, and kick him off the boat.
This is Pike.
Or no. How about this? Like he's stealing from someone, and they try and bribe him. They're like, "No, I'll give you this. Just spare my life." And he's like, "No." Like he starts screaming, "This is the iron price," and then he kicks. I don't know. I thought that.
But yeah, that would be cool. But yeah, I don't actually see that happening.
Well, I don't see any of this happening, but.
But what if he goes to Dany and he has this horn that he swears can bind the dragons and says, "Marry me and I'll give it to you."
You talking about Euron?
Yeah, because I wish Vic, but I don't see it. I think they might combine them just because of budget reasons.
Yeah.
But that would be also an interesting storyline if he went over there.
That was my theory for Victorian in the books, is like everybody's heard me say it before, but like Daenerys is, she came to love Khal Drogo, even though he was a big man, he was a brute, like he was an asshole, but like she came to actually love him, and Victorian is literally bringing all of these things to the table. And I think show-wise, they could use, if they're going to consolidate both characters into one, he's going to show up with a fleet. That's a clear way to get her entire army, the Unsullied, the Khalasar, completely over to Westeros. And then also, the Horn is basically a peace offering, because her dragons are bucking on her, and that's how, like I said in the books, Victorian is going to be like, "Hey, here, tame your dragons," and she's not going to get burnt up by it, because you know how people, when they blow the horn, they like burn from the inside, so I think that he could use that as a peace offering to her to win her hand in marriage, and then also the fact of her being fireproof on top of it, he can take his fire fist and actually touch her and it not affect her. Because like when he chokes that maester, like he starts to like melt and turn black and shit.
The only thing is I hope that she doesn't take his offer. Like, I want him to offer it to her, but I want Dany to be smarter, to be like, because she made a lot of mistakes so far, and especially in season 5. So I think I want her to be more smarter about it. I think like it'll be a he came too late type of situation where maybe earlier in the season she probably would have, but because now she's back with her crew, I'm gonna just say that I just think that she's going to start to wisen up more, just like I think with Sansa. But we'll talk about that when we get to the north.
I mean, like I think Daenerys is okay, and this is one other thing I said. It's like we're talking magically like Daenerys made it back to Meereen, which she clearly has not made it back to Meereen yet. But like even if Victorian does show up, I mean, like he said the most beautiful woman in the world has dire need of my axe, which means that he is on her side, like not because he wants to kill her, but because he wants to marry her, and he's never even seen her. I think he's got way too much going on for himself to just be this little minor getting Quentin guy.
Quentin had a lot going on for him.
No, he didn't. He looked like a Kranigman.
I still don't think he's gonna.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Sweet.
I know, I was just gonna bash Victorian, so no need for all that hatred. Go ahead, Tinker.
Yeah, no, and I see you in the comments over here. Ion Tron said they should do Victorian like the Red Viper, a short explosive arc, and Sweet's over here like, good idea. You know, like, I see you.
I don't think Victoria's gonna marry Danny because one of the big prophecies that keeps being mentioned is the one of like the 3 heads of the dragon. She needs the other 2 dragons. She needs 2 Targaryens. I don't think she needs the horn to bind the dragons. I think she needs to get first Jon needs to come back to life and needs to discover that he's a Targaryen, and since he can war because he's in Stark but he's also a Targaryen, he could like get the bond with the dragon the same way that he has with Ghost. He would have no problem. Do you imagine how much control he could have over a dragon, being a warg and being... And then she needs Aegon, whether he's a Blackfire or real Targaryen, needs to get into the other dragon, and 3 dragon riders battle and do shit. I don't think... I'm sorry, but I'm not a fan of the Iron Islands. I don't like them. I don't like the We Do Not Snow, the Reavers, the Pirates. Burn them all down. Asha, I like Asha.
Yeah, I'm not like a huge Greyjoy fan, but I like their storyline though. It's hard to root for people who basically just steal stuff all the time, you know? Because they don't have any purpose. It's just like let's just mess stuff up just because we can, and you're in a vulnerable place. But
no, you got to pay the iron price. That's like part of what they do.
Yeah, and they have to pay it as well, all dying except Asha.
Like I said, I think that he probably possibly could try to get her to marry him because she has the right name. She has like a army, so she has power. He can use that. I don't think he's in love with her. But I think she's going to be wise enough to decline him. I don't think she's going to marry him. I think that she'll be offered because everyone wants to marry her for her name and what she can do. You know, it doesn't necessarily mean they want to hurt her, but they definitely want to use her.
Well, and she's also picking and choosing who she wants to use as well.
Yeah.
Right, because she can do that. I mean...
Right, so like when Victorian shows up with a damn fleet and a dragon binding horn, you know, and somebody who's literally like 4 feet taller than everybody else, willing to smash their head open with an axe, she's gonna jump all over that.
Is she?
Yeah.
Well, I don't see that. I don't. I see her being smarter than that.
I don't like you anymore.
You know, it's all love over here, you know?
Yeah, me too.
How come when we're supposed to discuss the book, we talk about the show, and when we're supposed to discuss the show, we talk about the book?
Right, I'm still on the show, so I'm still following the rules, Sweet.
No, I know, but like Kraken, he was not even including Victorian in his narrative, and now he's all defending.
I'm done. I've spoken enough on the Iron Islands. If we want to move to the next place.
Yeah, let's move before we start to really get off the rails.
Yeah, because like this shit's there's fighting words.
Okay. No, I don't have anything on Casterly Rock for next season. Does anyone have something to say about Casterly Rock?
Nope.
I don't think
anyone going there.
Well, possibly with Euron, because the Iron Islands is so close to Casterly Rock, there is a possibility that instead of going to Old Town, Euron could go to Casterly Rock and then meet Keevan, you know, like because he left King's Landing. So that would be the only hope for me to actually see Casterly Rock. Me personally, that's one of those places we've never been to that I would just love to see, and I hope they don't Old Valyria it show-wise, you know, but other than that, yeah, I got nothing on Casterly Rock.
I think we'll hear about Casterly Rock like we did in prior seasons, but I don't see us going there.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll get there in season 7, but not this one.
Okay, so no, James is suggesting the Riverlands, but before that, before the Riverlands, because I think a lot of people are going to meet in the Riverlands, so I'd like to talk about Old Town and the Reach. So anything going on in Old Town and the Reach. So I guess I'll start a little bit to
Well,
combine. First, so I have Mace, Tyrell. I'm not going to talk too much about King's Landing because we're finishing there. But yeah, Mace Tyrell just left Bravos as fast as he could because he thinks there are some, some crazy serial killers going after people from King's Landing. He doesn't know what's going on. He arrives in King's Landing to find his daughter and heir imprisoned. He is pissed as hell with, Cersei and the Lannister, and he's gonna try to rally some army from the Reach to like straighten that out. So I think he's gonna be moving to the Reach to grab some army. To stay in budget, I don't think we'll have the red wines, but we'll definitely have Randall Tarley because I love that character and I want him to do a lot more than just meet Sam for a brief moment. Like I really want him to have some action. So I think we'll have there's a part where we'll have Mace Tyrell going to meet Randall Tarley and ask him to follow him to King's Landing with the army. At least ask for it to be set up. I don't know how much we'll see, how much of an army we'll see, but there's that. And then I don't have a lot on Sam. He's going to go to Old Town. On his way to Old Town, he's going to meet his family, ask Gilly to stay there, and I don't know how much he's gonna be and do in Old Town. I really hope, in my dream, we have Marwyn the Mage, because I also love that character. Yes, and I think. Yes, well, then it's your turn to speak. I'll be really quick. So yes, I want Sam to let Gilly go to Old Town. Maybe more passionate, crazy, sexy sex scenes between the two of them. Staying there, and moving to Old Town to really learn as much as he can on how to defeat the world from the threat of the White Walkers. And he meets Marwyn, and I don't see Marwyn going to Dany. I see them uniting together to he's sharing their knowledge and searching and trying to they would be the team that would start within the realm to build the army. I mean, not build the army, but build the knowledge for the army against the White Walkers. I'm done.
That's awesome. I see Sam running into his dad, and and I can't help but take some of the book stuff to influence my hopes and dreams. But we know of Sam kicking ass and taking names a couple of times throughout the books. Especially when he was in Bravos, he beat the shit out of a couple guys in a bar, and what if Randall Tarley is coming down on him about Gilly, about being a maester, about just being Sam, basically, and Sam literally just cold-cocks the shit out of that guy,
Awesome.
Whips his ass and pulls out his sword. And he's we have no, I am not part of your world, okay? I am with the Night's Watch, okay? And let me tell you what I'm doing here and why, and straight up, total redemption for Sam. Punks his dad out, for everything that has happened to him, and that's just part of Sam the Slayer. Part of his story arc. Yes, he's a big guy. He's a little bit overweight. He was a sissy. He's a maester, and all of this stuff. But what if actually he just straight up kicks his dad's ass and is like, let me tell you what I'm doing here, and let me tell you why, and just totally proves his dad wrong in the worst possible way.
With what sword? Does Sam have a sword?
Yeah, Sam has a sword that he struggles with actually keeping on his person. Because because he's losing weight and it's too big, and he's always struggling to pull his pants up.
I cannot see Sam taking out his sword. I would like to see him punching him, but I cannot see him taking out his sword.
Well, it's kind of a redemption for Sam in the show as well, because this last season, when he got his ass kicked by the two guys in the Night's Watch, I thought that scene was going to be the scene from quote unquote the gloaming chapter, to where he starts beating up the singer from the Night's Watch. And then even one of the guys in the bars grabs his shoulder and pulls him back, and Sam doesn't give a shit and just turns around and hits him too. That's what I thought that scene was gonna be. But no, he just completely he got his ass kicked. So I think in this upcoming season, what I want is a little bit of redemption for Sam for being the badass and the fighter and slayer that he is. Justin, I know you want to talk about Sam, dude. I know you do.
Yeah, I do. And I'm not disagreeing with you at all, Kraken. I do see the confrontation coming down between him and his dad. Mm-hmm. And him going, you know what? I was on the Fist of the First Men when the White Walkers attacked. I lived through that. I killed one. I've done I've done all this stuff. Get out of my face. I'm no longer a part of your family. You make sure that just take care of me and the kid while I'm gone, and I'm going to Old Town. And just leaving it at that, and just basically punking his dad, and just I'm out of here. This is what I need you to do. Just do it until I get back. Mm-mm. And then he goes to Old Town, and basically his mission there is not to actually become a maester, get any of the links or nothing like that. It's to learn about the White Walkers and to learn about Valyrian Steel. Once he figures all that out, he's gone, and he's headed back to the Wall to find Jon.
Yeah. Because they don't have anything to do with the they protect the realm of men, but they do not participate in the realm of men. So and people are like, oh, how is Sam gonna forge all these links? While he's down in the Citadel, I think he's running out of time. Justin, I think you're absolutely correct. He's going there strictly to find more information about the White Walkers, the Dragon Steel, and the Valyrian Steel.
Yeah, that's the only thing I see. That's his whole mission, is to figure those out and then head back to Jon and be like, Jon, this is what we need to do.
Yay, we all agree.
My point is very similar to Justin's, except one more thing. I think he's like, hey, Pops, I need Heartsbane, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah. Very good.
Yeah, I am not sure he needs Heartsbane right away to go to the Citadel, but yes, that would be really cool if later on, down the line in the story, he gets the Valyrian Steel sword.
What if he took it from him? How about Randall didn't give it to him? What if Sam took it from him?
Yeah, possibly, but just
that's cool.
Later on, right now, why would he need a Valyrian Steel sword?
It'd probably be on his way back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree in the mission.
Sorry.
I agree in the mission, but I think there's one link that maybe he would like to do is the one about healing. They don't have a maester anymore. And I think that healing, taking account everything that's going to be happening in the north would be if he needs to pretend that he's going to be a maester. So he needs to at least pretend that he's learning something apart from just investigating. So I think that learning how to be a healer and the whole thing with the ravens, they're going to need how to manage the ravens because information is very important in that world. The ravens are the fastest way to communicate. So those are the two other things he could learn that would actually be really useful for them.
No, I agree that they need those tools, but in my ideal season 6, him and Marwyn would try to like really convince the Citadel of what's going on and like gather a whole crew of healers and Raven tenders and Raven, all dedicated to protecting men against the White Walkers.
I just don't have faith on D&D.
No, but me either. But that's my idea. That's Anne's
that is a very cool
screenplay.
idea, Sue. That is very cool. That would be nice to see.
Jerry.
Okay, well, after those, it's not going to sound quite as original, but I took mine a little bit from Back to the Future and a little confrontation. Kind of. Like, see, I had Sam going down into the Reach. You know, he stops at his parents' house. His parents, Hornhill. And his father's like kind of aloof, standoff with them, like, hey, whatever, you're worthless. You're not even a You're not, like, treats him like he's not even really a Tarly anymore. And then, like, he says something wrong, something that just pisses Sam off. And Sam mouths back to him. And at that point, Tarly, like, gets up and he's like, what did you say? And then Sam, kind of like how, remember when Theon went off on his father, Balon? Kind of similar to that. And anyways, Randall Tarly just goes off on him, like, you're like kind of worthless, and look, you're bringing this wildling, and he like kind of touch it, like kind of not hit, but like gets a little too physical with Gilly, and Sam's just like, hey, you get your damn hands off her, and then Randall's like puts him in an arm lock, and he's just got him in like that arm lock, and his mom and his sister's like, no, leave him alone, leave Sam alone, we're gonna break his arm. And then that's when Tarly just pushes them to the ground, because Tarly's just a dick. Mean. So then Sam just cocks up, and then just punches Tarly. Knocks his lights out, knocks him to the ground, and then they decide to like leave. But like before they're leaving, like Gilly's like, hey, isn't that the same kind of like she points to Heartbane, being like, wouldn't that help? And so she like starts taking it, and then like Tarly starts to wake up, or Randall starts to wake up, and then Gilly cocks back and punches his lights out.
No.
And takes a sword, and they leave to Old Town.
What, he's bringing Gilly to Old Town?
Yeah, he's not going to leave her there after that. And then
But what is she going to do in Old Town?
I don't know. I just wanted that scene to happen.
Brown chicken, brown cow in Old Town.
Maybe.
Oh yeah, actually, sorry, Jerry, go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say, and then so he goes to Old Town. Similar to the books, things start happening. Marwyn comes out. Marwyn leaves. He tells Marwyn what's going on. You see Sam start like you get beyond the books. You start seeing Sam like start learning to be a maester. Start getting accepted. Start learning, and he does it quick. And then that's when. Towards the end is when you see Euron come in with his fleet and start attacking Old Town, and that's where I think it leaves off on season. Well, I don't think that's why this is my hopes. These are all my hopes. None of this is what I think.
Yeah, no, but you convinced me a little bit. Like, I mean, I strongly disagree with Gilly. I mean, Randall Tarly is a fucking badass. Like, he's one of the best.
Well, he just got knocked out by Sam. He just got
but all that is wrong.
He wakes up, he's like hazy, and he's like,
that's very.
It's like a free shot.
Dude, like, I'm telling you, like, what if Sam literally, like, knocks his dad out? Like, just punches him square in the face and knocks his ass out.
No, I agree that Sam, I mean, it's really cool. I love the idea of Sam really standing up to his father. Like, really. But he's still, I mean, not he's still, like, I love Randall Tarly. He's so badass, and I want him to do something, and, I don't want him to be kicked by a girl. That is ridiculous. But
I think it'd be funny.
you
That'd
can
be
agree
great.
on one thing. Yeah, I don't think I don't want him to leave Gilly at Ornhill anymore. Like, yeah, I agree. I want him to bring Gilly to Old Town because she's been at Castle Black all that time already. Didn't seem to bother anyone. Why not bring her to Old Town and keep her close?
Where she goes, he goes.
Yep. Yep,
I
Baby.
I think I'm the one who disagrees with everyone about this. I can't see him stopping at his folks' house, hitting him, and then still wanting his sword, and him being like, "Oh, okay, cool." Do I think he's gonna stand up to his father? Yeah, because Sam has a way when he's like, you know how like he at first he's like, boo, 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 but when when it comes to Gilly, like his voice is strong, he's assertive. So I think that he might get his father's respect. I think that at the beginning, his father's gonna be like, "Why'd you come back and be defensive?" And he's like talking about how like I'm just here for a favor. I think he might lean towards his mom to be like, keep Gilly here because he doesn't have money to keep Gilly with him in Oldstown. And then in last season they said, they still will make you swear off women, so they don't want women there. So I don't see him bringing her there. If he brings her there, they're probably going to tell him to turn back around. But I do see him going to his father and saying like, "Look, this is what happened. I don't have time for this. This like family feud doesn't mean anything because I have seen what's happening across the wall." So I think that he's there just to go to business. I think we might get a few episodes of him there, and then I think he's on his way to Oldstown. But him punching his father and then he still needs his father's help? No. If he punches his father, it's like an act of treason, so he's dead. That just doesn't make sense to me for them to go that hard. Even though it would be cool to see, I don't know if I would be. To me, it would take away from the show just because it wouldn't make sense that, okay, Sam's now just knocking out lords. No.
Well, he's getting attacked first.
I think his father's going to be the aggressor. Do not get me wrong. And I think he's going to think that he can punk Sam. And Sam's going to be like, that was old Sam. I'm a man now. That doesn't work with me. Like, I've seen other things. This is bigger than me and you. So I think they might have that conflict. And then after that, he's like, but you have to keep her here because I can't protect her over there. So I think that she'll probably stay there with him. But I don't see her going to Oldstown with them unless they're really going away. I just can't see. Then it becomes, what's the purpose of stopping there if you're going to take her to Oldstown?
Yeah.
Maybe they'll take
I agree with you, T.
Yeah,
Like,
me too.
it would be cool, do not get me wrong, to see him the father just get clocked by everyone. That would be funny. But I think if I was to see it, I'd be like, this is dumb. Like, if I was the Lord, I'm like, I'm killing you. Like, you're not even considered family anymore. This is treason. You're anything at this moment. I could just be done with you. But I think the bigger issue is going to be because everyone thinks that these are just myths about the White Walkers. And Sam's like, no, this is true. So he might seem crazy. And his son showing up now, he could be like, what are you planning? Like, didn't I tell you not to come back? So I think they're going to have that type of argument. I think it's going to be like they're in each other's face, but not hitting. That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I wanted to elaborate on that. Like, I agree with kind of the same thing. I think it's going to be like they're going to have an antagonistic relationship at first, but perhaps Randall will recognize that Sam is not the person he thought he was and is more than he thought he was, and perhaps there'll be some kind of reconciliation there in the end.
Like a respect thing. Like, I could see his father saying, like I could see his father even being mad, be like, why couldn't you be this before I sent you there? Because this is the man I needed you to be to lead the family when, I'm gone. But he couldn't be that, so he was like, either, you're going to accidentally fall off your horse or you're going to the Black. And so I think he didn't think that Sam was going to make it. He probably thought Sam was going to die. So I think that it'll be a more respect thing when he stands up to his father, and he'll be like, okay, and then I could see him giving him the sword, because I think Sam will convince him somehow that they need it.
I don't think.
Go ahead, Jerry.
Oh, I don't think Randall Tarley respects knowledge, like what Sam's strengths, like being smart, being knowledgeable. He didn't even want anyone to be a maester in his family. I think he's like he's kind of stupid that way, where he doesn't he doesn't respect like academia. Like
perhaps
he respects military. That's it.
Perhaps his him surviving all these things maybe will show that he's got some strength, and he'll maybe respect him a little bit.
Right, I could
if he believes him.
Stepping up to his father, because like if your son's a punk in this world, if your son's a punk and then you send him to the wall and then he come back and he's like he's not the same person that you sent to the wall, and he's not hitting you, but he's in your face like you're not gonna scare me. I could see him respecting that, because that was the whole thing. Sam didn't have no backbone. So Sam has no backbone. I could see his father being like, I could even see his father being kind of mad, be like, why couldn't you be this man? Why did it have to take you to go to the wall to become this man? Try to flip it, kind of like how Tywin flipped it with Tyrion. It was like, you're my son. I could see him trying to flip it and saying, I did that for your own good. But the whole thing is that I just can't see.
No, you're talking about Sam the Slayer here, like this person that is.
We're talking about the TV Sam. TV Sam is a G. Like he don't hold back. He'll be in your face. Like last season, he took a beating like he was not scared at all. The book Sam is completely different. Yeah, he's not as weak as he was, but show Sam goes way harder than book.
I don't know about that. I think book Sam is more gangster than TV.
But in my opinion, based off of what I saw and what I read, I'm gonna go and say that the TV Sam is a little bit more assertive. So I could see, and he's a little bit smarter, so I could see him going up to his father and be like, I'm going to talk to you like a man, but I'm not going to back down.
Right, and like I said, I was like, it would be really cool if Sam, beats his dad's ass, but, it probably won't happen, but, even show-wise, this is Sam the Slayer. He's still the same guy. And we have the whole Tarly family cast. In my head, they're clearly gonna meet one another, and Sam is gonna be like, yeah, I'm now that dude. You know what I'm saying? I'm that guy. And Randall's gonna be like, well, shit, But I don't think Randall is like, oh, I sent you to the wall to become the man I want you to be. I think Randall wrote his ass off.
You missed the point. I said that he would probably try to switch it up and say that. Because like I said, Tywin, he tried to switch it up and said, oh, well, Tyrion, I wasn't never going to send you to the wall. But we all know that's exactly where he was going to go. So I think that he would try to switch it because he didn't expect Sam to be this type of person. He probably thought Sam was never going to. I honestly think he thought Sam was going to be dead by now. So one, it would be shocking that his son came back, and then two,
yeah, but Randall is not Tywin.
I never said he was. I said he would probably act towards. I was just using it as an example.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but I don't think that he has it in him. One thing that we've seen about Randall Tarley is that he's super rigid. He's this is how it is, this is how it is, this is how it is. I don't see him trying to justify or changing it. And I honestly think that, well, I completely agree with you that I think that Sam is just gonna stand up to him and say, this is how it is, this. I don't think that Randall Tarley is capable of changing his opinion about anything. I just don't think that he has it in him. I think that he thinks that men are supposed to be military men, that they're supposed to be physically strong, that they're supposed to be generals and soldiers. And Sam, well, yes, he has survived a lot, and I'm certain that he was just wanting him to die in the north. He's come back to go to Old Town. to be a maester, what Randall Tarly never wanted him to be. So even if he says, oh, well, you survived, I didn't expect that, I think that he will still be disappointed and he will still look down on him, because I just think it's in his nature. Nothing about Randall Tarly that we've seen looks that he has any empathy or compassion or in any way, shape, or form being able to connect to anyone. And I simply don't think that he has it in him to change about anything. He's one of the most richest, strict assholes in the entire books.
Right, but we've never met him in the show, and I think we keep trying to refer back to the books, but I'm basing all my opinions really off of what's been happening in the show, because in the show and the books they're very different. So we don't know if they're going to give him all the traits that he had in the books, because they change a lot.
Okay, I got you. What about all the things from all of us book readers that influence our opinions? What if
But I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, but the rules, and maybe I think because the rules of this discussion was we were supposed to go off of the show. Now, if we go off the books, then yeah, my opinion changes, but you guys are keep going to the books, and then we're supposed to be sticking to the show.
Amen.
We've never seen anything about Tarly in the show. We haven't seen anything about Tarly in the show.
So that's why, but you have to keep referring to the book.
If we're talking about the show only, Sam is going to be a pussy until the day that he dies.
No. How's he a pussy in the show? Please let me know.
Like, it's just like he didn't do any of the epic, thing. The only thing that he did in the show was stab that White Walker in the shoulder blade like with a piece of dragon glass, and he died.
But he fought the two dudes that were about to rape Gilly. Did you forget that?
Yeah, no, he stood up to them. Like, right. He did. But like he's accomplished more, in the book. What I was saying is we know subconsciously that Sam is gonna do these great things. We just don't know show-wise how he's gonna do it. So, like in my mind, Sam has not stood up to the level of Sam in the books. So what if when he actually meets his dad is when we see full-fledged balls to the wall? Like, I will not take your shit, Dad. Like, I will not, like, listen to you belittle me and everybody else, Dad, and, like, he just punks him out, and, like, and then Randall's gonna, like you guys said earlier, Randall's gonna pull a Tywin and try to convince Sam, of this and that, but Sam is still not gonna hear any of that shit. What if in the show we actually see Sam's real big story arc when he gets in front of his dad and his family?
I think that it's going to happen, but I think it would be stronger for him if he didn't actually fight him. If Randall Tarly does not change, if Randall Tarly does not try to make a twist, if he just stands there without weapons, without any fight, just tells him how things are, and just lets himself be completely unaffected by the fact that his father doesn't want to, he's not going to respect him, still hasn't changed his opinion, still doesn't want anything to do with him, and still scorns him, but he remains completely unutterly unmoved. This is what I have to do, this is what I have done, this is where I'm going, and I'm not taking your shit. I don't need to throw a punch, I don't need to do anything, I don't need your approval, your respect, you changing, no. You can still scorn me, you can still hate me, but I am who I am, this is what I'm doing, this is where I'm going, and you can either go ahead with it or go to hell.
Yeah, and Sam, like, drops Mike, and, like, walks out like a boss.
Exactly. He doesn't need to throw a punch. He doesn't need anything. I think it would be much stronger because he's always wanted his father's love. He's always wanted his approval. If he doesn't get it, but still completely remains completely him and says, I don't care, it's actually much stronger for his character because it means he doesn't depend emotionally on other people anymore. He is who he is. He knows who he is. I would prefer that better because I think it would be much stronger for him to just say, because we all want our parents' love. It's the thing that every kid wants, and not getting it, but just remaining unaffected and remaining strong for himself with all that rage, I think is much more powerful for him.
Yeah, I think that, like I said, I think that he's not going to punch. I think he's going to be assertive because that's his personality. But I just don't, I think overall, I think this is one of those we'll just agree to disagree with,
Yeah.
Because
It'll be interesting to see what he does.
Like I definitely see your point of view, and I feel like this conversation could go on and on, but yeah, I don't see him. I don't see him punking his father when he needs his father for something.
No, not punking, just...
Yeah, I guess it's just a choice of words. So I get what you're saying, but I just don't see him, like, going off. Like, I see them in a heated argument, and then they going off on each other. Like, he's finally getting all of this stuff that he had built up. I get that. I just don't see him. Sam is smart, so I don't see him going off when you need your father for something. It might not be his love and affection. It might be that sword. It might be because he needs Gilly to stay there. You can't, me personally, you can't cuss me out and stuff like that and need me for something and expect me to still be cool with it. That's the part where it's like,
I don't think he needs his father. I think he's going to ask his mother to take care of Gilly. And Randall Tarly respects his wife. If his mother says he's going to take care of Gilly,
but he
doesn't need Randall Tarly for anything.
I still don't see. But then if that was the case, then she would be able to save her son so that he wouldn't have sent him to the wall to begin with. So I think that what he is law over there. I think she might plead with him, but I think that he has to have that okay from his father, because what if he leaves her there and then accidentally something happens? Like, that happened already. That's why he had to go to the wall. But like I said, this conversation, especially, I know we could go on, and I know everyone wants to, like, talk about the North and all, and King's Landing and stuff like that, but
we can have this conversation after the episode happens. Let's see what really happens. Let's see what really happens.
Exactly. Like, it's I think we're just rehashing the same arguments. So I agree. Let's move on. I agree with T that we don't know exactly what show Randall Tarly will be.
I love how passionate everybody is about this, though.
Yeah.
This is great. This is really great.
Like, all we know from show Randall Tarly is the casting call that said age 50s to 60s, one of the greatest soldiers in Westeros. That's why I think he's going to have a bigger role than just his interaction with Sam.
Oh, no, I agree.
We already know who they cast.
Yeah, we do know who they cast. We have the entire Tarly family.
He looks a bit like a vampire.
He played...
He looks a bit like a vampire.
Okay, so let's move on. How about the Riverlands? I know James wants to finish by King's Landing, but the way we've been going, I feel like it makes more sense if we finish by the North and we do the Riverlands and the Vale and King's Landing and then the North, because they're going to be more separated. Maybe does anyone have Riverlands, that's tough for me because that's where I see everyone converging. So without having discussed a lot of the other storyline, it's a little bit difficult, but I'm gonna throw it all out there and just please bear with me. Euron is fighting his way to take Harrenhal. I mean, okay, what I see is one big huge battle this season being the Battle of Harrenhal. And I mean, that's what I want. That's not what I see. That's exactly what I want to see. So Euron, after the King's Moot, make it all the way to Harrenhal. That's and regarding Iron Isles, like I said, that leaves room for Aaron Dampere to send Asha to go and get Theon in the North. I know we'll discuss the North afterwards, but she finds him and they go back to the Iron Isles and while Euron is no longer there because he's in Harrenhal. So it's difficult. I'm going to try to make that easy to understand. So Euron is holding Harrenhal, and because there's no one really left there to protect the castle, it's Littlefinger's castle, but it's not there. It's not. The Riverlands are in shambles with all of the fight. And he's taking Harrenhal. King's Landing, yeah, it's difficult to not finish by that. But very quickly, yeah, King's Landing will deploy Jaime and some force to try to retake Harrenhal. At the same time, I think Randall Starley's force will also, like, although they were on their way to King's Landing, they'll stop at Harrenhal because that's where all of the big fight is happening. And I also think that Littlefinger will get back Sansa at some point later in the season. I mean, that's all that Battle of Harrenhal probably won't happen. That would be like the end, like episode 10 would be everyone ready for the Battle of Harrenhal. Littlefinger, he at some point grabs Sansa in the north to bring her to Harrenhal with him with some Vale Knights. They're all surrounding like Euron and getting ready for that really, really, really huge battle. All the forces are there.
Is the super PAC there in your mind?
Oh yeah, I forgot. Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, the super PAC. Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, more. I'm sorry. It's like
there's a lot going on in the damn Riverlands.
Yeah, because in my narrative, that's like this like episode 10. You know. Yes, the super PACs. Okay, in the Riverlands, we also have our dear Walder Frey and some Freys have been confirmed for next season. So they're not around Harrenhal, but yes, we do see. I think Arya will make it her way back to Westeros, to the Riverlands, and I think we're gonna have some freaking Wolfpack actions and some dead Freys, and I think Arya will be the Lady Stoneheart that would start killing a lot of Freys with like herself and her faceless man skills, and also her Wolfpack.
So but she's not going to be a resurrected zombie.
No.
Like she's just gonna accept the role of going and picking off Freys.
That's the last person on her list is Walder Frey.
Right.
And so yeah, she's getting back to Westeros, like I said, maybe with the traveling theater, and she's going for the Freys. She's going for the Freys.
Instead of traveling with the Brotherhood, she's traveling with the Murmurs. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, Lady Stoneheart has the Brotherhood, or the Brotherhood without banners.
Yeah, so, no, I think she's a lone wolf. I mean, she has her pack. I think she's not really. She's the theater troupe is what gets her to Westeros, but I think she'll go on her own. Like I don't know where
she'll just
land,
leave.
But yeah.
She'll just leave. Okay.
Yeah, just leave and go there. I think we also have. I don't really know. I mean, I also really want to see the elder brother. I don't really see. Like, I think there's a character that is a mix between Septon Maribald and the elder brother that has been cast. We now all think that McShane is going to play that part because that's the last part that. I mean, he could still either be Morwyn or. Because I really want Morwyn or that guy. So I'm not really sure how I tie him into my big battle of Harrenhal. I mean, I don't think he's tied with that, but he's probably going to be playing a little bit. Like, we saw all of the result of the conflicts through Brienne's eyes, and I think like he will be the one sort of telling us the narrative of the state in which the Riverlands are. And lastly, I think we'll have, so not around Harrenhal, but around the whole like Frey, killing up the Frey conflict, we'll have the Blackfish return. At least, Yeah. Last time we saw him, he went to take a piss.
Yeah, it's like a memoir of
Yeah,
Brendan Blackfish, the piss that
exactly.
saved my life.
So yeah, I think he's in for some action. I don't really see exactly what it'd be going, but yes, I think there's a possibility for him and maybe elder brother, like it's like them to also form their own little. Like if I see someone with a band of outlaws and maybe possibly the elder brother slash Captain Maribald, it's a different character, but being tied to that and I'm almost done, Kraken. The
Okay.
Brotherhood without Banner, it would be around Brynden B. Fish, not around Arya.
All right,
No.
so why is the big brother such a big deal? Like I didn't get that. Like and with all the casting news, like people were like, "Oh, it's, it could be Septa Marybald or like the big brother or like mash them together." So like literally I had to like go and look up like the big brother. I guess I just
Elder
completely
brother.
I skipped over it. And like he's just somebody that was in a fight that doesn't say anything and just drifted downstream, and now he just doesn't talk. I was like, where's the significance in that? Like, I
The elder
don't get
brother
it.
talks. He's the only one who talks from the Quiet Isle.
I thought he didn't talk.
No,
Like,
he does talk.
like I'm
Have you been
okay.
sleeping through Brienne's chapters again, Kraken?
Yeah, I did. It's just like, you guys, can y'all please explain to me why this guy is such a big deal?
Well, okay. Clegane Ball, mainly because he has the keys to to Sandor Clegane.
That's what I was going to say.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, he has the what? The keys?
Yeah, he holds. I mean, not holds, but Sandor Clegane is on the Quiet Isle right now in
Right.
the books. So
So why I still don't get, like, what does he have to do with Sandor?
Because Sandor is on the Quiet Isle. And he
with
knows
the
who
elder
Sandor is.
brother, yeah.
And so, but okay, so I guess I'm confusing the whole Gravedigger thing with this other guy, and it's just not it's not
Yeah.
clear to me.
Septon Maribald is the one that takes Brienne to the Quiet Isle. The elder
Right.
brother is the procurer. He's like the curator of the Quiet Isle, and he knows who
Okay.
Sandor is. That's about
And
it.
so I thought Sandor was just speculation because like they took Stranger. Like, how did you get this robust horse that doesn't take any shit from anybody? How did you get Stranger through like the marshes? You know what I'm saying, in the swamps and stuff.
Yeah.
How did you get him to Quiet Isle when he only listens to Sandor?
Because Sandor's alive.
Yeah.
Right. So he's the Gravedigger. Okay. So this elder brother guy, like, I'm still lost of like why.
Elder, he's the one that probably came along and helped him. Saw him, wounded there, and is the one that patched him up, and then they went on to the Quiet Isle to help him out.
Okay, and then he just like told Septim whatever about Sandor.
No, not in the books. In the show, there would be one character, and in the show, we're assuming.
Right.
Okay, I'm assuming. I don't want to talk for anyone. That if they include that character in the show,
Mm-hmm.
that's not to be just, what in the book so far, is there to talk the voice of the small folk and tell you how much the war can hurt the land and the people. They would not bring him in the show for that. They will bring him in the show because there's a secret elder brother, Sandor Clegane Ball conspiracy that's going to happen. Like, if he's in the show, it's to make him do something big and badass. I think. I mean, I don't think they would cast him just to be really what is in the book. So yeah, they're gonna go out in the Riverlands, kick some ass, take some names, and yeah.
Okay. Yeah,
Oh,
I
I
was
got.
I was just a little bit confused on that, and then like when everybody started consolidating the casting, they'll take two or three characters and put them into one person, like for that story arc, like I was just a little bit confused, of where everybody was going with that. But yes, probably mainly due to me sleeping through the Brienne chapters.
So yeah, to stick to the
Yeah.
show,
All right.
like yeah, because TBB is right. Let's stick to the show. I think we're gonna have like badass monk type warrior and I don't know if they will have a big arc in season 6. If they do, I would see them sort of like ganging up with uh, the remaining of the Tullys, but maybe they will just make a small appearance and become really big for season 7. But mainly a huge battle at Harrenhal with everyone.
Okay.
Well, I wrote some stuff down. You want to hear it?
Oh, of course.
I'm
right.
sorry. I couldn't hear you over your hair. I'm sorry.
Okay. All right. Well, this is gonna pick up kind of like second or third episode, because the first episode we're gonna have the Jaime and Cersei, stuff happen. So he's gone to the Riverlands at this point. Jaime and Bronn head into the Riverlands. They have fight dialogue and train every night because they're the buddy comedy show at this point. Early in the season, they run into the Septon Maribald elder brother character that we were just talking about, who offers to take them to the Quiet Isle for rest and food, kind of like Brienne's storyline in Feast. There they see a giant hooded man digging graves. Jaime seems suspicious of the man, doesn't say much about him. Jaime thanks the elder brother, and him and Bronn and their hosts go on their way. They're going to River Run. They get to River Run. We get the Blackfish back. We also get some Freys, Ryman and Blackwater to be specific, who are there to assist Jaime in getting River Run back. We also get Edmure. He's come down from the Twins with the Freys at Jaime's request in order to help with the negotiations. Jaime meets with the Blackfish, who essentially talks shit to Jaime and tells him he will not yield River Run. Jaime reluctantly threatens Edmure that he will have his newborn baby catapulted over River Run's walls if he does not get his uncle to give up River Run.
In a trebuchet.
Trebuchet.
In a trebuchet.
After Edmure goes to give the Blackfish the terms, the portcullis is lowered, and Jaime and his host and the Freys take River Run. The Blackfish escapes, however. Again, he's good at escaping. Jaime thanks Ryman and Blackwater and sends them back to the Twins and tells them to give Walder Frey his thanks. Later, as the Freys are heading back to the Twins, they are ambushed by the Brotherhood without banners. The Freys fight for their lives but lay down their arms after they see they are outmatched. The Brotherhood without banners are led by Thoros of Myr and a hooded woman. Thoros asks the hooded woman what they should do with them. The woman removes her hood, showing herself as Lady Stoneheart, and says, "Rope."
Okay, so very close to the book.
Yes, very close to the book. I'm a purist, for the most part.
Death to all the Freys.
Yeah, kill all the Freys. Okay, JD, it is your time to talk.
What are you talking
Well, I don't know. Now we're
Riverlands?
quiet.
Alright, well, what I've got going on in the Riverlands is just basically, we got Jaime getting sent there after he returns to King's Landing, but mainly the Riverlands with the Freys disappearing. Nobody knows who or why. While the Frey sends out a party to search for him, they run across the Brothers Without Banners, which are taken captive. We meet a lady in a cloak. She removes the cloak. The men are freaking out because this woman's supposed to be dead. And then later on, we figure out that it's Catelyn Stark, a.k.a. Lady Stoneheart, and then that's pretty much all we're going to see from that. From what I've seen, that's all we're going to see from the Riverlands.
I mean, like, yeah, I was going to say T. Go ahead.
With River, I didn't really put too much thought into it. I think that it's going to be kind of, you know what? I don't know, because Riverland, it could be a toss-up. I do think Jaime's going to be there with Bronn. I think Bronn's going to die somehow. Sorry. but I'm not sure exactly how he's going to die. I just feel like they need that like, oh shit moment where someone dies and you're like, I didn't see that coming. So somehow I think he's probably going to die in Riverland. But I don't know. I hate to tell you guys this, but that was probably the most. I didn't like that part in the book, so I didn't really put too much thought into it. But it's a toss up in the air, to be honest with you guys. I
I
just
just
think
don't see much happening there.
right. I could see like I think that Walder Frey is going to die this season.
Oh, that'd be sweet.
I think he has to die this season just because the Frey's storyline needs to start to progress, and I don't think it's going to progress until he dies. And I think we're going to see like a bunch of fighting between the Freys, and I think
Civil
that's
War.
yeah. Oh yeah, they're going to kill each other. It's going to be awesome, guys. Just wait for it. But I think that I think Jamie might will be down there trying to get everything settled once he dies. Like maybe Cersei or his uncle sends him down, says you need to just make sure that this is running smoothly because Walder Frey just died and we need the Riverland, like we need the twins. So I could see that happening, but I'm pretty sure you guys probably have more ideas about Riverland. It was kind of boring to me, so you know.
No problem. You don't need to have a very. I mean, I want to see big things happening in the Riverlands, but we all have our regions that we like less.
Yeah, I love your ideas. So I'm like I can see that happening, but I guess I didn't put too much thought into it because it kind of bored me. But I like where you guys were saying it might possibly go. The only like big thing I can think of about it is that I think Bronn will die there, and I think that Walder Frey will die.
Yeah. No, but I like what you're saying. Obviously there's going to be some phrasing fighting, and if there's an outside force, so either be, Arya, Lady Stoneheart, or whoever who kills some Frey, it could be a little bit like the situation in Winterfell with the deaths and everybody sort of getting really suspicious. That could play into it, like an outside force starting to kill some Freys. That will be the sparkle to start the phrase in fighting.
Oh, duh! It just popped in my head. So maybe I think something happens in the north, and Brienne has to go to the Riverlands, and I think she's looking for someone there because she lost that person, trying to get with Stannis. So maybe that's the reason why she's in the Riverlands, and then they could kind of continue her story that way. But that would make more sense just because, but I don't want to say too much about her just because she was mainly in the north. But I could see her being in the Riverlands because of what happened, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Jerry, do you have something to add to the Riverlands?
Well,
Crazy pills. Crazy pills. That's what he's got. Great.
Well, what I wanted, I started out with, kind of like the epilogue of Storm of Swords, with the opening scene. The opening in the Riverlands would be them capturing Frey, and deciding. And then you don't see her quite yet. You just see a hooded woman, and then you just see them causing trouble, and then for a while, and then eventually, first Jamie's going to have to do things in King's Landing, but I'll talk about that later. Eventually, he's going to be done with that and then sent to the Riverlands, and that's when you get him and Bronn doing their little buddy-buddy. And I think Bronn will be a lot of his, he'll express a lot of his doubts and his regrets and stuff to Bronn. Bronn will be kind of like his inner monologue for there. And same thing, if I'm writing it, same thing goes down pretty similar as the book. I really couldn't find a way to fit Elder Brother and Septon Maribel in. I thought about it, but and I know they're cast, so I really wanted to put them in, but I couldn't figure out how to do it because I don't know how I can get Brienne into the Riverlands, so I'm not sure how. So I just kind of left them out for now, even though they're supposed to be in there, but I don't know where I'll get them in there. Or I couldn't figure out where to get them in there.
Yeah.
And then eventually.
Sorry.
And then eventually, after they take Riverrun, they capture Bronn and Jaime, and that's when you get the reveal of Lady Stoneheart.
I was just gonna say that we don't necessarily need, because we don't have the POV problem. We don't necessarily need Brienne to be in the Riverlands to have the elder brother. But I like the idea of Jaime going there. I really like that, like on his way to Riverrun. Does anyone have more to say about the Riverlands? Okay, then next question. Does anyone have written some plots for the Vale?
I think the Vale is damn skewed, like because you have Littlefinger like everywhere, like show-wise. Like he's not on the Vale. Like yes, we could talk about Sansa with what Sansa has planned in the Vale, but like Littlefinger, the Lord and Protector of the Vale, the Lord of Harrenhal, he's nowhere near any of these places. Like he went up north, he dropped Sansa off, like show wise, and then like he just dipped out, and then I'm still pissed about how Peter Don Willie put it best. Peter motherfucking Baelish. How look it's a crazy film. But like how did Peter Baelish not know about Ramsay Bolton? You know what I'm saying? Like he sat there, he's like, oh, I don't know much about you, sir. Like what the hell? You know everything. How do you not know about Ramsay? Like what the hell? Jerry, take over, sir. Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know really what to say about Peter Baelish. They've just totally screwed him up. They've given us the middle finger with Littlefinger.
Oh, good.
And the Vale.
T is dying over there. T is literally dying. Oh my god, look at
I had to cut my mic off because he looks so much like Martin, and I can picture Martin just looking at the screen and just chugging vodka. That was funny. Thank you. Oh, man. What were we talking about? I'm sorry. I got
No, the Vale. Like, does anyone have anything to say about the Vale?
The Vale.
I don't even know if they show the Vale.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Like, do we see something happening in the Vale in season 6?
I do, but I think it'll be like a little small part, but I think that it'll be because of Sansa.
Mm-hmm.
Just based off of that, but I don't want to really go into Sansa because we're not at the north, but the Vale will play like, I think towards the end you'll see something with the Vale, and maybe a little bit of backstabbing because they don't want really Littlefinger to be in charge, but they only stuck with him because of Sansa, because she had his back, and because of who she is and her mother. But I think with the Vale, you'll see them like Sansa pulling them in and saying like, we need them, and they'll be to her side, not Littlefinger's side. But once again, I think I'll have more to say when we get to the north. Okay, cool.
Tinker, Jade. I mean, JD said no. Anyone else has something to say about the Vale? So, do we want to move? Okay, do we want to move north?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So we'll go. Oh yeah, Tinker.
Could we start first in the wall and then the north?
Oh, okay, sure. I was gonna go the other way around, but oh,
And
Jerry.
I was going to ask, how do we have this split up? Do we have it split up the wall north and beyond the wall, or with the Bran? What do
We
we
can
have?
start with Bran. Yeah, we can start with Bran, the wall south. I have yes, T baby. It's
Just want to clarify what we're covering. So.
How about we go beyond the wall, and then we'll make our way to the wall, and then we'll make our way to Winterfell, and then we can, like, we're traveling. Does that make sense?
And then we
Okay.
end in King's Landing.
Yeah, that's cool.
Okay.
that sounds perfect. I guess yeah, beyond the wall. Well, I'll start with Bran. I don't have, like we're probably pretty much all going to say the same thing. Like for next season, Bran is gonna be like, in the Weirdwood Cave, teaching how to be a green seer, like Arya style last season. He's gonna have some crazy visions. I'm really, really, really like in my like mental like I don't want them to do. I'm so afraid to see them like totally destroy the Tower of Joy that I don't want them to do the Tower of Joy at all. So he would have visions of other things, and I would really, really, really want him next season to start having visions of the White Walker, and I would want us to see the land of always winter and what's going on there, and get more info on how they make baby White Walkers with Craster's babies. Like I know we've already seen it a little bit, but I really would like us to have a lot more of brand visions about what's going on in the land of always winter. That's all I have for that part.
I think regarding Craster's babies, we talked about this a couple months ago, but I don't think that they grow at our human growth rate. I think it applies more. It has everybody's seen Aliens, right? Like with Sigourney Weaver, like and whatnot. The alien that would bust out of your chest less than 24 hours later, that fucker would be full grown. You know what I'm saying?
Based on feeding, though.
Huh?
It had to feed to get that.
No. I mean, like
every time it fed, it got bigger.
No, like it would just bust out, and then like nobody would see it for a hot minute, and it's not like it was this big running around killing things, like it became as big as a human within less than 24 hours. That was just part of its anatomy. And I think with the elemental properties of ice and cold being incorporated with the dark magic of what this is, it accelerates the growth process. Like the nutrients that an other would need it's not food, it's not water, it is literally a magical elemental thing. And so them being in the lands of always winter, and being exposed to that, like you straight up being an other, and then being in that environment, the environment accelerated your growth rate. Like that's the only way that I could come up with, like Craster's babies turning into the others when Gilly is like, oh, it's like all the other ones, like coming to get us.
We've been doing that for years, though.
Yeah, I know. But I think Ann and I a long time ago, I think we agreed there's not a fucking daycare for little others. You know, like you know what I'm saying? Like that's just fucking stupid. Like these guys have got to grow. Like fast.
But do you
So like I've been trying to hash it out in my head. I'm like, and it's just like when you study something, like when you go to school and you like do your homework, like you take what you're studying and you relate it to something to make you remember. You know what I'm saying? Like you relate it to make it yours. Like, oh, okay. So like with me trying to figure out, like if you're taking Craster's babies and like turning them into others, like these guys have got to grow fast. Like there is no like Lands of Always Winter WW, you know, like daycare, you know, like in the Lands of Always Winter, like these guys have got to grow fast, and Aliens was the only thing I came up with.
Well, I hate to be like a nerd and bring Star Trek into this, but I think
Alright.
though I think the others are slightly based on the Borg along with other things, and they like assimilated races and turned them into themselves, like turned them into the Borg. When they were children that were assimilated, like they put these things in their blood and stuff that accelerated their growth. So it could be something like that with the others. If that makes any sense what I'm talking about, or if it's nonsense.
I mean, like, okay, like, the acceleration could be due strictly because of Show Knight's King brushing the baby over his face, like, with his thumb. So what if the dark magic, the dark ice magic that went into this baby is accelerated because of the magic, and then also the environment that he lives in, because the magic is based off the cold of the environment.
Well, I mean,
does that make sense to anybody? Like, I know that's out there.
I mean, it's a fantasy book. They could turn into others, it accelerates them, don't need any explanation. They grow up. You know what I'm saying?
No, but no, like I argue that, and I was getting into an argument with my friend, you know, like a little while back. It's George actually gets very specific about a lot of things, but he gets very unspecific about a lot of things, and like you're expected, you know, like that everything has a background, everything has a history, everything has an explanation, you know, and then so when we come across these things, you know, like hypothetically, Craster's babies turning into others, you know, like how, you know, and he gives these male babies like all the time, he's, you know, increasing the actual other population, not the White Walker population. You know, so how in this short amount of time of one, like Craster's babies, he's turning them into others, not into White Walkers.
Others and White Walkers are the same thing, so I don't get it.
Or like the whites. The whites. I'm sorry. It's just I still do the Walking Dead, the Walker thing. You know, like they call them all walkers. You know, like he's feeding the like the one that John killed in the show, quote unquote. That could be one of Craster's kids. You know, that he's supplying that army, but in his average lifespan, which is actually shorter than our lifespan. Like, you know, you're old as fuck when you're 30 years old in Game of Thrones. You're a Song of Ice and Fire. You know what I'm saying? So, in that amount of time, I don't think he could have made a complete army of grown-ass men others. You know, so they would have to have some kind of acceleration process.
But the others have been asleep for a very, very long time, like thousands of years.
Right. We do
underneath the snow. So I was always kind of imagined that the babies would they would put them somewhere where they would sleep and grow and somehow learn during a long period of time, and the others that we're seeing now are the older versions that have already had time to grow up and to learn and to really get all of the knowledge. And then once they're fully grown, they go, at least that's how I imagined it, would go out of the ice or out of the snow or whatever, fully grown, with all of the knowledge that somehow had been passed on to them somehow magically, instead of growing up very, very fast. Because they're not animals. They think, they strategize, they learn, they know all those stuff. And if they really grow in a few months, it's not. Aliens were more like, I don't know, I saw them more like animals, smart, clever animals, but not like these others. So since they're like immortal and ageless, That's what I imagine. I imagine they have like somewhere in ice or snow where they would like the magic would keep them while they
Yes,
grew
yeah,
and get to know,
Fortress of
and then they
All
would
Solitude.
right,
rise.
so all of us, I think with Anne and Tinker and myself, right then and there, Anne says she wants to see more of the lands that are always winter.
So do I.
We're worried about the others and how they even populate themselves. Where do they come from? So in the lands of always winter, they take a collection of human babies throughout time. The wildlings have always talked about the others, okay? Like they've been interacting with them forever, you know, but they're just now deciding to come and attack. But in the lands of always winter, they collect all these babies, even Craster's babies, and then they put them in the lands of always winter, like capital, I guess, and they incubate them until they grow, because they are literally harvested through the magic and the ice and the cold. And that is how they are built, I guess, the others, not the zombie whites. And then now, through these couple thousands of years or whatever it's been, they finally have enough to come down south.
Mm-hmm.
Can we go back to the topic, which is not
Yes.
too? I mean, I love that topic. You know, it's one of my favorite topic, like discussing how the White Walkers are made. But we are discussing Bran. I mean, we can also discuss. Right now, we were Bran. Like, what do we want to see Bran do next season? James, you go.
Oh, you know, obviously I'd like to see some cool visions about the past. I think we're already getting, you know, obviously we're getting young Ned and young Robert Baratheon and stuff, so we're probably going to see that through Bran, I imagine. And also probably going to see the Tower of Joy through Bran. I really hope the show does a good job with that. Obviously can't make any promises. And that's really about it. I'm not sure. I mean, I can't see him getting a whole lot of screen time in season 6. I think until the whole, you know, the White Walker threat becomes even bigger, then we'll start seeing more Bran. That's about all I got on Bran.
JD?
Yeah, you know, the visions is about all we're going to see. Him training, basically take over the Werewood throne. And I'm kind of hoping with the Tower of Joy flashback, we might get the flashback of Lyanna and Rhaegar.
Yeah. Tinker, do you have anything to add?
I really want the Tower of Joy, but I really, really, really hope they do it well. If they do it well, I'll be jumping in joy. If they do it bad, you'll hear my scream wherever in the world you'll be, because it'll be so loud. I also want to know more about the Lands of Always Winter. I really want I really want us to get the info through Bran and learning and talking to the Blood Raven and getting to know more, and you know, him learning to work into birds and all of those kind of stuff. I don't think he's also gonna get a lot of, you know, screen time, because I think most of it are gonna be visions, and everyone is convinced that it's gonna be Small Ned and Robert, but I would like to see Brandon.
Yeah.
I'm not a huge fan of Robert. I don't really like him very much. And Brandon Stark is a character that he was dead in the books. You know, we've never actually seen him, but we've heard a lot about him. He's like the older brother that overshadowed Ned, that was more handsome, more, you know, more energetic, more everything, more charismatic, and you know, I would enjoy seeing him and how he relates with Brandon. It would be something that I would like to see him see.
I agree, Tink.
Yeah, completely.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
I don't think yet. I don't think T-Baby, if you have anything to add to Bran, let us know. Or when you come back.
What about Jorge Martinez?
Yes.
Jorge.
Martinez. All right. I pretty much agree with a lot of y'all that he's going to be doing the training. He's going to be mainly the vehicle for flashbacks, and that's also what I had written. He had he's just gonna do most of the flashbacks, and I think at the end, like at the end of the season, he's gonna warg into something like really big, like possibly a dragon. I don't know. Maybe he'll wake the ice. Well, no, I don't think the ice dragon comes up this season, but he'll. He's gonna start affecting the. He's either gonna warg into something big, or I have him either warging into something big, or he's gonna like warg and kill someone important, like that someone you don't see. Like,
all right, so I think that all the caves up north were due to fireworms from a Song of Ice and Fire. And I think that Bran is going to warg into a fireworm, and he is going to dig a brand new tunnel all the way to King's Landing and then just sink that shit. Like, just sink the fucking city. And just burn everything down.
Hey, you know what? I'm going off tangent. Sorry, but I think there are connected caves all over the realm, and that's all.
And I don't think that, and I completely agree with you, but I don't think that they were like more or less evolved that way, like the landscape. I think that the tunnels were due to fireworms. Like we only hear about them a couple times, you know, and they were very prevalent in Valyria, you know, and then also that could explain some of the catastrophes that we've known of north of the Wall and south of the Wall in Westeros is due to fireworms.
Yeah, wyvern in Hardhome, but I don't see that for season 6.
A wyvern, wyvern, he doesn't fly. He's just a big, more or less dinosaur, you know, like lizard dinosaur thing, you know. It's a wingless dragon.
I thought the fireworms were like wingless dragons, and the wyverns were like fireless flying dragons.
No, a wyvern. Well, I don't know about in Song of Ice and Fire, but in mythology, wyvern is like a small dragon without fire. Yeah.
Yeah, like
more bird-like though, but yeah.
And remember the book that Tyrion read, like dragons, wyverns, and other things. You know, or whatever the hell that thing was called, that book. You know, a wyvern in the world of A Song of Ice and Fire, like if anybody in the comments wants to correct me, I was under the impression that they were just basically dragons without wings. And then the fire worms, W-Y-R-M-S, like, you know how George spells everything very exotic, you know, and whatnot. But I thought that a fire worm, in my mind, in the Song of Ice and Fire, was a big worm, more or less, that could dig tunnels, you know, throughout the land. And they had a fire element to them.
They like sandworms from Doom?
Yeah, more or less sandworms, or like that creepy guy from Beetlejuice. You know, the one that Beetlejuice
Oh, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like he always popped up.
Do we move, or does anyone have something to add? Okay, so are you cool if we combine the Wall and like the Wall and the White Walkers? Is that okay with everyone?
Yeah, that's like the same thing. It's like the same issue. I mean, like you have the politics of the Wall, but I mean the Wall is there for a reason, you know, to fight these guys.
Okay, well, Kraken, go ahead. What do you see happening for the Wall and?
I heard some people say that Jon's gonna get resurrected very early, you know, and it kind of even ties in, do you believe that Jon is Azor Ahai? You know, and I do personally believe that Jon is Azor Ahai. I'm not really sure how fast he gets resurrected, you know, but either he gets burned or resurrected, because he will turn into a white because he's, you know, up there in the north. So in my head, I always envisioned Azor Ahai to have some sort of fire elemental property to himself. You know, like whether it's in his eyes, or you could see, you know, like his veins light up, you know, because he's got this light inside of him. That's just a fantasy of mine. My imagination always ran wild when I thought about things like that about Azor Ahai. But even if he does come back, like we have to worry about Lightbringer, and like doesn't Azor Ahai need Lightbringer? So I see you, Tinker. So how is Jon even gonna get his hands on Lightbringer? Is Longclaw gonna turn into Lightbringer? Is he gonna magically find it? Just like Sam supposedly, quote unquote, has the Horn of Jormungand slung over his shoulder right now, and he doesn't even fucking know it. Like kind of thing. So Tinker, do you say something? Yeah.
I've got two theories that I both like equally, so I don't know which one I'm going to choose. But the one that I had quite a long time is that I would love if Lightbringer was in Winterfell. If he dies and comes back to life, he's technically not held by the Watch's votes anymore. So he can go down south and take out the Boltons, and when he takes back Winterfell, he can find Lightbringer.
Why would Azor Ahai, quote unquote, if Jon is going to get resurrected and come back as Azor Ahai, why is he going to run down south and start doing things down there? Isn't his goal to, take out the others and whatnot?
Maybe he doesn't realize that he's Azor Ahai.
Recruitment. You need more men.
Jorge, what?
He'll need more men to fight the others. He knows he's been saying he needs more men. If he goes back to becomes in charge of Winterfell, he can bring Winterfell to fight against the others. He can bring the whole North to fight against the others.
True. And the one that I also really kind of liked is the fact that Longclaw could become Lightbringer. We've heard in the books how the first Lightbringer was made when he plunged the sword into Nissa, and that's how it became. I thought that maybe the Longclaw could be on the pyre with him when he comes back after the flame. He's like not doing well, and he plunges right into Melisandre's heart. Kills Melisandre. She's the follower of her lore, and it becomes, I just want Melisandre to die, and I think it would be great if she died creating Lightbringer.
I get that she's this fire priestess. Alright, I'm sorry, James, hang on. I get that she's this fire priestess, and she has it inside of her. But I was under the impression that Nissa worked because of his love sacrifice that he did for her, because he loved her. That's what ignited the sword in my mind, but I understand how you could say that doing it to Melisandre, you just pull the fire right out of her. James?
No, you said what I was going to say.
Really?
Yeah.
Great minds think alike, except your hair looks a lot better than mine, though.
You mean he actually has?
Oh my god! Oh my god! I'm out of here! Oh man, dude.
You made it too easy.
Yeah,
you made it too easy, Kraken.
Tinker just took my knees out from under me. Oh man.
So I can go with what I think is going to happen at the wall.
Okay.
It kind of got to go a little bit south because I'm going to bring up my Stannis theory. He is still alive, and this is this is my vision. So here we go. Okay, so when Bran's about to come down with the sword, she sees Theon and Sansa flying down. She realizes when he says go on to your duty.
Vision.
Yeah. Well, yeah, she's got good eyes. 20/20 LASIK, But he says go on to your duty. She realizes her duty is to save them. Hits the tree. Stannis lives. In today's Game of Thrones, we know that if Littlefinger can go from Winterfell to King's Landing in an episode, Stannis can get to the wall in an episode. So he gets up to the wall. He realizes he's not Azor Ahai. He sees Mel there, and she sees Jon, or she knows what happened to Jon. She tells Stannis, "You're not Azor Ahai. He is Azor Ahai." Him not having anything to live for, and realizing that he's got nothing to live, he has nothing left to live for, that his last duty, his last act to the realm is to sacrifice his king's blood to bring Jon back.
Oh wow.
Ooh.
Like what about Melisandre saying, like in the show, and like Stannis was like, "What are you doing up here on this ledge?" And she's like, "I'm just here serving my king," and then like looks off the ledge and then like looks at Jon,
Yeah.
but like it's insinuated that she was speaking about Stannis,
Right.
So what if Stannis, since he's adopted the Red God, what if he actually listens to her and Stannis becomes Hand of the King after Jon is resurrected, and then they start to march forward. They fight the White Walkers like Stannis already did and Jon already did. They stomp them out and then they come down south, and Jon Snow's the king.
Could, but I just
Season
think
11.
I just think with them, needing king's blood for a sacrifice, I just think it makes perfect sense for him to sacrifice himself for the realm, and I think it's the only way he can redeem himself. Because if he becomes Hand of the King, people are still gonna. If he becomes Hand of Jon, people are still gonna be like, "Oh, fuck Stannis, he's a piece of shit." This is the way for him to redeem himself, and I'd like to see that.
All street
obviously.
cred.
I want Davos to become Hand of the King.
I'd rather go that route too.
I want Davos to be king.
Of whatever king it is, Davos is the hand.
Davos become Jon's. Well,
I become Jon's Hand of the King.
Just make
I guess
him
not
king.
really Hand of the King, but more like his main advisor, his brochacho.
Yeah, his bro Namath.
Yeah, and Davos needs something to do now in this season since Shireen is dead, Selyse is dead, Stannis is dead, and if he's not dead, like James's theory, he's gonna die. So he needs something to do.
He show-wise, he does have something to do. That's why they cast all the Umbers in
He's gotta get Rickon.
in Last Hearth, because they're going to get Rickon in the show.
No, but he doesn't need to rescue Rickon from the Last Hearth. Go
Yeah.
ahead, Tweet.
No, I was gonna say exactly what you were gonna say. Like, no one's gonna send him looking for him. Like the ones who could, like, if the Umber played the Manderley, they know where he is. Like, we don't need a Rickon rescue mission. Since I'm talking, I'll just quickly throw in what I want Davos to do. After, by the way, James, I love your, I want also Stannis to still be alive, and exactly what you said. But yeah, then I want Davos to kill Melisandre. Once Jon is resurrected, I want him to take a freaking revenge. Maybe he'll die doing it, but he will. He's gonna kill her. I don't want him I don't want him to die doing it. It's just.
He's not Davos.
But I want him to kill Melisandre, to become like crazy angry and kill her.
Yeah, like in the show especially, like it's gonna be like, I fucking told you so, and now there's nothing holding me back from killing you for what you've done. That's great.
Mm-mm.
I think that we're still on the wall. I think that she's gonna have to sacrifice something, or Jon. But then again, I don't know if she has to sacrifice, because if she sacrificed Shireen for Azor Ahai, then that still could be the reason why he doesn't die right away, based off of the show. But I think that when Jon does come back, I think he's not going to be with. I think that he's going to get with like the wildlings, and I think that it's going to be a fight between the Night's Watch. I don't think by the end of the season it's going to be any more Night's Watch, because I just see that either the wildlings are going to go crazy because they killed Jon, or Jon's going to like come back and take them as an army and continue to go further south to deal with Winterfell. As far, because I know you guys kind of talked about the wall, above the wall, I just think that Bran's going to, he's going to be in more training. I think we're going to see that, I think Mira's going to tell him a little bit more about his past. Not his past, but his aunt's past. And I think that, don't slip from me. I think that Blood Raven's going to tell him a little bit more things. We'll see him slip into a few trees to get a few visions. It might be like flashes, like how it was in the books. Who knows? And we're still at the wall. We didn't get to Winterfell yet, right?
No.
Okay. So yeah, I think as far as the wall, that Jon's gonna come back to life. I think Davos probably knew majority of Stannis' plan, so he probably knew that he would want him to fight with Jon because he wanted Jon to be back in Winterfell. So I could still see him being devoted to Stannis and carrying out his wishes. You know, but the one thing that I just see that I don't see how Davos and Mel could be in the same area. Bless you. I can't see them being in the same area and not like go at it with each other because he's gonna. I know stories are gonna happen. Be told like she burnt that girl because they did it out in the open, and because they're so close to the north, that I think that he's going to find out. Now, how he's going to go about it, now that I'm not sure how they're going to do it. But I just can't see them together in the same room and him just playing everything like it's cool. Because he was really close to Shireen. That's it.
And his king, quote unquote, we didn't see Stannis die, but she also contributed to his king being killed. You know, so that's one more reason that he fucking hates her.
Yeah, and Ollie will die.
Ollie?
Ollie will die.
I think they're gonna flay him and eat him. Yeah, they're gonna cannibalize
So
his
bad
body.
because I've never disliked the kids so much. Because usually I love kids, but Ollie, I can't stand him. Because at the end of the 5th season, he was like, for the watch, and I was like, you didn't say no vows. This has nothing to do with you. I know that you're mad because the wildlings killed your parents, but I don't see how you kill someone that was helping you out. Like, I get that he was young and he might not understand the whole politics about things, but for him to be the one to give him the last stab and you say for the watch, like, you're not a part of it. So something tells me he's going to be expendable and that he's just got to die. Like, I don't want to see the whole
He's just gotta die.
Like, no, he's got to go.
I want one to step on him. Just like, squish Holly.
But before that... No, go ahead, JD.
I think Ollie was actually brainwashed by Alistair Thorne to why he stabbed Jon. I think Alistair Thorne's played a lot more part in Ollie's thinking than we actually seen.
I don't think so. I think it's like a straight up like Ollie, you know, like with his parents being killed by the Thinns, you know, that like came down and everything, and I think Ollie is just really butthurt about it, you know, and like his hero, this guy that he looks up to, is like, hey, you're just gonna have to get over your parents being killed by these people because I'm about to take them in, you know. And Ollie, he being a little emo kid that he is, decides to, you know,
I can't stand that kid. I cannot stand him. But I'm not going to give him like any more time. Just D&D needs to write that one off. Like maybe he trips over and Ghost should bite him. Ghost should just go at him.
Ghost is gonna rip his legs off, dude.
Because he killed Ingrid. So like you got back at him. Why you gotta kill him too? You shot his girl. You only loved one chick, and then you wanted the person who's actually trying to help you. Like I'm not sure if he knows about the whites and the whole army of the dead. I'm not sure if he knows. Like they might have kept him in the dark about that, but
everyone knows.
Yeah, John's trying to he's like Stannis, the only one who's trying to really save you, and you stab him. So to make season 6 work, he has to go. He just can't live. And I know that sounds horrible to say about a child, but when you're like in this. You're considered a man grown anyway, so he's got to go.
But before that, I actually want everyone who conspired to kill Jon to see him come back to life. I want them to see that all of their plans were like for nothing, that he comes back, that they realize that he's like Azor Ahai and the hero, and that they try to kill the one person that could like stop everything to see their mistake. And then I want the wildlings to go crazy against the Watch, because obviously the wildlings are with Jon, and I want like a civil war to happen between the Watch and the wildlings.
See, I
Even
think.
Dolores' head? Like you want the wildlings to kill Dolores' head?
Oh no.
No, see, that's
like-
the only one that sucks is
No, I mean that Jon's friend, Jon the Wildling, joined the Wildlings. Like, it's gonna be the band of the people who love Jon, which are the majority are the Wildlings, and a few Night Brothers, and then the assholes.
Yep.
Yeah, like all the goofy ass Night's Watchmen join the Wildlings.
I just want to see Jon kill Alistair Thorne. That's what I want to see.
Yes. It should be him that kills him. Like, I don't want him to get stabbed by Torment or, well.
Like, what if?
Because Torment, the way he fights and he's like, rah, rah, I would love to see that. I'm not going to lie to you. But I think it would be good writing to let Jon be the one to stab and be like, I'm not dead.
Like, what if like Jon just wakes up, you know, from being resurrected, and Dolores said like basically has his, you know, long claw like sheath and, you know, belt and whatnot, and he just rips it right out and just walks up to Alistair Thorne and just fucking cuts his head off, like, and everybody just bends their knee, everybody everywhere. You know, like even the wildlings, you know, and Tormund's like, fuck yeah, like over in the corner. You know?
Alistair Thorne was a Targaryen loyalist, right? And
Yes.
he hated the Starks. I would love if Alistair Thorne realized, like, him coming back to the Flames would, like, make the connection of who he could be and who his father could be.
Oh yeah, he's the last dragon, yeah. Like,
And I would
man.
love that him as a Targaryen loyalist realized that he betrayed, like a Targaryen prince, and then Jon kills him. It'd be like, that's one of my dreams for season 6. Just Alistair Thorne's face of horror to realize that not only has he not worked because he has come back, he's come back as a Targaryen prince. He's gonna be their savior, Alistair Ahai, and then Jon kills him.
Boom.
Utter defeat.
Yeah, that would be good to watch.
Question for everyone. I hope I'm not like interrupting you, Tinker, but
No, I'm finished.
we will learn about Jon being a Targaryen in season 6. But do you think Jon will learn about him being a Targaryen in season 6? And if
Yes.
so, how? Yeah, JD.
I think Bronn's actually going to be the one that shows him. I think he'll show him a vision of his parents, and that's what I mean. Like, I want to see the Rhaegar Lyanna storyline, but I want to see it in the arc of Jon. Like, I want to see that vision happen through Jon, not through like anything else. I want Bran to like your family. This is who you are. This is where you came from, kind of thing.
See, I thought a vision that he might have would be while he's warging, you know, but you're talking about Jon walking around and all of a sudden like being like taken over and.
Well, you know, kind of more like that when, you know, life flashes before your eyes when you die, kind of thing.
Yeah.
And then like before he's resurrected, he sees that vision of Rhaegar and Lyanna.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I know that we're probably the viewers are gonna find out through the Tower of Joy sequence, but I'm not sure if Jon himself is gonna know.
Well, if he's just resurrected from the flames, I mean, that's not a Stark thing. Like, the whole fire thing is a Targaryen thing.
But I mean, if you're not gonna, I mean, you might not know that though. You know, he might not know that.
True.
All right, so like he has the combination of the Stark being wargs and greenseers and also looking into the flames at the same time, so he definitely knows who he is and where he comes from.
Nice.
Simultaneously.
I don't think he learns quite at first. I think he'll eventually learn, but not yet.
Well, tell us, Jorge.
Well, that would go into what I was thinking about Jon, but I think he just kind of resurrects, similar to Barrett Dondarrion at first.
Can you repeat that?
I said I think he just resurrects, like similar to like Beric Dondarrion and Stoneheart, like how they resurrect.
See, now I disagree with that because apparently these people, when they get brought back, like they lose parts of themselves, like in the resurrection process.
And the injuries remain.
Yeah, and so part of John retaining who he is and what he's about is because his last words was ghost, so he's going to warg into ghost, and then when he gets brought back...
We're talking about the show. He doesn't say ghost in the show. Show.
Right. But in theory, he's not going to be this zombie person.
Yeah, I don't think he will be a zombie either. But I don't think he'll have quite the memories yet. I don't think that it's instantaneous memories. It'll probably come to him eventually, not right away.
I don't know. Like, what if he actually did possibly warg into ghost? Would he lose part of his mind if he came back into his body if he had warged into his dog?
I don't think we know enough to say yes or no.
Yeah, because like Bran's the only one that wargs in the show.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, also John's a little bit different because he's one of the few that have, like, he's kind of like Bloodraven, where he has Firstman blood and Targaryen blood. So they might not have the same rules for them as they do for others.
Does anyone... So more things, I'm sorry, because since I had to go out for a little while. I don't know, has everyone discussed or said all they had to say about the wall?
I'm good. I think we could do Winterfell and King's Landing a little bit later.
Okay, so Winterfell? We're moving to Winterfell?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so Winterfell, we just have Theon and Sansa, who fell into the non-existent snow but are not dead. Because there was just one patch that has not melted through fire magic, and that's just underneath where they fell.
Nor dead or paraplegic.
Yeah. Oh, no. We have Brienne right outside of Winterfell. We have the Boltons right outside of Winterfell. Well, we already discussed Stannis, so I don't think we will bring him up again. And we don't know where, and we're not sure where Roose and Walda are. They're probably still inside Winterfell, but so a lot going on. Obviously, I think Brienne is going to rescue Sansa, because what else is she going to do? And they are going to, pretty much, I think, very quickly, Brienne is going to rescue Sansa. She's going to think, okay, what can I do? I cannot really move south. I'm going to try to bring her to the wall to keep her safe. On their way to the wall, they're going to hear about all that happened at the wall and how it's just civil war there, and they're gonna just end up and stay at the Umber because they're the closest to the wall, and that's how Sansa and Rickon are gonna be reunited. I'm finishing with Sansa and then I'll move on to Rickon. I think Littlefinger, after doing his King's Landing stuff, is, like I said previously, gonna go there to pick her up, grab his Vale army, and try to move to his seat of Harrenhal. Now, regarding Rickon, I think that all of the Northern Lord have been secretly plotting previously to overcome the cruel Bolton rule, and that they're right about to make their power play, declaring Rickon king in the north and going to fight against the Bolton. I don't know why they did not do it last season when there was Stannis. It would have made sense, but they're doing it this season, and they're going to they're going to attack Winterfell. Yeah, Tinker, go ahead.
Go ahead.
It's just, we can mention things that we've seen, right? Like leaks that have come out.
Oh yeah, no, like you can mention whatever you want. You don't have to mention anything that was not made official, but you can, yeah.
There's a picture that has just been recently taken, I don't know if it was today or yesterday, of John Kit Harington dressed, not like the Night Watch, but as a northerner. And there's been mentions of a big northern battle with, so I think that the battle is happening this year, like this season, because John, after he rises, he has no connection to the Night Watch again. He wants to get the North back to later fight the others, but to do that, he has to defeat the Boltons. Also, the Boltons have Sansa, and he hates the Boltons because they killed Robb. So it's like a perfect. He needs the army to destroy the others. He kills the Boltons because he hates them, and I think he is going to try to bring back the rest of the Northern Lords. Through that, he's also going to meet the Umbers and going to be united with Rickon and Sansa, and then he's just going to kill all the Boltons. That's my hope, at least.
Damn, John just saved the day.
Yes, I want to see him cut Ramsay's head off. And then he's going to stab Roose and say, it's not coming the words. What Roose said to Robb Stark.
The
Stark sends their regards.
Yeah.
Oh.
Robb Stark sends their regards. Sends his regards.
But how would he know about that?
I have no idea, but I just want to hear him say it. I have no idea, but I just want to hear him say it.
I think I agree with you that that's possibly what's going to happen. That would be epic. I did see the picture because he kind of had the same, like it reminded me of Ned when he was in King's Landing with the. So definitely, I got excited about that. I think that this is where I think I kind of disagree a little bit with you, Sweets, but only a tiny bit. So I think that Brienne's going to come too late when she tries to double back to see if Sansa's okay. I think by then she'll be gone. And I wouldn't be surprised if, like, a northern house was right there. Because let's say that in last season we saw Stannis coming down on Winterfell, and we saw that Podrick had saw them coming. So it's possible that other lords had saw Stannis moving up and was like, well, we need to join to try to take the Boltons back. So it could be possible that, like, maybe the Umbers are right outside and they take her away, take Sansa away, and that Bran comes in too late, and maybe that's why she's on her way to Riverrun or something to see if, or they could change it and say that she's on her way to the Vale, but maybe put her back on that arc looking for the Stark girls. That's why I was like, I didn't want to say too much about Riverrun, but I think that also, I think that Sansa is going to be this powerhouse where she's going to be the one to kind of gather these houses. But I think that they're going to really be trying to get Rickon back on to be the Lord of Winterfell, not Sansa. But I do think that Sansa's going to be like a little finger, and I think she's going to start to wisen up because she's like the only Stark that's actually playing the game. So I think that Sansa's going to be the one that's going to be like a little finger, and she's going to manipulate some of these northern houses to be on her side. But I think she's going to be smart enough to know that they won't really fight for her, but they will fight for her brother. That makes more sense to me. So I think the big battle might be between the Boltons, and then you have the northern houses, and possibly you might even have the Wildlings as well, fighting to get Winterfell back. But yeah, that's all I got. But I do think it's going to be a big fight. I want Ramsay to die. I just don't see him dying. Now, Roose.
I know, he's sneaky.
Roose might be now. Roose might die this season, but I just don't. Roose has it. Roose is too smart, and he's so calculating. But I could see like that be a twist that they throw in there, where you think that because Ramsay is so out there, that he's the one that's going to die, and it ends up being the father. So that's it.
Mm. I agree with a lot of it. I just why I said Brienne would be the one to save them. Like the Northern Lord makes a lot of sense. It's just that I don't see in the show, to me, Brienne, if she fails Sansa, she can just like the only option left for her is suicide. Like she has nothing. Arya refused her. Sansa refused her once, and then like she failed to save her. If she fails to save her a second time, like to me, like all of what she stands for is gone. But
Yeah.
Yeah, because I'm sorry. She's the reason, though, that we all knew that Stannis was basically going to Winterfell. I'm not sure if did he know that Sansa was married to Ramsay, or he just doesn't know yet.
Woo.
I don't think anyone knows except Cersei because Littlefinger told him. They haven't actually told anyone, and they didn't call the Northern Lords to come and see the wedding, right?
I guess maybe from word of mouth, just because he was so close to the North. Never mind, because that wouldn't make sense unless he knew she was there. So forget I just said that.
I actually think the person that's going to save Sansa is going to be Pod. We saw Brienne go and confront Stannis, but Pod, we didn't see Pod. I imagine that when Brienne left to see Stannis, Pod stayed there, and I would actually like to see Pod really looking out and, saving Sansa, and then Pod taking her to Brienne, and it's like, oh, look, Pod is useful. Pod ended up doing my job.
Yeah, you know what? You're right, because I didn't realize. I don't think about Podrick like that. So yeah, he probably, or it could be instead of Umber, it's Podrick right there. But I just don't see Brienne being there after she was all the way over there, and then because Ramsay was coming in while they were jumping off, so I don't see her having that much time. So yeah, it could be Podrick. I just don't see it being Brienne. That's it, guys.
That's what I thought. Podrick was right there. We didn't see him go with Brienne. I don't imagine him leaving his post while everything was going on and Sansa still being in danger. He knew that Brienne had to do what she had to do, but he could stay there, watch over, see them fall, rescue her, and take her to Brienne.
Yep.
He's the closest one. Closest than we haven't seen any Northern Lords closer, like we would have seen an army or whatever. But Pod is right there.
Makes sense. Jerry, what were your thoughts on the Winterfell action?
Okay, Winterfell. So, I think we know that Roose and Ramsay, they know that Rickon is still alive. Rickon and Bran, and I had it to where that Roose would he's going to try and get two birds in one stone. He wants to get rid of Ramsay, and he wants to get rid of Rickon. That he somehow finds out that Rickon's with the Umbers. He sends Ramsay with 20 good men to go north and try. Well, first they got to go north and try and deal with the Umbers, and then for Sansa and Theon, I had it a little differently. Like I was kind of influenced by the fact that Theon is going back to. I was influenced by the fact that Theon is going back to the Iron Islands, so I was trying to think of a way to put him there. So I had it to where Theon would say, "I can protect you at the Iron Islands." So they him and Sansa try to make way towards the Iron Islands, and then they run into Yara on her way there. And then Yara kind of pushes Theon into a plan to where, well, maybe if you marry her, you can conquer the North and the Iron Islands, because Euron is doing nonsense. So they start heading back to the Iron Islands and eventually make it there by season 10 while Euron's doing Old Town. And then John, I have him being he got resurrected, and now he's gathering the wildlings to take back the South. But first he needs to gather more people. So I have him and Davos going to the Umbers since they're close, aren't they? I think they're closest to the wall, or they're one of the families closest to the wall. So I have them going there and gathering people, and then marching south, capturing Ramsay, and then having that big battle at Winterfell against Roose and winning that battle. And then Jon would be the regent for Rickon, since Rickon's too young.
I mean, it just sounds a little weird to me. I mean, it's a great. Everything is fitting well together, but Jon has been telling us for 3 seasons, like, fuck the South and the Game of Thrones. The big battle is up north, and
he's going there to get men. He needs more than the wildlings. He's got these Night Watch people just killed him. He can't trust them. He can't trust someone that killed you. And then, so he knows he needs to get the whole north to battle the others. So that's why or the White Walkers. So that's why he's going down there, and that's why he's trying to be regent so he can gather the north to fight the true threat. That's what I have for him. And then I do have Lightbringer that's in the crypts of Winterfell, but I don't have him finding that out yet. I think he thinks just the men is enough, and then he's going to plan to bring all these men up north to have a big battle at the Wall, which will happen next season.
Sorry, the guys are writing stupid things in the chat.
Them.
Okay, so James, JD, JD.
James pretty much covered everything I wanted to say, so I ain't got much more than that.
Kraken, anything to add?
No, about King's Landing.
No, we're not in King's Landing. We're finishing by King's Landing. We're Winterfell.
No. Sansa and Theon have some broken ankles. That Stannis is dead.
No, Stannis is not dead. Not in my head.
That's all I got. That's all I got. And you nailed it. Like, what the hell else is Brienne gonna do up there? You know?
No, I was gonna rant. I'm not here to rant.
So, do we go to King's Landing?
And I was gonna say, when Ramsay gets captured, one of the Umbers just happens to be gay and make him his sex slave, and he's got love. He's got love tattooed on his knuckles.
Jorge, man, this is that's. And then I don't know. That's a bit above my pay grade, dude. I mean,
I don't know. You know, Horsebane was in Old Town, killed a whore because he found out it was a man. She was a man, so possible. Who wants to add something? Okay, we're about to finish with King's Landing. So before we go to King's Landing, now it's time to say anything else you might have to say.
Oh wait, and one more thing about Winterfell. No more raping of Sansa.
No more raping of Sansa, yeah.
Like, leave her, excuse my French, leave her the fuck alone. I don't want to see her get raped again. Like, I can't handle that. That will make me want to... I'm not going to throw my TV, but I wanted to. But no more raping her, okay? Let's let her be a strong character. Let's see her wise up. Let's see her be a badass. You know what I'm saying? Not this weak victim thing. Like, she's like a Littlefinger apprentice. Like, I want to see her wits. You know, like her just playing these dudes. Like, everyone thinks that Sansa's so weak and wimpy, and she's actually the one behind the houses pulling the strings, you know?
Well,
agreed.
Yeah, and I'm still dying to hear your whole dark Sansa theory.
No, I'm sorry. Kraken. No, we're moving to King's Landing.
No, like it's not the dark Sansa that everybody else was thinking that she was going to turn into. Anne has
But
a little bit.
it's still not the time. That's a discussion. That's a book
All right,
discussion.
okay,
I'm
okay,
sorry,
okay.
and we're all.
Okay.
You know, we. I'm sorry. I'm sorry if I sound so bossy.
It's a teaser. It's a teaser,
A
everybody.
future video for you,
something-
Sweet.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't wanna be like really bossy, but we're on to the 4 hour mark, and we have a lot to talk about with King's Landing, and it's not a TV show thing. It's a book thing.
No, you should do it for your channel. A video for your channel. Dark
Yeah.
Sansa Theory.
Yes, that would be awesome.
No, it's a great idea. I've brought it up twice now, and like called her out twice now. So I think it's about time for her to do it. So
Yeah, but not now.
okay,
No, I want to
okay.
King's Landing. Yeah. Okay, I know James, he said before we started the video that he had a lot to say about King's Landing. So I would like him to start, and then I know T-Baby also has a lot to say, so she'll go second. Yes. Don't shake your head. Okay, so James, you can start.
Okay, it's a little long-winded, so bear with me. All right, in the beginning of the season, we're going to start with Jaime coming back with the dead Myrcella. Cersei will scold him and begin her descent into madness. She sends him away and tells him not to show his face around King's Landing anymore. Kevin intercepts Jaime as he's about to leave and tells him that he needs Jaime to go to the Riverlands to lift the siege of Riverrun. We went into that before. You're going to see that Cersei has been stripped of power, and Kevin is the true power in King's Landing now, and he's doing a lot to right the wrongs of Cersei. He's trying to mend the fence with the Tyrells, and he tells Lady Olenna and Mace that he's doing what he can to get Loras and Marjorie out of captivity. We're then going to get Cersei's trial. It's going to be a farce of a trial. Lancel will testify against her with all of his knowledge. Then the big reveal of the trial is we're going to get Gendry. This is the gift that Littlefinger talked to Olenna about in season 5. Remember that scene. He will testify that he is the bastard of Robert Baratheon and that Lannister men were sent to kill him because Robert's bastards were a threat to Joffrey's claim, since Joffrey is not a Baratheon blood but a Lannister blood. Cersei, staring at the face of this damning evidence, demands a trial by combat, very much like Tyrion did at his trial. In the middle of the season, no, she's going to have a trial, and then when she sees it's not going right, she's going to demand a trial by combat. In the middle of the season, what's up?
Doesn't she already have one that's already going to go down?
That was like.
I thought it was a show too.
No, they didn't really have she didn't have a trial in the show.
Never mind.
In the middle of the season, Cersei obviously is going to choose Sir Robert Strong, or Frank and Gregor, whatever you want to call him, as her champion. The High Sparrow mulls over his choice of a champion, and it shows him sending a letter out. In correlation of what we saw in the Riverlands with Jaime, we know that Sandor's alive as the Gravedigger out the Quiet Isle. When the letter gets to the Quiet Isle, the elder brother Septim Mirabal character tells Sandor that it's time to do his duty. Sandor pulls down his hood and picks up his sword, hops on Stranger, and heads towards King's Landing. That's right, Clegane Bowl's going to happen in my version of the show. So we get to the end of the season. This is like the last couple episodes. Cersei gets word that the High Sparrow has picked his champion. She is very confident she will be victorious, but comes up with a contingency plan with Qyburn. Qyburn tells her that if Sir Robert Strong loses, that everything will be taken care of. And then we get to the trial by combat. This is the last episode. At the trial, we have all the major players there. Tommen, the High Sparrow. Sir Robert Strong stands in the middle of the ring waiting for his opponent. The High Sparrow introduces his champion and steps in the Hound. Cersei has a look of horror on her face as she realizes she is in deep shit. The following battle is an epic fight. At the end, it appears the Mountain is going to kill the Hound, as the Mountain has him in a devastating chokehold. The Hound gets out of it, chops the Mountain's hands off, and chops half of his face off, the same half the Hound has burned. Cersei, shocked, looks at Qyburn. The High Sparrow orders the Sparrows to seize Cersei. The Lannister men around Cersei engage in a battle with the Sparrows. Qyburn ushers Cersei away, and they descend through the secret passageways that Tyrion took to get out of King's Landing. At the same time this is happening, we're getting an intercut of Kevin walking into the small council chamber. Here he sees Pycelle dead. Kevin rushes to Pycelle and then turns around, where he gets a crossbow bolt to the chest. Varys looms over a dying Kevin, tells him he is sorry, but it had to be done because he needs King's Landing to be in complete chaos, and that his competence as a military commander would be detrimental to his cause. Kevin, struggling to breathe, asks why. Kevin says because the Queen is here. At that point, the camera pulls out of the small council chamber and pans out to show King's Landing. We hear people screaming. As the camera heads into Blackwater Bay, we see 93 ships looming over King's Landing. The camera quickly pans over all of them, and it gets to the last one in the back, flying the sigil of House Targaryen. On its bow stands Daenerys, Jorah, Tyrion with a huge grin on his face, Grey Worm, and Missandei. The season ends on that scene.
Ooh. Fuck yeah, man! Oh.
Where are the Tyrells in your version? Marjorie, Loras, Olenna, and Mace.
Yeah, there are a bunch of questions too, but
I kind of skipped over them. I just want to get to that reveal at the end of Daenerys' ships in the Blackwater Bay.
T-Baby.
I didn't really have much to say about King's Landing. I think that Cersei is going to send Jaime away. We got through that. I think that it's going to be an internal difficult situation between the Lannisters because no one really tried to save Cersei last season. No one, like if they had the forces there, why didn't they go after her? So I think that they know that she's more trouble than what she's worth. So I think that they're going to have conflicts, or at least I think Cersei and her uncle are going to be butting heads a lot because I think she's going to feel a certain way because, you know, Lannisters have that pride and no one came to rescue her. I think Tommen, he came for his girl. He didn't come for his mom. So I think that that's going to bother Cersei. As far as the Tyrells, I think that what's the dad's name? Mace. I think he's going to come back. Now, see, because they played him to be kind of dumb, I think that he's playing dumb. So I think that he's probably going to do like some. I don't know what he's going to do, but he's going to do something in King's Landing to get his daughter back. And I think that the Lady of Thorn, I think she's going to have to come back to make some.
Lady
to give her, because she knows that the Lannisters aren't going to help because if they're not even going to help Cersei, what makes them think they're going to help the Queen? And then I think Tommen, whatever his name is, I think he's probably going to just still be in his room sulking. I don't know. I keep thinking that he might die, but because Marcella died, I think he still remains. I think he'll still be alive. Maybe he might be like injured or he's like on his deathbed because he's not eating or something. I don't know, guys. I'm like really talking out of my ass right now. But I think James is like on point. Now the only reason
James is on point.
The only way I can think that he would actually they would have all those fleets is if they're rushing like they did in season 5, and I think they only think they're going to season 8 possibly or 7. It depends on how many seasons they're actually going to do because they rushed a lot of stuff in season 5. So if they keep on to that pace, then yes, I can see that happening. But that's pushing it to put all of that in one season. That's it. That's all I got, guys.
Can I go with my King's Landing?
Yes,
wish?
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Don't spoiler alert. It's gonna be very Cersei centric. So we open with Cersei's trial. She does choose trial by combat. We're only talking this season. We have the Faith choosing what's his face, Lancel, And bam, bam, bam. Cersei
Lancel,
chooses.
hold up, Lancel.
Yeah, the Faith chooses Lancel, or buffed up Lancel.
Yeah, the gains. He's got the gains.
Yeah, I know he's got the gains, but I don't think Lancel Lannister is going to stand up to a zombie. Okay,
No, it's not. But that's like the Faith that
Go
Billy
have
Club.
not met.
Yeah.
The Faith has not met Gregor. So
Okay.
yeah, I mean, let me finish and.
Okay.
So yeah, I mean, I think obviously Cersei is winning her trial.
Right.
Because yeah, Gregor totally defeats poor Lancel. Like tweet.
Right. Yeah.
Well, Cersei is still not okay at that point. So Cersei not in power, but is free. Jaime arrives only at that point in King's Landing, and that's how he tells her about Myrcella. She totally loses her shit, feels powerless, and starts getting absolutely like mad. She's like, I agree with what all of you guys said. Like, she sends Jaime away, saying, like he never wanted to see. She never wants to see him again. That he's failed to protect one more of his kids, and he's really angry with him. Damn, Kraken, you made me lose my train of thoughts.
What? I didn't do anything.
Yes, you did. You interrupted me right at the beginning.
That was weeks ago.
Pretty much at the same time, Littlefinger, who is still in King's Landing and also does want freaking chaos, is gonna be the one to shoot Kevin with like Kevin done, so Cersei will be in power again.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's gonna be a near-miss touching scene with Jaime and Tommen, him wanting to recreate the touching moment he had with Myrcella, but having to be sent away. At this, well, God, yeah, I did lose my train of thoughts, and I did not write, like, this time I did not write it down, so it's time for me to get back on track. Basically, Cersei, okay, yeah, Tommen is gonna try to make a power play this time, like to try to free Marjorie from the evil sparrows. He's gonna get captured by the sparrows because he's gonna do something like he's trying to save Marjorie. He's gonna do something and be caught by the sparrows. Like, that's the last drop for Cersei, and she decides to like go all out and get rid of all of them to save her baby, and accidentally sets King's Landing on fire with wildfire. She's gonna like light a cache of wildfire, and everything will go brrr. And last image, like big King's Landing on fire, and Dany arriving on Drogon's back above the flaming city. I'm sorry, like there were some better, like it made more sense when I had my train of thoughts, but that's pretty much it.
Like,
that's what I wanted to say.
Like Daenerys lands with Drogon in the wildfire, like all the green wildfires coming up, and they just land, and Daenerys is just walking around like, what is this shit? You know, like, what the fuck's going on right now?
No, maybe when she arrives, or maybe she sees it from afar, and when she arrives, it's all ash. Like, she will be the queen on the Queen of Ashes.
Yeah, and then Littlefinger just pops up out of a little secret door, because he wants to be the King of Ashes.
Well, no, I mean, he's left at that point. Like, he's
So
left
he's
to go grab Sansa. Oh,
Daenerys. Yes. Like, oh my god. I'd be like, Littlefinger, you fucking rock, dude.
And
like,
regarding the Tyrells, like I said before, because I was talking about, Mace, they went to grab their army and are now stuck in the Reach because of Euron's blockade and the Ironborn blockade. So they're separated from King's Landing, Mace and the Queen of Thorn at that point. Everybody's
That's good. That's good. I like it. I can dig it.
Jerry.
Okay, King's Landing.
Jorge.
Jorge. All right. I had it to where it starts off with Jamie arriving with the dead Marcella, and I have him meeting Kevin, and I have Kevin. He has everything under control. Kevin's got. He's pretty much the regent at this point. Like, he's handling all of King's Landing, and he's doing a good job. He's got everything under control. He's the one who has the news told to Cersei about Marcella, and she just flips out, and she's powerless. She can't really do anything. She's like demanding Tristan's head, but Kevin's not stupid. He arrests Tristan instead, and then he decides to send Jamie to the Riverlands. So that's how Jamie and Bronn go to the Riverlands, and then Cersei gets like fed up with Kevin and all his nonsense. So she conspires with Qyburn to get Kevin in a spot where Frankenberg, the Mountain, Robert Strong, kills him instead. And so he takes him out. Cersei gets back in power, and then Cersei's pissed off at the Tyrell. She's just crazy, and she just wants to make sure to wipe out the Tyrells, and so she's trying to stack the odds against Marjorie in her trial. And so Mace finds out about this, and he brings the Tyrell army to try and oppose them. And there's also the Lannisters. So they're kind of like budding, like they're about ready to throw down the Lannisters and the Tyrells. Cersei calls for Littlefinger to bring the Arryn army, and he does. He brings them down to King's Landing, and Cersei has the she has like an heiress moment where she allows him in, and Littlefinger switches on her and backs the Tyrells, and that's how. And then it's kind of like under Queen Marjorie's name that they take Cersei out. Like they don't. She's not dead, but they like overtake King's Landing, and I haven't just figured out how, but somehow Cersei gets out of that. But the prophecy comes true, and she's like thrown off her throne by a younger, more beautiful. That's what I had for King's Landing. That's how I wanted it to happen. I know that's good. I know that's not going to happen, but
I know it could.
That's good, man. Hey, dude. Hey, all of this is a dream of season 6. Yes.
It's a dream.
I just really want to see Cersei burn down some shit with some wildfire, and
I think maybe she'll burn down King's Landing, but she'll burn down at least the Red Keep, but the Tyrells will still have a King's Landing, and Littlefinger will be kind of in with Mace Tyrell. Like he'll have Mace Tyrell, like he'll pull the strings with him, and Mace Tyrell will be like the new hand in that version.
Hey, don't anybody bring up the Hound or him eating chicken, because T-Baby over here is saying that she's really hungry, and we don't want her hangry on the live chat.
She's not the only one.
Everybody avoid the Hound and him eating his chickens.
Which you've mentioned twice already. Thanks.
Yeah,
yes.
Thank you.
I just brought it up. I think three times, actually.
She's not the only one that's hungry in this room.
We have not heard from JD, who has been so quiet today. So quiet.
Doing extra.
I don't have much on King's Landing, so.
Do you have I feel like it's very unusual for you to be so quiet, and I feel like
because
major
every
thing
time
that you're keeping.
I hang out with this guy all the time, and I talk to him all the time, and like he talks to me and beats me up, and like does all these things and does all these predictions. But then like when we get into the actual season 6 predictions, Justin doesn't say a word.
I've said my piece. It's just you guys have been doing your thing and talking, and just sat back and enjoyed it. So I pipe in when I got something to say.
Okay, before... Oh, sorry, Tinker, I'm so sorry.
Don't worry, it's late, we're tired, and we're hungry. My version of King's Landing is...
All the girls are hungry right now. All the girls are hungry.
My version of King's Landing is actually very different. I see Beast Tyrell arriving. Olenna Tyrell is furious at him because he's being out in Bravos doing the Queen's work while the Queen has been arresting the Tyrells and taking away all their power. I think they're going to bring in the army, like the Tyrell army, and when the trial of Marjorie is going to happen, they're just going to marching and they're going to tell the High Sparrow to give the Queen back or that there's going to be big trouble. And they're gonna get Marjorie back. I think that there's gonna be. I think that Cersei is gonna ask for a trial by combat. Well, actually, I think first Jaime is gonna arrive with a dead Marcella. And then I agree with people who say she's gonna be furious and she's gonna send him away because second child that is dead, and I think that's gonna drive her a bit crazy. And she is also going to win the trial by combat because I believe that there's just no time to find someone else or to send a message. As I think Clegane Bowl is going to happen, I just don't think that it's going to be at the trial because I want Cersei to stay in King's Landing because I think Cersei has still a lot to do in King's Landing with Franken Mountain. I think she's going to win. And then she's going to try to find a way to get her power little by little. She's not going to be able to do it yet because Kevin is still alive. But I also believe that Kevin and Faisal are going to die, and then there's going to be like a little fight of power between the Tyrells and Cersei. And I think that's when Cersei is going to start using Franken Mountain to start killing people left and right. I actually think that she's going to, at least I want her to go against the faith. Especially that horrible sect that was screaming, shame, shame, shame. I think she's going to be one of the first to die. She said when she was in the cell, my face is going to be the last face you're going to see before she dies. And I think that Lannisters always pay their debts.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that she's going to go back with Franken Mountain and she's going to start killing the faith left and right. At least that's what I want to see happen.
Mm-hmm. It's like who else missed Joffrey when Tommen, like when the Sparrows came in and like took Loras and everything, like they took his wife. Like who else missed Joffrey? Like when all the King's guards like put their hands on their sword, like they were ready to fuck everybody up. But then Tommen was like Tommen just sat there. It's like fucking we need Joffrey. We need Joffrey,
I missed common sense is what I missed on that part.
Yeah, I know, dude. Like, even if I was not a cruel king, like, for real, like, I would have hacked them bitches down or told my dudes to do it. Like, there's no way I would have let you taken my wife, her brother, my mother, like, on top of all of that. There's no fucking way.
Yeah, unless it's like Matt Murdock in that group, then I don't know what they're gonna do with a bunch of billy clubs against guys with swords.
Yeah.
I agree. I think the Faith will get their ass kicked.
I mean, like, dude, even when Tommen walked up on them on like the steps, like he had his soldiers behind him.
Don't mention that. It was
like, dude, he
was
could have cut them down right there.
It was just painful to see. I actually think that she unleashing Franken Mountain is gonna like spread like wildfire, and I think that's when Sandor Clegane is gonna hear about him and decide that he's like, oh maybe my brother's not as dead as he thought, and get his ass back to King's Landing.
Well, did Sandor even know that his brother was in that battle? Did he even know that he died? Or got severely poisoned?
He might not know, so if he hears about a huge, giant monster killing left and right, he thinks this has to be Gregor.
Yeah, there's only one
Well,
man that
well,
fits that bill.
We
There's
haven't gotten to that part in the show, so in the books he does. In the books, that's why he stopped being the Hound. He was told that the mountain was dead. He was like, oh, get all sad.
But we haven't heard that in the show.
Yep,
In the show, no.
exactly.
So we don't know. I actually don't think it's gonna end with Dany arriving at King's Landing, mainly because I always imagined that Dany would arrive first at Dragonstone, because Dragonstone is the only place where Dany has ever been. She was there for like a few seconds, but it's the place of the Targaryens. Is the home of her family. That's where they lived before they took over King's Landing. So I like the idea of Dany arriving to Dragonstone, taking Dragonstone, and from there start trying to take back the Seven Kingdoms. I think that it would appeal to her as her roots and as her history of Targaryen, which she's always trying to get back to. Not only that, Dragonstone is perfectly situated to start taking over King's Landing.
But you gotta admit, it'd make for a great shot if there's 93
Oh,
ships
no.
in Blackwater Bay.
The shot would be fantastic, but I story-wise I think she'll. But maybe in the show they'll just jump that and he'll do that. Maybe in the books, who knows? But I also like the symbolism of Dany going back to the only place that she's ever been in the Seven Kingdoms, even if she doesn't remember a thing about it because she was there for like 1 second. But I like the idea.
Tinker, that's amazing. That's good stuff.
Unless you believe she might have been raised in Dorne with the Red Door.
Okay. Are we done with our dream of season 6? Have we covered, does anyone, thinks we're going to see some a shy or anything else that they would like to talk about?
Who? Where? That place doesn't exist. Like, in the show, no shy. Sorry.
I'm just wanting to make sure that everyone has been able to say all that they want to say.
Nothing else fits in the budget.
Yeah, we spent all the money on this.
Yeah, and people thinking the wall is going to come down this season. I don't think it's coming down this season.
Yeah.
No, I don't think so either. I think that would be going on further, but
come on, that's so epic. It has to happen at the end.
I think it happens next season. But yeah.
Yeah, I also kind of see it next season.
I think Jon comes back with an army and they fight at the wall and they get pushed back. They lose at the wall and then it comes down. They get pushed back, and that's when Jon That's when Jon goes into the crypts of Winterfell and finds Lightbringer.
Okay. I know that James wanted to talk briefly about the leaks that have been published by, at least that we know of, Angry GOT Fan on Twitter a little bit. So just to let you know, we're going to touch a little bit on that briefly, if possible, because we're all starving. So he has already last year he wrote a lot of possible spoilers, so it may be true, and hearing what we're about to say, you may be totally spoiled on what is going to happen next season. So, in the off chance that it's 100% true and you don't want to hear about it, now would be your time to leave. Well, not right away, because I just have a couple very quick announcements before we move on to that. I would just like to take this time to tell you, because everybody has been asking about the next group chapter rereads. So the ones we have planned the next one will be on October 10th, and we will be working on A Dance with Dragon, Daenerys 9, which is the dragon pit scene with the poison locust. And the November reread, which will be either on November 7th or 14th, we're still working on that, will be the chapter you have all been waiting for. A Dance with Dragon, Davos for the North fucking remembers. So now you know. Those are our next date. Obviously, we'll publish it again. I mean, we'll let you know beforehand. You'll hear about it like everywhere. Second announcement, yeah. Last time I mentioned that we had created the Twitter account for the Hype Swatch. So in case you are on Twitter, like come and say hi to all of us.
Also, Google Plus
Yes,
as well.
and we also now created the Google Plus account and the Google Plus community for the Hype Swatch, and we really want to make that very, very interactive and not just like us talking to you. Like, it's a community, so you can post anything Game of Thrones or Song of Ice and Fire related you want. Like, guys, all of you, don't hesitate. Like, please post your Game of Thrones video on the community so everyone can see them, and yeah, start. It would be a great place to start a conversation. And last announcement coming from me, we will be soon starting, I hope soon, starting a new Q&A series with Baby, Tinker, and myself called A Clash of Queens.
Way to go, girls. A
Yeah.
Clash of Queens. That is fucking amazing. Everybody, round of applause.
Bravo to Jerry.
Yes.
I've like bugged the hell out of Jerry for him to come up with. He came up with at least 50 names, and that's the one we picked. So thank you, Jerry, for the name.
You mean
It's gonna be
you mean
fun.
Jorge Martinez?
Yes, I mean Jorge. So, in a Clash of Queens, we'll be trying to answer your A Song of Ice and Fire questions, seeing all sides of the equation. That's why, we'll be three, and we'll start to really like give all different possible options on the questions. So for that, we, the Queens, need your questions. So please visit either our Google Plus community or hit us up on Twitter or anywhere and submit your questions. We'll select a few, and once we have enough questions, we'll let you know about the date for the first video.
I have a quick question for Baby. I sense a lack of vowels in my life.
No.
No,
Yeah, loud and wrong. It's
Kraken,
already
shame.
She posted her video.
Kraken turns into a Pikachu. He don't know what he's
You
talking
need
about.
some of these?
I did mine.
And that is the
Kraken's-
proof
Kraken's
that
taking crazy
Kraken
pills.
does not look at the Hype Swatch community board, because that has been published there along with Jerry's vows.
No, I saw Jerry's. Somehow missed T's. I'm sorry, T.
No love.
I apologize.
Horrible job.
My
Horrible.
You
full
should
fledged
be sorry.
Shame. Where's that little bell when you fucking
Right?
need it?
Where's
Shame.
Don Lily?
Shame. Yeah, we miss you. I mean, we miss Don Willie and LT a lot. They couldn't make it today. But
There it is.
No, I did mine last night, so it's up there. If you guys want to check it out, it's up there. Go to my channel.
I'm
Vibe
all
out
over
with
that
me, guys.
right now.
yeah.
Really. All right, y'all. Come on, let's wrap this up. I'm really hungry.
Yeah, no, we're wrapping it up. It does okay, and subscribe to Jerry's channel. It's a new channel. It has an amazing name, and obviously everybody's channel is in the description box. Does anyone else wants to hype something, any project or anything they're working on?
Well,
before?
is it do we have Jerry in the description, or is it analysis paralysis?
Well, it's analysis paralysis because
Right,
that's
right.
his. And read the description box, Kraken. The answer
Right.
will be there.
Cool.
Once again, being a Pikachu.
Oh, and he goes away.
Oh, we scared him away.
Anyone wants to make any public announcement? Now is the time.
The only thing I want to say is thank you guys for having me on here. I always have fun with you guys. Thank you, thank you, thank you, and thank you. That's it.
I think we love having you.
Oh, and I'm so
Thank you as well.
excited for the Clash of Queens. It's going to be epic. Give us some good questions, because as you can tell, we like to debate. Sorry, guys, we don't really need you because we can handle it, but
Okay.
you know what I'm saying? We want to dig deep and really go hard. So don't give us there's no such thing as a dumb question, but don't give us a slightly, just give us good questions. You know, think about it.
And by the way, us fans of the Clash of Queens,
Mm-hmm.
we are the Queensmen.
Mm-hmm. We are the Queensmen. Yeah.
Yep.
I'll fuck you up. Oh man, I'm part of the Queen's Guard. Fuck yeah, dude. Oh shit. I'll kill him.
I guess we don't want to be associated with Florence, so yeah. I guess we're not the Queensmen.
Well, Danny does have some. I mean, you know.
No, Kingsguard, no Queensmen. He said for, I think you mentioned for Sleece Baratheon.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Queensmen. Yeah, no one likes Sleece, so scrap that idea.
Okay, James. So now it's your cue to talk about what you want to talk about.
Okay, we got one minor spoiler and one pretty big one. So let's start with the minor one. This is more of a jab to Mr. Jorge Martinez over here. Dorne has only 3 scenes this season. The first is Trystane, episode 3, confronting his father. Apparently he gets sent back to Dorne, is what they're saying, and asking him to execute Alaria and the Sand Snakes. Doran says he should, but it's complicated. He then explains that Trystane must do something more important. We then see the Sand Snakes and Alaria in prison together, being guarded by Arya Hoka. Alaria thinks they're going to be executed, but Alaria says there's no way Doran would do it. In episode 6, we see Doran free Alaria and bring him to the chambers. Then he explains to her his plan to support Daenerys to take back the Iron Throne for the House Targaryen. He says he sent Trystane to Meereen. Trystane is Quentin.
That's bullshit. That's bullshit. I don't believe that.
Oh, so that means that we're having. I mean, is that going to be him getting in Meereen when Danny's no longer there, or does that mean by the time he gets there, we need one more season of Danny in Meereen?
I don't know how it's going to go down, but I'm just reading what it says.
Jorge, your thoughts, sir. Oh my God, Jerry, come on, man.
Just take the pill
Hit us
bottle.
with something, dude. Yeah.
I need one of those pills because that is.
I think we all do.
Is crazy pills. Yeah. Like.
What are they thinking?
No, Jerry, this is not true. We do not believe it for a second.
No.
This cannot be. It cannot be.
It's all a dream.
No.
It's all a nightmare.
It'd be
Well-
more believable if they'd kicked Tristan out of the boat and he'd had to swim back to Dorne.
All right, you want me to go on to the bigger
Yeah,
one?
it'd be more believable if they kicked him off the boat and he got picked up by Gendry and they just started rowing together. That would be more believable.
Just getting the gains. Just getting the gains. Just getting the gains.
And then Tristan
Like,
comes
over
back
and
and
over.
he looks like Lancel, like with all these games.
Yeah, it just comes back fucking soldier, son.
Oh, that's awesome, Jerry.
All right, I'm going to move on to the big one. This is picking up in episode 6. There's a bunch of stuff that happened with Dany before then, but she gets back into Meereen in episode 6, apparently. So once back in Meereen, Dany locks Drogon up with Viserion and Rhaegal. Daario says it's for the best, though. Tyrion thinks that they might come in handy. Dario later confronts Jorah about the grayscale and tells him he needs to leave before he endangers his family. And he threatens to tell her if he doesn't. Jorah has a talk with Tyrion, who overhears, and then he decides to go. Dany imposes a curfew until the bloodshed stops, which Grey Worm will enforce with the dwindling Unsullied. Okay, this is the good stuff. In Episode 7, Dany calls together a meeting between the former masters and representatives chosen by the former slaves in order to root out the Harpy. However, Dario unleashes the Second Sons on them all. Grey Worm is powerless to stop them. Yes, he dies. As the Unsullied are now too few, Dario reveals himself as the leader of the Harpies.
What?
Takes Dany and Missandei captive, and declares himself King of Meereen. Tyrion manages to escape and track down Jorah among the Dothraki encampment outside of Meereen, and he tells him he has to release the dragons. Tyrion does so as Jorah unites the Dothraki to storm the Great Period. All three dragons descend on the Second Son, Sons of the Harpy. Jorah kills Dario, and when it's over, Dany actually hugs Jorah. He tells her about the grayscale. He tells her about the grayscale, but she allows him to stay by her side. The last scene in the finale is Dany telling Jorah, Tyrion, and Missandei that she will order the Dothraki out of the boats, and they will be going home. This is brought on by an unexpected visitor.
Give me some of those pills. This is... How would you even...
He just turned that dude like he just hit himself in the face with the whole bottle.
Who wrote this, James? Who wrote this, James? Because he is a troll, a big ass troll.
Well, apparently I got this. Well, he got this off of from extras that were shooting in Europe, and that this was on.
Are you kidding? Extras have to sign contracts. They're not gonna risk.
It could definitely be. It could definitely be false. But
I mean,
like
there
I said,
are some
this
leaks from extras every year. There's never been. Well, let's put it this way: there's never been that many leaks from extras, but there's never been that many pictures like any previous season. Have we ever seen that many pictures? We get so much info that is legit and verified because we have pictures. I don't think Watchers on the Wall have ever been publishing that many articles. That's insane. So. Yeah, I don't like a lot of the things in this, but the only thing that you have not mentioned, James, that I really find not plausible. I mean, I really don't think we see Lady Stoneheart. So that's the thing. I thought, maybe, but I wouldn't put it past D&D to make fucking Dario the RP. But why? And it's my turn to rant. Have we forgotten the way sellswords work? Sellswords self-buy, the second turn. Self-hire themselves to take Meereen? What are they gonna do with Meereen? They're gonna start slave trading again? And do they know how to do that? Do they expect the guys in Astapor and Yunkai to collaborate with them? Or is Dario Meereenese all of a sudden? It was a Meereenese noble hidden as Dario, and that's why it changed between season 4 and season 3, or I don't know when we saw first blonde Dario. That does not make any sense. But yes, could D&D do it? Yes.
Well, I know I said 2, but I do got to bring up a third real quick. It says in episode 3 how Jon comes back, and it's through the sacrifice of Ollie.
Who has King's blood? Obviously.
Yeah, I don't understand that one.
Ollie?
I don't know. They burn Ollie and it brings Jon back. I don't understand that, but that's just what the thing says.
Yeah, I don't believe that one at all.
I don't either. That one makes the least amount of sense.
Trolls.
Yeah, well, y'all done trolled Senor Martinez out of this entire conversation. I think you'd call an ambulance.
He's on a drug overdose, dude. Fuck.
Senor Martinez is gone.
And we'll never get Winds of Winter now.
Damn it! Yeah.
We need that book. Like, how much do we need that book right now?
Desperately. Do any of
But
you
yeah,
have any hope that it'll come out before the next season?
I don't, but I'm not very hopeful.
Well, it's supposed to come out in 2016.
It's supposed to come out before the new season comes out.
But see, I don't see it. I don't know. I have no idea how many like show watchers or book readers. But I mean, if it comes out right before the season, like none of us, like we're all gonna not watch the first episodes until we've read the book, right?
Eh?
Yeah. I'm gonna take off work to read the book, but yeah.
No, if Winds of Winter is not out yet, I will not let Winds of Winter like affect my Game of Thrones watching.
Well, I
No,
think she's talking about if it's out like maybe a week or a couple weeks or a month before.
No, not even that. Like if like on Monday, like Game of Thrones, I don't know what's the official date for the first episode of season 6, but like if it's that Sunday and that Monday, Winds of Winter come out, so maybe you need, I don't know, 2 weeks, 3 weeks to read it.
Okay, yeah, I would probably put it off. Yeah, if it was that close, yeah, I would definitely put it off. I would read, like, because I'm just that kind of guy, you know.
I would not sleep, just read.
Yeah, what's up, Jorge? Mr. Martinez, Senor Martinez?
What's up?
Oh, I thought you had something to add to the conversation. So.
Oh no, I was a little distracted by football. So.
Yeah, there was obviously more spoilers, but people were hungry and tired, so that is that.
I'm not a crazy pills.
You're out of crazy pills. Okay, all right. I'm glad we made it to that point that you no longer have any crazy pills. That's great.
Oh. Apparently, there are a lot of people who think it's a good idea that Dario is the RP. So.
Unless the masters are like paying him to be the harpy, I don't see how that works.
Hey, I'd love to. So it's the boy one. Oh, I guess the boy Wonder. I'm sorry if I'm totally butchering your name. I'm really, really, really sorry. And
the boy Wonder. Yeah.
Okay, so this time I'm gonna try to express it like I don't ever make fun of people in the comments. I genuinely do not see it, and I am genuinely interested in. I cannot really read if you're writing a lot of comments right now in the live chat, but please, like convince me. I'd love to be convinced that it's working. So, like, just if you have time, write us a comment, because I would really love. Like, I see it as totally far-fetched, but maybe there's a reason I'm totally missing, and please let us know.
I can make a quick argument.
Yep, go ahead.
For Dario, well, he was a Myronese pit fighter, and this is a way of him getting a position of great power to become the king of Meereen.
But does he care? He says that the only thing that he's interested is in fighting and sleeping with women.
Well, people lie.
Yeah,
You can do that as king. Look at Robert Baratheon.
I mean, it's just a thought. I mean,
but Baratheon hated being king.
That's true.
Yeah,
he was miserable.
Just how would what I don't see is how the Giscarian ability would follow a pit fighter, and how it would not be even worse insurrection than with a Targaryen. I mean, I know the Valyrian and the Giscari hate each other and have for millennia, but at least they would respect her a little bit more than they would respect an ex-pit fighter.
Perhaps he made a deal with the Myronese nobles, who, he says, I'm inside. I'm an inside agent. If you back me, and we go in this together, and you accept my claim afterwards, maybe, I don't know. It's just a thought.
But
But
why
join
would they
her.
accept his claim? They could just keep doing what they do. All the people, all the sons of the Harpies are people from Marine. They're not his people. They don't actually need Dario to be the Harpy. He only has the second sons, which aren't that many. Danny had the Unsullied. Yes, he had the second sons as well, but the Unsullied were 8,000, and she had dragons, which scared them away. He would only, if he betrays Danny, there's no dragons to scare anyone for him to stay on power. He wouldn't have the Unsullied. He would just have the second sons. And he's not even Marinese, since he's from Tiroshi. He's a Tiroshi. So why? I just don't see it at all. And I actually don't think that he has the smarts for all that sneakiness. He's a good fighter, he's a good killer, but a politician?
Yeah, I don't know. I was just trying to make an argument for him. I mean, I just think it's an ambitious power play, probably. And it's on the show, so, you know, it doesn't have to make sense. I don't think that's going to be the case in the books, for sure.
Yeah, but again, like, I don't really remember when Dario joined. Well, okay, I don't know. No, enough ranting about that because we all want to go.
Yeah, we don't have. I mean, it's just you know.
No. I mean, I know that's interesting, but I'm already to
is.
continue that conversation in the comments where we can have like also like the arguments of the people watching us.
Yeah.
James, did you want to add anything?
No, I'm good. Just whatever you guys decide to do.
Yeah. Okay. So I am all for finishing the video. Now I'm very sorry, guys. I know we usually take questions at the end of our videos, but I think it's a really yeah, it's almost 4 hours, and yeah, I think we're all like he said in the introduction. Like I'm feeling a little sick, so I'm really sorry, but I don't think I can power through 2 more hours of Q&A. You know, we promise that we'll leave questions for a Q&A in our next video. So thank you all for being there. It was a pleasure. I was really happy to see Mr. Jerry on video. I mean, Mr. Jorge Martinez on video for a long video and have him interact with us for the first time.
Thanks for inviting me.
Man, your face has to be hot and itchy right now. You've been wearing that beard for like 4 hours.
5. Almost 5.5.
Thank you. Does anyone have anything to add? No, we've lost Kraken.
No, I'm
He's back.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, well, thank you everyone for being there, and thank you to all of you out there who have been watching us for almost 4 hours. There are still 10 people watching, so like really, thank you so much. And like I said,
For the hype.
For the hype.
For the hype.
We'll be at least reunited on October 10th, maybe sooner with something else. We'll let you know. And so until next time, bye everyone.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.